Test, test, test. Good morning, Chatty House.
Heyo. What up, everybody? Good morning, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. Vibes are up for us. Love that. What up, Scooter? What up, Germs? I don't know who got the belt today.
We had a coffee catastrophe this morning. Someone in
I
the
was
office.
shocked you didn't go on a run. I thought for sure it was time.
Well, it time slipped by too quick.
Yeah.
I looked and I'm like, oh, there's not a lot of in the rundown.
There was nothing in there.
And then all of a sudden it's like, shoot.
What up, guys?
It's too late to go get coffee.
What up, Dr. David? Yeah, big Sharks guy. Hey, Warren got the belt today. Congratulations, Warren. Nice job. That away. Ayo. Yeah, good morning. What's up, Polo? What's up, Octopus Ears?
Octopus
No, there'll
ears.
still be a belt. We'll still have the belt.
You just have to wake up.
Yeah, you just gotta be up at like 6:15
to get it.
90 seconds.
This is the actual last day of the Insiders.
Yeah, this is the actual for real.
Yeah.
This is the last day of this version. Damien's out tomorrow, so I'm gonna go fill in with Kenny. Jesse will be in with James. So we'll have the handoff tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll have the handoff.
Yeah, not same lineup tomorrow from a time perspective, 10 to 4. What's up, Spencer? What up, Johnny? Damn, for real. Yeah.
Kin dog. Good for you volunteering in your kids' class.
Oh, yeah.
I used to do that a lot. Then I had this wackadoodle situation happen, and I kind of stopped doing
4:30. What?
I had this wackadoodle situation happen.
20 seconds.
I can't tell a story in 20 seconds.
It's okay. We have 2 hours once the show starts, so. All right, here we go, guys. Party time. Oh, it's the best day of the week. It's a Thursday. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, and we are the Insiders hanging out with you until noon. You started to tell a story right before the show began, and he said, I don't have time. I said, brother, we got all the time today.
Yeah, someone in the chat was talking about going in and working in the classroom, like his kid's classroom. And
shout out to our guy Ken Dog at youtube.com/ESPN1320.
Yeah, and I used to do that a lot. I loved going in the classroom and working with my son's classmates and him, both when we lived in Roseville and when we moved up the hill. And yeah, good stuff. Yeah, do that. It's such a cool thing because now you get to, like, my youngest is a senior, and I know a ton of the kids from his graduating class because they were little tiny 5-year-olds.
Sure.
Snot-nosed 5-year-olds.
Another snot-nosed 17 and 18-year-olds.
Yeah, that you were teaching how to read and all that stuff when they were little, and it's a really cool, like, full circle moment.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
Love that. It's really strange because everybody tells you when you're a teenager, like, you don't know anything.
Oh, yeah.
Not in a bad way. Like, that's not an insult. you've just not lived enough life to know anything. And that's just how it is.
Yeah.
And everybody's experience is different, but for the most part, you have no idea. And like, these are going to be the best years of your life, and you're going to miss these days, blah, blah, blah. And I remember, like, I can't wait until I'm 21. I can't wait till I'm 18. Oh, I can't wait till I'm 21. And then I stopped not being able to wait for stuff. But it is funny when you go back, like 16, 17-year-old me thought I had the world figured out.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, no, people say like they don't know, like teenagers don't know, but I'm different. Like, I'm built different. And now I go back and I go, man, I had bad opinions. I didn't know anything about the way college worked, much less work life works. Just weird.
Yeah,
really weird.
DeMarcus Cousins always, I'm going to do it my way, and I'm not, I'm going to do it my way, and you can't deter me from my way.
Yeah.
And I told him one time, just so you know, your way at 19 and your way at 21 and your way at 23 and your way at 27 and 29 and 35, those are all different ways.
Yes.
You just don't know that yet.
And if they're not, that's probably not good.
That's probably not a good thing. Yeah, and I also think, you're talking about how you're always ready. You can't wait till you're 16 so you can drive. You can't wait till you're 21. When you have kids, it's the same exact thing. You cannot wait until they smile the first time. You can't wait till they crawl. You can't wait till they talk. You can't wait till they walk. And then next thing you know, they're 18 and you're like, I was so busy waiting for the next step that I didn't enjoy the step I was in. And that's something I always tell young parents, like, hey, every day just take a minute to look at your kids and go, oh my gosh, I can't try to get a snapshot in your head of what they look like today, because it changes like so fast.
Some realness on the insiders to get.
Yeah, there we go.
Duly noted. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're hanging out with you until noon, the final edition of this version of the show, because Damian Barling is out tomorrow. So I'll be in noon to 4 with Kenny Caraway. Jesse Tapia will be with you tomorrow from 10 to noon. So weirdly, our final show together.
Yeah.
Kind of. Not the last insiders, but sort of the last insiders.
Yeah, we'll have a little crossover tomorrow, and then I'll be on your show on occasion on the jump, and I'll be on D'Lo and Casey all the time and do the normal thing. So yeah, just different.
Yeah, it's gonna be different, but I'm excited for it. Our new lineup starts next week, 7 to 9 a.m. The jump with myself and Jesse Tapia. 9 to noon, the man, the myth, the legend, Rich Eisen. Noon to 2, we're going to have a jump rewind. It'll be a re-air of the morning show, so anything you miss, we'll be playing that for you with the ability to jump on live if anything breaks during that time. And D'Lo and Casey going to the afternoon drive from 2 to 6. That's going to start on Monday. All right. Also next week, the NBA trade deadline. In fact, 1 week from today. 1 week from today, February 5th. Is the NBA trade deadline. And after reading the reporting from Sam Amick, reading the reporting from Mark Stein, we talked a lot about the prospect of a Giannis Antetokounmpo trade. I don't think it's happening this year. Or, excuse me, before the deadline. I don't think Giannis is going to be traded in a week. That's where I've landed with my take. Giannis is not going anywhere right now.
What's his current injury?
Calf.
Yeah, I'm trading him. I'm trading him now.
I'm probably shutting him down.
Yeah, I don't care. I mean, it's shutting him down for the rest of the season. Like, I'm not, like, it's a calf injury. I'm not going to mess with that. Because let's say they don't trade him right now, and then he comes back. Somehow they hover around 500. They're still in the playoff race. And then he comes back 4 to 6 weeks from now. And he's like, I'm ready to play. You're like, okay, let's go. You put him out on the court, 5 games in, he pops his Achilles. Now he can't play for a year. Now his value just sank. No, I'm trading him now. You're not going to get a better offer. It's It's possible that you might be able to get a better offer on July 1st because that's a date that the new season kicks in, and teams can give you their 2033 first round pick as well. So maybe that's a reason to wait, but I'm judging the offers right now. I'm looking at them and saying who is real and who's not. I'm telling people very quickly, hey, offer's not enough. Just like you're not even in the ballpark.
Mm-hmm.
So if you want to come back with something else, we'll give you another shot. But like this process is moving quickly and don't mess around.
The Bucks are currently 18-27.
Okay.
They've been terrible without Giannis, who's going to be out another 3 to 5 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think there's any danger that they're going to be hovering around 500 when Giannis gets back. They're 9 games under. They're 4 games out of the 10th spot in the East. That's just not a good team.
No, it's not.
If this is a seismic enough deal that, barring a miracle where they are hovering around 500 when he gets back, your entire season is about setting up this Giannis trade, because that's going to set the course of your franchise for the next decade plus.
Oh, totally.
So if that's the case, if they're looking at this and saying, hey, we're getting, barring a mammoth offer from Oklahoma City or the Spurs or something where it's just like, okay, we have to go. The teams that have confirmed involved, this is via Mark Stein and Sam Amick. They had the same 4 teams: Miami, Minnesota, Golden State, and the Knicks. Those are the 4 like confirmed teams.
Mm-hmm.
There's some other ones you hear about, like Atlanta, but Mark Stein's reporting that Atlanta is not going to get involved because they're not putting Jalen Johnson on the table. Stein also said the Bucks may be fielding calls now in order to set price points for the offseason.
Mm-hmm.
Say, okay, cool. We know what we're working with here during the trade deadline. We know about what we're looking for in the offseason. And then, as we talked about yesterday, maybe Houston flames out spectacularly and decides that they want to go the Giannis route. Maybe another team decides to hit the red button. Maybe it's Oklahoma City. Maybe it's San Antonio. And all of a sudden, these teams with better offers, because when you look at what Miami, Minnesota, Golden State, and the Knicks all have to offer, it's not great.
No.
The Knicks have, some players, but no super young talent that you feel great about. They don't have a great war chest of picks. Miami has picks in 2030 and 2032 are their next really valuable tradable picks, with Khalil Ware and Tyler Hero as the foundation of that deal. The Minnesota one is really strange because it's just kind of like everything's on the table, but they don't have a ton of picks to give out.
Yeah.
And Anthony Edwards would obviously not be on the table there because they'd be trying to pair that duo.
Mm-hmm.
And then Golden State has a ton of picks, but no young players, young pieces to make that work or to entice Milwaukee.
Yeah.
And they don't have the salary unless Milwaukee's like, yeah, sure, we'll take the Jimmy Butler contract. Or if the Warriors will finally depart with Draymond Green, which all the reporting says they're not going to. It's like, all right, so what we have here are 4 teams that can put together very mid offers for Giannis.
Yeah.
And if Milwaukee, and maybe you're right, maybe they look at this calf thing and go, hey, we're super worried about this becoming a long-term thing. He's pressing to get back on the court. He wants to play. We're really worried about it. Let's just get him out the door and cut our losses.
Mm-hmm.
But I really think they're looking at this and they're looking at the landscape and they go, man, this is just not, like, Khalil Ware's a nice young player. You'd feel good about that. But Tyler Hero, man, take him or leave him.
Yeah.
In terms of like building around him, Tyler Hero's a good player, but
yeah, he's a good player, but he's not a player that you're making a move for.
Yeah. And then picks in 2030 and 2032.
No, that's just not good enough. Like a lot of these teams, they don't have the optionality. They don't have the assets to go get him. And that's where, if I'm, straight up, if I'm Milwaukee, I'm calling San Antonio, I'm calling Houston and saying, are you guys sure you don't want in on this? Because those are the 2 teams that, number one, have the picks and also have the assets and have the expiring contracts. Like, again, why? I guess if you think that taking back all of the Warriors picks is going to lead you somewhere, like, if not, why would you take on the Jimmy Butler $58 million deal for next year?
I don't know.
It just doesn't make any sense. I mean, you're already a team that's aren't they paying $20 million a year for Dame for 5 years?
Something like that.
Yeah. Like, that's not a great idea to take on another bad contract. And I get it. There's going to be bad contracts that you take on, but Jimmy Butler's contract's like, you can't move him.
Yeah,
like,
and he's hurt. He's not even going to play.
Yeah, I would rather take back, 3 $20 million players or $19 million players than I would, Jimmy Butler's contract, because they still have to fill the roster.
Yeah,
so
for sure.
What are you going to do when you have $78 million in dead cap space next season?
A lot of Ryan Rollinses, I guess.
I guess. Like,
Kyle Kuzma and Bobby Portis are expiring next year. Maybe you can move them for a couple of players.
I guess. It's a tough look. It's a tough look.
Yeah, man. And that's where the teams with enticing players don't have the picks, and the team with the real asset of the real assets in terms of draft capital, the Warriors, don't have the players to entice you.
Yeah.
Which is why I think, yeah, cool. You set this standard now that, like, yeah, hey, here's what New York, Golden State, Minnesota, and Miami all offered. Give us a call again in the offseason. And then you wait and see. Like, if you're San Antonio, why would you blow that up? You're 32-15. You have two young guards that you're really excited about. You saw Stephon Castle play awesome defensively last night against Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
You like where Dylan Harper's going. You just paid De'Aaron Fox. You have Victor Wembanyama, one of the biggest stars in the game. I don't think there's a reason to just blow that up for Giannis now.
Well, I mean, I could make the argument you take Dylan Harper, you take a bunch of their expiring contracts. You know, Kelly Oubre's on an expiring deal, Harrison Barnes, Kendrick, Keldon Johnson is got, I think, 1 year left. Maybe you pair one of those guys, two of those guys with Devin
Kelly
Vassell.
Olynyk, by the way.
Olynyk.
Yeah.
What did I say?
Oubre.
Oh, yeah, my bad. Kelly
I thought I missed something with Kelly.
No. Olynyk, yeah. Yeah, he's at like $13 million expiring deal. Like, you can get to Giannis's salary very quickly with San Antonio without just killing their depth. And you become the odds-on favorite to win the title this year. So I would have a tough time saying no. Like, especially if you can hold on to Harrison Barnes, you know, move again Olynyk and Devin Vassell and Keldon Johnson. That's probably equal salary, close to salary matching, and then give them picks. I mean, Dylan Harper's got to be in that deal, but yeah, I think you could make a deal, the money work, and you're going to have an opportunity to win the next 2 or 3 NBA championships. Maybe you won't win them, but you'll still have an opportunity.
Yeah, this is super nitpicking, but I do think it's interesting when you bring up Keldon Johnson and Devin Vassell. The Spurs can't shoot it. They are a bad shooting team, and those are their top 2 3-point shooters.
Yeah.
And that's where I wonder in the modern NBA, like, yes, Giannis is amazing. Wemby's amazing. That would be a defensive duo that's just nasty.
Yeah.
Like, maybe teams just can't score on them and their shooting doesn't matter. But like we brought up earlier this week, when you're adding Giannis, you are adding a massive, massive piece to what you're doing offensively.
Oh, totally.
Like, he doesn't just kind of fit in a role the way Harrison Barnes is just going to plug and play. Like, yep, hey, he's going to hang out in the corner. He's sometimes going to attack a closeout, and he's going to defend whoever. And that's not going to be Giannis. And so that's a pretty massive undertaking for a team that's 32-15.
Yeah.
Like, I would get why they would want to wait till the offseason if they're going to do a move like that. I would get why they want to wait. It's like, man, we kind of got Oklahoma City's number. We're second in the West right now. Why couldn't we come out of the West this year?
No, it's possible. And I think whoever comes out of the West is going to have a really good shot at winning the title. Like, I'm not fearing a lot of the Eastern Conference teams right now.
I don't think there's any Eastern Conference team I fear.
Yeah.
Maybe the Sixers. We've been playing better lately.
Yeah. Okay. Better lately.
Get to see the Sixers tonight. Sixers all the way up to 6th in the East.
Yeah. That's what, like, KT tape holding half of their roster together.
That's fine.
It's fine.
It's fine. It's all going to be okay.
Yeah.
It's all going to be just okay. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We are hanging out with you until noon. We've got Kings Sixers tonight. We've got a ton of NBA trade speculation, and you will not believe what somebody paid for a game-worn Jason Williams jersey. I can't wait to tell you what it is next on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
I don't know if I saw that this morning that Tatum may sit out the rest of the year. I mean, he's coming off an Achilles tear, so anytime you're trying to rush back from a major injury like that, it's probably not a great idea. And if he's feeling that way in January, there's got to be a reason. So, like, if he doesn't play, I would understand. It's about the next 8 years. Oh, Soren, story time. So I volunteered. I was in the class all the time. Also, my mother-in-law was the speech therapist at the school my boys went to. So My oldest did St. Baldrick's. I don't know if anyone's ever done that. It's where you go and you raise money for children cancer research, and then you go and you turn your money in, and they shave your head bald, completely bald.
Oh, yeah.
So it's when you're going through it, you got my son and his buddy were doing it, and my son raised $500. He was super excited,
That's cool.
and he went to school. And like his teacher gave him $5 for a pledge. And then two of his classmates came up to him. One of them gave him $1 and one of them gave him $2. And the kid who gave him $2 is because his mom had died of cancer. Seriously.
Oh.
So I'm in the classroom working with
Oh
my youngest. The principal of the school pulled my son out of class, a 5th grader who just got his head shaved and is so embarrassed he's wearing a hood all day. Because that's the other thing about St. Baldrick's you don't get. Kyle, you don't have hair, but when you have a full head of hair and you're a little kid and all of a sudden all your hair's gone.
Oh,
it's the realization of what the kids go through, right?
Yeah.
She pulled him out of the class and accused him of soliciting funds on school grounds. So I happened to be there at the school and got a phone call that, hey, we're talking to your son in the office. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm here. You want to talk about like James being feisty? That is one time that I unloaded and screamed at a woman for about 15 minutes in the most, like, I was unbelievably pissed.
That's awful.
She tried to usher me out, and so I stopped in front of her entire staff that was standing there listening to me yelling at her in the office, and I told all of them, I said, all of you know me. I'm in here all the time. You all know my mother-in-law. You all know my boys.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to let this woman do something like this? I was, dude, I blew that lady up.
It feels like one of those things where when you find out, you go, oh, sorry. Like, whoops, my bad.
Then she said, you probably need to go talk to the dude who runs all the schools. Superintendent. He's in his office right now. I'm like,
great.
Bet.
In.
Well, it's school policy. Pull the binder out. Show me the school policy. Well, it's school policy. Nope, you have a whole list of binders. Pull it out right now. I want to see it, or you're about to get sued.
Yeah.
Okay, well, she made a mistake. Yeah, she made a mistake. She needs to apologize. Yeah. That's when you don't want to see James get that pissed. That was not good.
Yeah, that's terrifying. Don't love that idea.
Yeah, I think I called her obtuse and told her that she shouldn't be around children if she's so ignorant. Yeah.
Calling someone obtuse is such a cutting insult.
Yeah, I
love that.
Was not happy. My son, straight A student, gets pulled out of class for that.
So trash.
Yeah.
That's so trash. Unrelated to shitty principals. We are working on a solution for those of you on the stream for the noon to 2 block. We can't stream Eisen on YouTube, but we may be able to stream the re-air where you guys can hang out here and then lead right into D-Lo and KC. So fingers crossed we can figure that out. All right, here we go.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I'm Kyle. He's James. Our guy Brett Sawyer in the chat at youtube.com/ESPN 1320 said that sources are telling him sharks.
You're all decked out in sharks.
Yeah,
today.
that's what I have multiple sources confirming that, in fact, sharks. It's true. James is over there. I'm Kyle. We're hanging out with you until noon. Then we'll hand it off to D-Lo and KC.
That was our NHL talk for the year.
Yeah, that's hockey talk. You want Sharks talk?
Game over.
Tune into ESPN 1320, where we will tell you when our sources let us know that Sharks.
Period.
I'm having such a good time being a casual hockey fan this year.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's so fun. Like the Sharks are just electric.
Yeah, they are.
I'm not gonna walk out here like I've been a Sharks fan my whole life, because they were the Bay Area hockey team, and so and especially in the early 2000s when they were very, very good, and Golden State was very, very bad. I got really locked into Sharks games, and as you know, I got older, and you just have you have less time to devote to things, and so the Sharks just kind of fell off my radar a little bit. But it's my favorite fandom because I love the team. I love rooting for them. I love going to games. My buddy Wade is a huge Sharks fan. I love watching games with him. We have a great time. I know enough of the rules to get what I'm watching, but I also am not I'm not going to try and sit here and act like I'm a season ticket holder. Like I'm a very, very
casual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I know the guys on the team, but I don't know if you told me to name like a Nashville Predator, I've got nothing for you.
No. No. And like I've said this before, like people want you to want to watch other sports. And it's like, look, at some point, there is a tipping point between being a human being and actually just someone who watches sports, every sport all day long.
Yeah.
Like I have a family. I've got other things that I do outside of this. I cannot take on like 14 different sports and then watch everything of all of them.
Yeah.
It's just not going to happen.
Yeah. And that's without covering a team for a living.
Yeah. Yeah. I already asked my wife to like basically put 82 nights on hold every year.
Yeah.
And then a whole bunch of days, but 82 nights are gone.
That's a tough ask.
Now I'm going to need all of these other days. I mean, she knows like all of the entire football season, my Sundays are booked out. Me and my son sit and watch football all day.
Yeah.
So like there are all of these things that you start stacking up and it's just too many days.
Yeah.
I'm already
sorry, I'm not getting into NASCAR too.
No.
I'm sure it's great. I'm sure you have so much fun watching it. I can't.
Well, that and like the WNBA or hockey or like there are other sports that I could take on, but I stick to football, baseball, basketball. And it's, I'll watch golf every once in a while, but not really anymore.
Yeah. Anything new that I pick up at this point in my life or anything that I get further into at this point in my life is going to be on like a more casual level.
Yeah.
And I'm fine with that. I have a great time with it. It's so nice to just be a fan who doesn't have to have a take about everything.
Well, that, and I would rather pick up, as opposed to picking up another sport, I like to pick up like woodworking or something else.
Sure.
Like I like to build stuff, but I'd like to pick up something other.
Yeah. That's why I read a lot.
Yeah.
Like I'll read a sports book here and there, but I love reading I do so much sports content, from producing it to listening to it. I'm listening to our station all the time. I got podcasts I listen to. It's just constant.
Yeah.
And so, I picked up reading as a hobby, and I try not to make it sports related. I read a lot of history stuff.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. When I go on vacation,
Shout
I
out
read
to
books.
hobbies. Yeah. All right. Jason Williams, Sacramento Kings legend, NBA cult hero, had a game-worn jersey sold at a private auction. And if you had asked me, hey, what would a Jason Williams game-worn rookie jersey go for?
Yeah.
Keeping in mind that when he was a rookie in 93?
No, 98.
Eight.
Yeah, 98, 99
yes.
season, but realistically, 99, they didn't play until January that year.
Right, it's his lockout season.
Yeah.
Right. So it's from his, I think it was a jersey he wore. 3 was in my head because I think it's game 3 of a playoff series that he also wore this jersey.
Okay.
But he first wore it in a preseason game because back then you got like a jersey.
Yeah.
You can get a new jersey for like every game.
Yeah.
So this is it's a bigger deal basically that you have a game worn jersey.
Mm-hmm.
So if you had given me all this information, all this context, and you said, "Hey, how much did a Jason Williams game worn rookie jersey sell for at auction?" I would have been like 5 digits short.
Yeah.
I'd have said $5,000.
Yeah, and that even seems a little high.
It's steep, right?
Now, it's the jersey that he wore in the iconic Slam magazine cover as well. It was that jersey. He wore that to the photo shoot. It's the white with the kind of like pointed kings.
Yep.
It's a sick jersey.
Yes, very, very good jersey.
Also kind of monochromatic. Like it doesn't have a lot of color to it. Yeah.
Yeah, very, very straightforward. White, purple letters, little purple trim.
Yeah.
Great. This jersey, this Jason Williams game-worn rookie jersey, did not sell for $5,000. It did not sell for $10,000. It did not sell for $50,000. It did not sell for $100,000. It sold for $140,000.
That's wild.
Dude, in the sports, I love like Antiques Roadshow type of shows, right? Whenever they have a sports item on there, I'm like, oh, that's going to be worth like tens of thousands of dollars. That's a Ty Cobb game-used glove that was just in your dad's attic. Like, what? That's crazy. That's going to be worth $6 million. And they're like, if you put this up at auction, it would be worth $3,000 to $5,000. I'm like, what? I'll buy it. I'll scrounge up the money.
Yeah. That's funny.
$140K. I would love to know the person. I need to know the person who bought this. I hope they listen. 916-909-1320. Because this is a person with an ass load of money.
Yeah.
They have $140,000 to burn on a jersey that they're going to hang up in their house. Maybe it was Jason Williams. I also need to know, is this person a Kings fan?
Yeah, that's a crazy thing.
Because he is. Jason Williams is like a cult hero.
Yeah, he is a cult hero. Like, if there is a cult hero in the NBA over the last, 30 years, it's probably Jason Williams.
If you're on Twitter or Instagram, 6 times a year, a random account will post Jason Williams highlights.
Oh, you just have to sit there and watch it on loop. They do it in the stadium.
I never not watch it.
Oh, no. They put it on in the stadium, and you're just like...
And everything stops.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, everyone's like, oh, man, Joe was awesome.
I was at his, fan fest and preseason games that year. Yeah. Just incredible. Like, right away, you're like, oh, what is that?
Yeah.
Like, I that's something new. Like, crazy, because they formed that team so quick, and you're like, I don't know what they have here, but, they just traded for Weber. They signed Vlade. They brought in John Barry. They were able to talk patient and coming overseas after being drafted in 96. They drafted Jason Williams. They had Corliss Williamson, and you're like, they had Olivier Sejois, Oliver St. Jean.
Of course.
Yes. So, same guy. Tariq Abdul-Wahed, same person.
Obviously.
Changed his name. So, you were like, I don't know what they have. And then they got on the court, and Jason Williams just started dealing. And you're like, I can't believe I'm watching this. Like, the craziest passes you've ever seen. And it was like, again, fan fest. You're like, this can't be real. Like, and this can't actually work.
Right. He's hamming it up for the, no pun intended, for the crowd.
Yeah. It was crazy.
That's not what he was doing, it turns out.
No, that's who he was.
He plays basketball.
Yeah. And you have to remember, too, that he was at Marshall, and then he was at Florida, and he got kicked off the team at Florida. So there was a lot of people who are like, why are you drafting that guy? And he just ends up being just this magician with the ball. Just absolutely amazing to watch.
I could imagine he was one of those players who came in for a workout and then left his workout, and everybody kind of looked at each other and went, hey.
They probably said, hey, is there a possibility that you won't go interview with anyone else and we're going to draft you? I think people thought he was drafted higher than he should have gone. And I think he was the 7th pick in that draft, the 1998 draft. Yeah, he's a 7th pick. But my goodness. And of course, 2 picks later was, of course, Dirk Nowitzki.
Of course.
And he was traded for the 6th pick. So the number 6 was Robert Tractor Traylor, and they traded him on draft night for the 9th pick for Dirk Nowitzki. So could you imagine that Tractor Traylor went 3 picks ahead, RIP Tractor Trailer, 3 picks ahead of Dirk Nowitzki. And then the number 10 pick, Paul Pierce. Pretty good little group
the NBA draft
there.
is so hard.
It is so hard. Yeah. It's like Michael Olowokandi goes number 1.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my gosh. Number 2, Mike Bibby. Number 3, Rafe LaFrentz, Antoine Jameson, Vince Carter at number 5. Yeah.
That's a good example of like picking top 5 in a draft, I feel like.
Mm-hmm.
Say those names again.
Olowokandi,
Yikes.
Bibby, Rafe LaFrentz,
Okay.
Antoine Jameson,
Okay.
and Vince Carter. And of course, those 2 were drafted and traded for each other on draft night, 4 for 5. So Carter was drafted by the Warriors at 5 and traded for Jameson at number 4.
That's such a spectrum because Olowokandi was like,
Wait,
not a great
UOP.
not a great number 1 pick.
Yeah, well, he was solid. He just wasn't
right. He was fine.
Yeah.
And that's what. But that's what. So when we talk about the Kings, like putting that in this year's draft, let's say the Kings get a top 5 pick. Like there's a maybe you get Rafe LaFrentz, who had a nice career. He played a decade.
Yeah. Rafe LaFrentz,
not a bad player.
Not a horrible comp for Maxime Reynaud.
But at 3 overall?
Oh, yeah. 3 third overall.
Mike Bibby, really, really fine career. Really nice career. But at 2 overall, you're like, And again, that stuff goes away. We all know what Mike Bibby meant to the Kings, and that kind of belies. That's not what I'm overshadows his draft status as number 2 pick. That eventually goes away once you make your way into the league.
Yeah.
But when we talk about the Kings this year, if you wind up with
even in Antoine Jameson,
that's it. Yeah, right. At 4 overall, Antoine Jameson had a really, really great career.
Yeah.
He scored a lot of points for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
But at 4 overall, that's not the player that I think you think the Kings need.
No.
There's a very real chance that you could wind up with a top 3 pick, wind up with a really fine player, and in 10 years we're like, damn, they whiffed.
Of course.
Because 3 and 4 were both Dirk Nowitzki, and who was the other one in there?
Oh, number 10 is Paul Pierce.
Dirk and Paul Pierce.
Yeah, there's 3 Hall of Famers in that draft without any question. There's Vince Carter, who will be a Hall of Famer. There's Dirk, and there's Paul Pierce.
That's why the draft is so hard, and that's why I have a weird thought process on this, right? That's not weird. I struggle with the thought process on this because part of me is like, Scott Perry needs to get these picks right. Scott Perry needs to they need to pick really high in this draft, and then B, nail that pick.
Yep.
But again, if you told me on draft night at, let's say 3 overall, hey, they got the modern equivalent of Antoine Jameson, it wouldn't be like, got it, fire him. You got to fire Scott.
Those players are sitting there, though. You know they are.
Yeah, but it can't be. But it's
a guy who scores 20 a couple of times in a season, but really he's a third best player on a good team.
And that's not bad. It's not like, wow, you misidentified the play. But if 2 Hall of Famers go after him, you start to feel like, oh, man.
Yeah.
That's a brutal part of the draft. You could find a really good quality NBA player who's in the league for however long,
12 years,
15 years, has a fine career, and it feels underwhelming.
Well, I think that's the way most drafts go. And I think that's what I always warn people. It's like, you can't just have one pathway to getting better.
Yep.
The pathway just can't be that, hey, we're going to strike gold in the draft and that's it. Now, you also can't say, hey, we're not going to do the draft thing and just keep trading your picks. You can't do that either. Like, you have to find some sort of balance here, and you have to really hope that you're lucky. I mean, the 2009 draft is probably one of the most storied drafts. You got Blake Griffin, number 1. Hasheem Thabit is number 2. Then James Harden. Then Tyreek Evans. Ricky Rubio, Johnny Flynn. You come back with Steph Curry. Smack dab between Steph Curry, first ballot Hall of Famer, and DeMar DeRozan, pretty much a surefire Hall of Famer, is Jordan Hill. That's the NBA draft in a nutshell.
Oof.
You know, like the pick after him is Brandon Jennings and Terrence Davis and Gerald Henderson, Tyler Hansborough.
Well, you could go to Minnesota in that draft, where they went, hey, we're going to double dip on point guards.
They quadruple dipped on point guards, just so you know.
I'm sorry.
They kept drafting point guards.
That year?
Minnesota? Yeah.
Who else did they get?
They also drafted Ty Lawson at number 18.
Oh, yeah.
And then on
UNC
top of
legend.
that, they drafted Nick Calathis. Wayne Ellington, number 28. But then early in the second round, they drafted Nick Calathis. I'm almost positive.
Wayne Ellington had a nice career.
Yeah,
Good
he
for
had
Wayne
a
Ellington.
solid career.
That's another one that's brutal. Like Johnny Flynn had injury stuff. Johnny Flynn was the man in college.
Yeah.
But he had injury stuff. And then Ricky Rubio took a couple years to come over, but it was like, man, Ricky Rubio can go. Ricky Rubio is a good player.
Yeah.
And again, he went on to have a good, productive career. But when you took Ricky Rubio and then Johnny Flynn, or other way around, Rubio then Flynn?
Yeah, it's Rubio and then Flynn. 4 or 5. It doesn't matter.
A top 15-ish player all time goes right after that who plays the same position. That's brutal.
Well, and you have to remember that the Kings brought in.
Did they do bad in that way? Like, I don't know. Go ahead.
So the Kings brought in Tyreek Evans.
Mm-hmm.
They brought in, I think the workout was Tyreek Evans, Steph Curry, Brandon Jennings, and one other point guard.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyreek Evans just like physically dominated everybody. Like they were like, oh my gosh,
which is what he did in his rookie year too.
Yeah, he was just a grown man.
Mm-hmm.
And the rest of the guys, like, you know, it didn't work out for so many players, but that is the NBA draft. Like it's just so difficult to hit home runs. You know, there are so many more singles and straight up strikeouts than there are home runs.
Yeah.
So
and you got to hit a home run eventually.
Yeah, the Kings need a home run, that's for sure.
The worry is because if you hit a double, hit a single or a double this year with let's say the 5th pick, hit a single or a double, good rotation player, starter, let's say starter, not an all-star, but a good player. The Harrison Barnes type. I don't know why I always go back to Harrison Barnes.
Well,
he's the perfect example of what
draft, 8th pick in the draft.
7th. He's the perfect example of what I'm talking about. Harrison Barnes has been good for a long time.
Yep.
But when you go and look at 7th overall, it's like, if I told you the Kings get the 7th pick this year and they could draft Harrison Barnes, you'd be like, no thanks.
Well, I can tell you they got the 4th pick a couple of years ago, and it looks like they may have drafted Harrison Barnes.
Sure, right.
And Keegan Murray.
Right, I mean, that's not a bad thing.
It's not a bad thing.
But what the problem you run into is if you keep drafting Keegan Murray, Harrison Barnes,
you can't have a collection of the 2nd or 3rd best player on a good team.
Right, because then you're going to be too good to pick high in the lottery.
Yeah.
That's why it's like, man, no shade if they find an Antoine Jameson level player.
Yeah.
But at the same time,
I'd rather have Vince Carter. Go get me a Vince Carter.
Like rookie Vince Carter, not 40-year-old Vince Carter.
I loved Vince Carter coming into that draft. That was the pick that I was like super focused on. Go get me Vince Carter. Yeah.
Well, all right. Hopefully. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out with you until noon. Kings Sixers tonight, and the clock is ticking on the trade deadline. Will the Kings make a big move? We'll continue discussing that on the Insiders next. ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader.
Crazy. We're so close to the trade deadline, and then Giannis just like bamboozles the whole thing. I thought Jennings went 10th to Milwaukee, I think. I have it pulled up right here. I don't have it pulled up right here. Yeah, Jennings went 10th. Terrence Williams went number 11. That was a stunner. He was out of the league quick. Gerald Henderson had bad knees. Tyler Hansborough looks just like Elijah Wood. It's like giant Frodo Baggins. Yeah.
That's funny.
Earl Clark at 14 was no good. Austin Day at 15 was no good. James Johnson, at least he played 15,000 minutes in the league. Drew Holiday at number 17. Ty Lawson at 18. Jeff Teague at 19. But this is a crapshoot that is a draft. Eric Maynor, the next pick after Holiday, Lawson, and Teague. What a crazy draft for point guards. In this draft alone, you've got, I mean, whether you want to call James Harden a point guard at any point, but Tyreek Evans, same thing. Ricky Rubio, Steph Curry, Johnny Flynn, Jennings, and then you just keep going. Drew Holiday, Ty Lawson, Jeff Teague, Darren Collison, Roddy Bebois. Not a good player. Tony Douglas, There's a lot of point guards drafted in that draft. With DeJuan Blair, followed by John Brockman. Oh, Pat Bev at 42. Marcus Thornton at 43. Yeah, there's Nick Kalatis, 45 to Minnesota. Another point guard in that draft at number 55. Yeah, it's crazy. Patty Mills had 5 times a career that Johnny Flynn had, maybe 10 times a career. Tony Douglas, I believe, played for the Kings. How much time do we have? Oh. Let's see. Tony Douglas. Where did Tony Douglas go? Oh, late first round. There we go. Yeah, Tony Douglas played a season in Sacramento. Actually, 22 games in Sacramento during the 2012-13 season. I covered that guy. Go back and talk about the random people I've covered. It's crazy. Aaron Brooks. Anyone remember the Aaron Brooks era in Sacramento?
Houston Rockets legend.
Yeah, he rolled through Sacramento for a season. Maybe 2. Maybe a season and a half.
Oh, cool.
Oh, that same season, 2012. He's just there for 46 games.
Mm-hmm.
Pooh Jeter is an assistant with Portland Trailblazers. Every time they roll through town, I get a big hug. Pooh's a great dude.
Coming back.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
I have a Super Bowl thought I would like to get to. But before we do that, Kings, Sixers, tonight. I feel like the move now with the Kings, and you said this, and I couldn't agree more, is the thing for right now that I think a lot of people are keeping a close eye on with the Kings game is who's not playing.
Mm-hmm.
A week until the trade deadline. Where are we at with the injury report tonight? Aside from Keegan, who we know is out.
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Malik Monk is questionable again with ankle soreness, and we have foot soreness for Russell Westbrook. He's questionable, but Zach LaVine is back after missing a couple of games with a low back issue. So kind of interesting. I also think it'll be interesting to see how Doug manages his rotation. He manages, all of the who's playing, who's not.
Mm-hmm.
Because you've gotten yourself into a situation where it's time. Like we talked about it like a week and a half ago. I'm like, hey, it's time. It's time to start playing Nick Clifford 30 minutes a night. And what does that mean? I don't care what that means. You figure out who draws the short stick and you tell them.
Yeah.
Like that's it.
We talked about this a lot throughout the beginning of the year, especially, when it became very clear what this season was. You start tanking. People are rooting for losses. You can't, unfortunately, just A, because of NBA rules, and B, just common decency to the players who devote their lives to this.
Mm-hmm.
You can't on December 4th go, all right, we're pulling the plug. This is, and you're going to ask for that, and I'm sure I did, but that's not realistic. But when you start getting to the trade deadline, this is the time of year where what you're talking about comes into play. This is where the teams that are bad start looking at the standings and go, okay, just how bad do we need to be?
Yeah.
And how do we get there? And so that's what whether you can make a trade or not. I always was skeptical of that.
Mm-hmm.
Although it sounds like there's legs to the Sabonis stuff, but I was always skeptical of moving Zach LaVine. Very skeptical of that. I was a little skeptical of being able to move DeMar DeRozan.
Yeah, I don't think that there was going to be a trade for Zach LaVine unless it just you had a desperate team like the Bucks who were looking for a running mate for Giannis. And then that deal blew up because, again, Giannis is probably going somewhere else. And either way, they're not going to do a short-term rental.
Right.
And, again, because that would put them in even a worse cap space situation next season.
Yeah.
So, I think it's interesting. Like, the motive here is to move off of at least one of the big three contracts.
And that's DeRozan, LaVine, Sabonis.
Yeah. And even DeRozan's contract isn't that big of an emergency. You own $10 million next year, but again, we've talked about that a bunch of times. How it's it's guaranteed for $10 million of the 25 he's owed. So you're not like super worried about that, except for it would be nice to move off of the extra $10 million and just have that gone off your books. But there's no pressure to do that. And I think, watching the Kings play in New York this week, like, if you don't have DeMar DeRozan on this team, it's going to be the worst, drubbing that you've ever seen every single night. You're going to have games where they lose by 40, 50, like on the regular. And even right now, I mean, they're in the midst of what, a 7-game losing streak. You can't lose every game. It just breaks the spirit of a franchise. And that's not the objective here. Like, again, I think you're circling the game against Washington and hoping you can get a win there. But even still, like, I expect this team to lose a ton of games in the second half of the season. And they want to lose a ton of games. And it's not going to be easy to lose a ton of games when you still have 3 games against a team like New Orleans on schedule. You still have a couple of games against Charlotte. You still have a bunch of bad basketball teams that you have to play, that are going to be coin flip or less than coin flip games for you, where you're probably favored even on the road. And so the Kings are going to have to, figure out how to lose as many games as possible while keeping the wheels on the bus a little bit.
Hey, Charlotte very quietly cooking right now.
They are.
They're 7-3 in their last 10.
Yeah, they moved up to 11. They
got a win in Denver.
Yeah, they moved ahead of Milwaukee.
Yeah, man, they beat the hell out of the Magic. They just beat the Sixers by 37. They kicked the heck out of the Grizzlies. Man.
Yeah, LaMelo's playing really well.
Yeah, look at Charlotte. Brandon Miller. I saw that Brandon Miller has carried a plus 30 or better 5 times this year.
What?
Yeah.
I like him.
What the hell's going on in Charlotte?
The problem is he can't stay healthy. I think what happened in Charlotte is Con Knippel became like the
Klay
second
Thompson
or third best player on a good team out of nowhere, and you're like, wait a sec, we got one. So good for a team like that who struggles to find, productive players. Brandon Marshall needs to figure out his injury issues. He played 27 games last year. He's only played 31 games this year.
Brandon
Miller. I'm sorry. Yeah, he's got a ton of talent, but he just can't stay healthy.
Con Knippel, 4th pick. Averaging 19, 5, and 3.6 this year and shooting 42% from 3.
Yeah, he's
on
good.
7.7 attempts a game. Man.
Yeah.
Good player. That's one piece like that. One really high quality piece unlocked LaMelo. It unlocks Brandon Miller, who's been able to be healthy.
Yeah.
So good for Charlotte. It's a team build to follow. Get some good players.
Although it's taken forever.
That's fine.
Forever.
That's fine.
And there's still 8 games under 500.
Yeah, but
Yeah, at least they're on a path, right?
Yeah, totally.
They're on a path with a group of players that are all, again, you look at Con is only 20. Brandon Miller's 23. LaMelo's 24. Like most of their players that are in the rotation are super young. The only older players they have are Pat Connaughton, which I did not know was there, and Mason Plumlee, and those guys are barely playing at all. Those are the only players they have on their roster over 30.
Wow.
They might even, I think those are the only players they have on their roster that are older than 27. Everyone else is 27 and below. Yeah.
Damn.
Crazy. Colin Sexton, Grant Williams, Miles Bridges, all.
Oh, Grant Williams still there.
Yeah, all
Forgot about that.
27 and under.
That's James. I'm Kyle. We're the Insiders. We're hanging out with you until noon. I briefly want to hit a Super Bowl thing here before we get into. We talked about Zach LaVine and the potential that he gets traded. I'm skeptical, but I think there might be a deal out there.
Okay.
And we'll talk about that in a minute. But I do want to get to this thought I had about the Super Bowl yesterday. And a reminder, Tide is the official sponsor of Odyssey's big game coverage. Tune into ESPN 1320 all week for nonstop previews and analysis leading up to kickoff on February 8th. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide. So we always talk about in championship series, championship games, who's the rando? Who's the random guy who's going to be the star of the game?
Mm-hmm.
And I was going through it and I was thinking about that question last night because I was putting together a daily fantasy lineup. And outside of Jackson Smith and Jigba, I don't know that there's like an offensive star. Kenneth Walker, maybe.
Maybe.
But I was going through and I'm looking at it, and Cooper Kupp, salute, has had an awesome career, but it's past his prime.
Mm-hmm.
If Cooper Kupp has a huge game, it would be like, wow, that was out of nowhere. Is it?
It's also tough to make
Stevenson?
him. It's tough to make him like a rando, because I mean it's Cooper Kupp.
Right. He's not. He's very, very much not a rando. Like he won a triple crown in receiving not that long ago.
Yeah.
But in the context of this season, he's not a rando in the way that like Jake Bobo would be a rando, another Seahawks receiver. But in the context of this season, how many 100-yard games do you think Cooper Kupp had this year?
Zero.
How many games of 90 yards do you think Cooper Kupp had this year?
Probably zero.
One.
Okay.
He had one game with more than 74 receiving yards.
Mm.
And he was really good. Like I said, I'm not trying to he did 47 catches for 593 yards and a couple of touchdowns. He hasn't had more than 1,000 yards since 2021. But everybody knows who Cooper Kupp is.
Uh-huh.
It's also kind of crazy. That 2021 season where he led the league in receptions, yards, and touchdowns, that's his only year making an all-pro team or a Pro Bowl. That's kind of nuts to me. But
I'm going to say AJ Barner is a guy that I could see having a big game.
A couple touchdowns.
Like it's just a strangely successful game. I'm going to go with their tight end because it's possible that, again, Rashid Shaheed had the huge plays in the last game. He had the kick return and like he's a very, very fast dude, but hasn't really figured out how to be part of their offense. I think if I'm New England, I have in this order, I'm stopping the run. And then the next thing I'm doing is I'm trying to limit Smith and Jigba. So after that, it's going to leave the door open for somebody else to have a day. And I don't know who that's going to be. They're going to force Sam Darnold to beat them.
Yeah, 100%.
That's what they're going to try to do.
And that's easier. Like it's easier said than done, right?
Yeah.
If it was that easy, like every team would do it. But I think that's right. I think that's what you're looking at New England trying to do, because to what this is, to my point, AJ Barner, who you mentioned, was second on the team in receptions with 52.
Yeah, it's crazy.
And then Cooper Kupp with 47. Then Kenneth Walker with 31. Zach Charbonnet with 20. They had 5 guys with 20 or more catches. 2 of them were running backs.
Yeah, and then a bunch of tight ends.
Yeah, man.
I've never seen Elijah Arroyo play ever. I don't think I've ever noticed him once.
Yeah, has not rookie out of Miami, has not been the player, and I think he's hurt. I think he might have gotten hurt. But Rashid Shaheed admittedly has not been there all year, but still, he was there for half the season, caught 15 passes for 188 yards.
Yeah,
but I could see, like, you talk about AJ Barner. You told me, AJ Barner had 6 catches for 80 yards and 2 touchdowns. Yeah, sure, why not? It's the Super Bowl. Oh, Rashid Shaheed had 3 catches for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns. Yeah, why wouldn't he? It's a Super Bowl. I'm looking at the New England side. Keyshawn Booty? Is that the guy we're looking at?
Probably.
Keyshawn, I think is how you pronounce it.
Yeah.
Is that Hunter Henry?
Oh, Hunter Henry has been really good for them.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I mean, he's had a really, really solid season.
Just the lack of like high-end star talent as I was going through and trying to make a daily fantasy lineup. Because what I like to do in big games is I have a lineup where I just lean on the stars.
Mm-hmm.
You go, all right, JSN, no matter what New England does, they're going to get JSN the football. And then it's like, okay, JSN and who else? Huh?
That's tough, man.
Oh, no.
Yeah, it's really tough.
Two really good defenses, though. A matchup I'm really, really looking forward to next Sunday. All right. The NBA trade deadline is a week away. The Kings, the clock's ticking. We talked about Zach LaVine, the likelihood that he gets dealt. Are you doing Zach LaVine minimum draft capital for Ja Morant? The clock's ticking. Are yes or no? Thumbs up, thumbs down. 916-909-1320. 916-909-1320. We would love to hear from you. Zach LaVine, and let's say a protected future first for Ja Morant. Are you pulling the trigger on that deal? We'll talk about it next on ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Center. Hang on.
There you go, right there. Think of this. This is a wild and random statement I'm going to make. Sam Darnold, right now, let's say he goes and he's the Super Bowl MVP and they win. There's a possibility that after like toiling in the NFL for way too long as like an unsuccessful quarterback, that his 27 and 28-year-old seasons catapults him, and he's able to string together like another 8 really good years of, playoffs and everything else, maybe 9 good years, and becomes a Hall of Famer. Would not have seen that coming. When you're 28-6 over 2 seasons, and you're now for your career only 8 games over 500, that's crazy. It's tough. Let's see.
Hey, let's switch the board real quick.
Oh, I thought you did that.
Nope, sorry. And we're back.
Hey, Chuckles, I haven't heard anyone complaining about the Kings tanking. And like the Pacers are tanking because they lost their star point guard and he's done for, the year. So, I mean, I don't think anyone is like saying, hey, you guys are losing on purpose. They also lost their starting center, who, if I were them, I would consider seeing if Milwaukee wants to trade back for him.
You think the Pacers want him back, though, the players?
Who?
You know what, Miles Turner? Who are you talking about?
Yeah, Miles Turner.
Yeah, I feel like that was kind of weird the way it started when he played them and stuff.
Yeah.
One minute.
Mark's walking in. You got a guitar to sign?
Oh, no big deal. Thanks.
Oh,
What's up, Johnny J. Spencer?
what is it?
Russ.
Shout out to Mark.
Yeah, Mark's cool. Shout out Scooter. Keeps it G. Happy birthday, Steven C. Shout out Michigan. Warren, what's up?
Oh,
What?
According to our friend Jason Anderson, Russell Westbrook has been ruled out. I can now look at the injury report. Injury report.
Hour number 2, that's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen, Jesse Tapia on the ones and twos, helping us out. The final edition of this version of The Insiders. The Insiders is on tomorrow from 10 a.m. to noon, but it'll be James with Jesse because I will be with Kenny Caraway from D-Lo and KC because Damian is out tomorrow with our new lineup starting Monday. That new lineup will feature 3 to 7 on Sportsmanlike, the ESPN morning show. It's phenomenal. Then The Jump with me and Jesse Tapia. Then the Rich Eisen show from 9 to noon. Salute to the legend Rich Eisen. And then noon to 2 will be a replay of The Jump, unless there's breaking news, in which case we'll be on live from noon to 2. And then 2 to 6 is going to be D-Lo and KC. James Ham sticking around. He's going to be our Kings insider. He'll be on with D-Lo and KC. I'll be on in the morning show. But if you want some James Ham every single day, hit up Locked On Kings wherever you get your podcasts. And, of course, on YouTube, there's videos up daily and podcasts out daily. Yeah?
Yeah.
Monday through Friday?
Yeah, Monday through Friday.
Right on. See, Locked On Kings. Make sure it's the Sacramento Kings, by the way. Don't be like me. Don't subscribe to an LA Kings podcast.
Unless you like hockey.
No, I do like hockey. Not a fan of the Kings because these are my San Jose Sharks.
Oh, there you go.
Big win yesterday.
Huge dub for our boys yesterday. Anyways. Russell Westbrook news from the Sacramento Bee?
Yeah, actually, I went and confirmed through the latest NBA injury report. Jason Anderson posted it first, but that Russell Westbrook is officially out for today's game with a sore foot. And I'll be honest with you, like watching Russell Westbrook play over the last probably 8 games, he's clearly hit a wall. Like whatever's going on, he could use a game or two to clear his head.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I hate this time of year because I never want to doubt an injury because these players play their asses off, and Russell Westbrook has played his ass off for a decade and a half.
Of course he has.
Almost 2 decades.
Mm-hmm.
If his foot hurts, like it would make a lot of sense. But it would also make a lot of sense if he's like, God, I got a sore foot. And the Kings went, okay, hey, you take a day, chill out. We're going to get Nick Clifford some more minutes or Keon Ellis some minutes.
Yeah.
Or Devin Carter some minutes.
Well, probably not. But, well, no, I think when you're looking at, I think Dennis Schroeder will start at the point guard spot.
Mm-hmm.
But I do think that you're going to see like a little bit of a rotation here where until they figure out what's happening and until we get through the trade deadline and even after the trade deadline, depending on who's here, I think your starters are going to start taking, breaks. You're going to see a guy go out for a game or two and then come back. And, I think Domantas Sabonis is a player who's played, missed 30 plus games this season. So he's fresh.
Mm-hmm.
But, again, Russell Westbrook, I think the amazing thing about Russell Westbrook and DeMar DeRozan, one's in his 17th season, one's in his 18th season, one's 36, one's 37. They have yet to miss a game, both of them. So until today, Russell Westbrook had played in all 48 of the Kings games so far. That's incredible.
Yeah.
It's not just about like that they've played forever. It's that these guys are playing huge minutes every single night at this advanced age for an NBA player.
Mm-hmm.
And they just keep going. So again, if DeMar DeRozan is here past the deadline, I expect the same thing. There'll be a game or two here and there where he's just like he's not going to play, and they'll have that conversation with him. And I would say in the final 25, there'll probably be 5 games, maybe 10 games where that happens, where he's not going to play if he's still here.
Yeah.
Just because the objective here is to develop young players and to not win basketball games. I mean, it's tough to say that, but yeah.
Like, I get it. Like, you're not wrong. We want to develop players into good basketball players while simultaneously losing as much as possible.
Yeah. And you know what? It's funny. I read the Jakob Poeltl contract, right? And we talked about that the other day. He has this weird accelerator clause where like the final year of his contract is only guaranteed for $5 million. But for every year starting this coming year that he plays 1,400 minutes, that guarantee grows by $5 million. And if he plays 1,400 minutes and the team makes the playoffs, his guarantee grows by like an additional 2.4 million. So like 7.4 million for 1,400 minutes. And you're like, okay, well, what does it take to play 1,400 minutes? That doesn't seem like that much.
Like less than 20 minutes a night.
Okay. So just so people understand, DeMar DeRozan right now is at 1,598 minutes through 48 games. Russell Westbrook, he's already hit the criteria. He's at 1,423 through 48 games. So that's where like the Pirtle thing, like you're going to end up having to guarantee most of that money if he's playing, or you're going to have to sit him the whole game and hope that he doesn't reach that height. Now his back may have something to do with whether or not he hits that sort of plateau, but still something to keep in mind when you're looking at, whether these players are going to play.
All right, so now I'm interested. It is 17 minutes a night you have to play if you play all 82 games.
Yeah.
To get to 1,400 minutes. 17 minutes a night.
Well,
that's 4 minutes and 25 seconds a quarter.
Yeah.
15 seconds a quarter.
Well, in last season, in 57 games, I mean, he missed a bunch of games. Was that 25 games out? Jakob Poeltl still had 1,686 minutes.
Yeah. Even if you play the minimum, what's the threshold? 65 games to be All-NBA?
Yeah.
To get to 1,400 minutes in 65 games, that means you miss 17 games. Whew. You have to play 21 and a half minutes a night.
Oh. It's I mean,
it's so hard not to get to 1,400 minutes.
It is. Yeah. So that last year, like, unless he's just going to, basically get put out to pasture in the way that the Kings did with like Kosta Koufos, where Kosta barely played in his final 2 seasons in Sacramento, which to be honest was sad because he could still help a team. And I think he's probably still in great shape and could help a team now. But the last couple of years of his contract, it was just like, hey man, we're going a different direction.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, good teammate.
Salute.
Yeah.
Shout out to being a good teammate.
Took his money. And Kosta is one of those guys that he was watching his years of service and all that. He knew exactly where he was.
Smart.
Like, actually, he's a very good human being just in general. But yeah, he's 36. He can still help a team. Kidding me?
Did you know? I'm sorry. So, this is Kosta Koufos only being 36 is crazy.
And he didn't play after his 29-year-old season. Couldn't get another job in the league.
That's, man. I understand the direction the league was going when he was 29 years old, but come on.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Just still a great rebounder per minute and everything else. Yeah.
The other one that got me, Anthony Slater, I think it was Anthony Slater. No, it wasn't. Who was it? Doesn't matter. Somebody tweeted yesterday that Derek Favors was at the Jazz game against Golden State.
Yeah.
Do you know how old Derek Favors is?
Well, he's a DeMarcus Cousins draft. That's the first year I covered the Kings, so 2010 draft. He came in as a 19-year-old.
Yeah.
So
he's 34.
That's wild. And how long has he been out of the league?
A long time. Multiple years. I always remember Derek Favors being a guy who he was one of those players that I swore he was in the league for 12 years. And then you'd look up, he was last in the league in the 21-22 season. He played for Oklahoma City. He was one of those players that he came into the league with the New Jersey Nets.
Yeah, he was part of some big trades too.
So real quick on that, Derek Favors is just one of those players who I felt like was in the league for 12 years. And then I'd look and he's 24. What? How does he do that?
Hey, I'll say too, what was he, the second pick in the draft or the third overall pick in the 2010 NBA draft? There is no one in the league that DeMarcus Cousins wanted to punk more than him early in his career. Like he wanted to make sure that everybody knew he was way better than Derek Favors, and he was. There's no question.
Like, man, yeah, no, we got it out the gate. Thanks.
Yeah, it shifted. There were other players like, again, Chris Paul is a player that DeMarcus Cousins hated.
Sure.
You remember that Isaiah Thomas went to shake hands with him after a game, and DeMarcus went over and slapped his hand away and said, "No, you're not doing that," and took him away. And then, to be honest, the other one is Mike Dunleavy. Hated DeMarcus Cousins. Hated Mike Dunleavy because when I sat courtside.
Why? What did Mike Dunleavy Jr. ever do?
He did do something.
Ooh, okay.
So like at Arco, we sat across from the visitor bench, and DeMarcus was on a break, and Dunleavy came in on it from the side and tried to take out DeMarcus Cousins' knee right in front of us. And DeMarcus Cousins like put the ball down and turned and was like, dude, no, like we can dislike each other, but you are not going to do that to me. And I'm sitting here watching this play out like, oh, he's going to grab Dunleavy by the ankles and like Hulk smash him. Like I was ready for him to fight him because it was clear Dunleavy
not okay.
flew in from the side and boom, and Cousins turned and
That is super not okay.
like, yeah, that was crazy. There was a lot of dislike between those two.
Weird. I wonder why. Because it wasn't like they can't. Dunleavy was old as hell by the time DeMarcus got into the league. That was the 10-11 draft?
Yeah.
He was 30.
Yeah. I thought he's playing, gritty, hard-nosed basketball.
This is one of those. This is a classic one of those deals that my concept of time just doesn't exist. If you put me on the spot and said, hey, when did Mike Dunleavy Jr. last play in the NBA? I'd have been like 2009.
Oh.
He played for the Hawks in the 2016-2017 season.
Oh.
That's not that long ago.
Yeah.
He was still playing basketball. I had no idea. He wasn't good. He wasn't good for
crazy.
He hasn't didn't average double digits since 2013-14, but still. Mike Dunleavy Jr. Now he's a GM.
That's crazy.
It's really, really, really strange. He's a GM. They're going to trade for Giannis. Haven't you heard? They have all the picks. They'll put all the picks on the table now.
There it is.
That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. Speaking of putting picks on the table, 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Are you putting a first-round pick on the table if the Grizzlies call and say, all right, you know what? We want to get Ja Morant out of here. We're done with this. We don't think his value is going to go up. We will take Zach LaVine off your hands. You give us a lottery protected 2027 first. And you know what? We'll even make it the Spurs pick. The 2027 Spurs first round pick that you have.
It's protected 1 through 16. And then if it's not, it dissolves into 2 seconds.
All right, they take that pick.
Okay. That's a good pick to give. You're right. That's a good pick for the Kings to give up.
So
if the Spurs are bad, well, if the Spurs make the playoffs, or barely miss the playoffs, or are a lower seed, then it conveys. If not, they don't lose their pick.
2 second-round picks.
Yep. The Kings and the Charlotte Hornets. That's what those picks are.
Oh, the two picks. Got it.
Yeah.
For Ja Morant. Is that the level of deal that you're willing to say, okay, cool, I will now take part in the Ja Morant experiment? I'm
in. I got to be honest. Like, I think the Kings are sitting back and waiting to see if the price is right.
Mm-hmm.
Like, again, when I reached out at one point and said, hey, are you guys in on the Ja stuff? It said, not at this moment, ... I think that's it was telling. Because I do think that if there is no market for Ja Morant, and they have to get out from underneath Ja Morant, and you've got a player that you don't want you don't want to deal with Zach LaVine and sort of the distraction that it could become here in the second half and even next year.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I would much rather take a gamble on Ja Morant. He's younger. He's got a huge history, but he also plays the point guard position.
Mm-hmm.
And this team, it's much easier to fill in to find a backup. To find a starting level shooting guard than it is a starting level point guard.
Mm-hmm.
And so, yeah, I would do the deal. I would take the extra year of Ja, because that's what it is, right? $46 million in a third year. And I would go in going, okay, look, I can either trade Domantas Sabonis, or I don't have to now, because Domas is going to match that range. Can we be competent next season?
Mm-hmm.
Can we piece something together with, again, Domas and Ja Morant with the two young bigs and, Precious, and then you've got Keegan Murray and you got Nick Clifford, and you got to build out the roster more. But I think you'd at least, again, you still have Schroeder in that situation. I think I would at least think about it. You still have Monk, and that's saying if you don't do other deals.
Right. I'll make the case against it because I'm not sure. The more I think about it, I'm not sure that it's a, no pun intended, a slam dunk to make that trade.
Yeah.
We'll continue talking about it next with your calls at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader. Oh, okay. Yeah, it gets difficult to get there financially. Yeah, but 10 years isn't that long when you think it's 20 years, 15 years or whatever. This would be the basis of it. This would be the foundation of a trade from what I understand, which is where it's like, ugh. What did Vernon Davis do?
Uh-oh.
Can't wait to find out.
I think. Oh, sorry.
We're just going to talk about this once a day.
Every day. It's not hard to do a live read. That's like I can do live reads. I've done live reads here.
Yeah.
Like it's not hard to do live reads. The hard thing is you have a 3-minute, I have a 3-second block that I have to drop in. So I have to literally manually put in the green locked on screen that then fades to black. Then I have, during that 3 seconds, I have to find another button that switches the overlay to have the live read brand that I'm reading. And then I have to do the read. So you got 3 seconds, blah, 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 and then you've got to do the read, which you have to find. Like I have to grab the piece of paper and do the read. And then you've got to do the 3-second out of that as well. And in that 3 seconds, turn back off the overlay. So that's the problem. It's a mechanical issue more than it is a live read issue. And I'm getting better at live reads. It's fine. And then this time I had to do double live reads, or maybe it was two nights ago I had to do double live reads. And that again is like, you got to start this little thing at this 3-second block. And then while that 3-second block, you got to find the overlay. And then when you get done with the first read, then you have to find the second overlay, put that second overlay in, and then do your live read, find that piece of paper, do that live read, and then go to the block that's going out. And like here on the radio, we can kind of like pause and like, there's 2 of us and there's things going on. It's like, I got a live read to do and you just go, but we don't have all these little other sliders that go in. That's all.
Yeah, over here I have the email up, and when it's live read time, I go, all right, let's talk about underdog. And then the page is up. It's not, I don't have to click anything.
Yeah.
Now I don't push buttons.
Yeah.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
You're damn right it is. I'm Kyle. He's James. Zach LaVine, the Spurs 2027 first-round pick, which is top 16 protected and conveys as 2 second-round picks if it doesn't convey in 2027. So the Spurs top 16 protected 2027 first-round pick and Zach LaVine for Ja Morant. Are you doing that deal? James, you said you're in. I think I'm in because Ja Morant is one additional year of a high dollar salary.
Yep.
I would worry a little. My one hang up, because I'm in, like, on the from a basketball standpoint, I'm 2 thumbs up, because I don't think Ja Morant is suddenly bad at basketball. The injury stuff is obviously a concern, but I think Ja Morant is better than he's been the last couple of seasons at basketball, and I'd be willing to take a gamble on being the team that he gets back up to 24 points and 7 assists a night for.
Yeah.
As the lead guard on a good team, which we've seen him be in his career. Okay. My one holdup, my one hang up would be what we talked about earlier a little bit, is this year is about developing young players and losing as many games as possible. I wonder if Ja Morant has the type of impact and gravity where if he gets to Sacramento and does not want to be here, if that all of a sudden makes it difficult to win games while he's in a Kings uniform, because that would suddenly become your goal. You're now picking a path where, hey, all right, you may not win a lot this year, but you can't win 30 games next year. You're now trying to pick a path where, hey, you're going to be a little more competitive with Ja Morant.
Mm-hmm.
And I would be concerned that if he doesn't want to be here, he doesn't want to be in Sacramento, that not only do you derail his tenure in Sacramento, but it has this effect where, man, all right, now all of a sudden you're firing the coaching staff, and now all of a sudden you've got the owner asking questions because Scott Perry took a swing on Ja Morant, it didn't work, and now in 2028 we're starting this whole process over.
Okay, so I get all of that. I do.
That would just be my concern. I'd
also, like, I look at this and I say, okay, first and foremost, I don't think the Kings are going to be players in the free agent market in 2027. Like, I don't think it really matters. That doesn't mean that they're not going to be a person that someone doesn't trade something to in order so they can be a player in the free agent market. Scott Perry has proven in the past that he's a very convincing person when it comes to this. I was super impressed in 2017 when he brought in George Hill and Vince Carter and Zach Randolph, right? Like, that was really, really impressive, because no one's been able to go out and hit the free agent market like that in Sacramento and actually bring in George Hill. While it didn't work out, George Hill was the best free agent point guard on the market. He averaged 17 points a game for Utah the year before for a playoff team. Like, he was good. So I think that there is a little bit of positivity there, that it's possible that maybe things will be different this time around. But I think if you get to, like, again, you give a little trial run here in the first couple of weeks, you're basically in the same position you are with Zach LaVine, except for you have a much younger player that might still have value. Let's say that, again, you don't believe that Ja Morant is the answer for you, but you bring him in here and you go, okay, the final 25 games of the year, let's get you back online. Let's see what you have. And we're going to put you out there with a bunch of young players, but let's say he averages 25 and 6 the second half of the season. And it has the potential to hurt you a little bit in the draft, but also maybe it doesn't. And then you get to this summer and you've been able to flip Ja Morant's career around already and get him back online. And now everyone's like, okay, maybe I would take a gamble of the final 2 years of Ja Morant at 27 and 28 with him needing to be on his best behavior so he can get another max money deal or another big money contract. Like, that's so much better position than you are in right now with Zach LaVine.
Sure.
Like Zach LaVine, like and it's not. I'll keep saying this. I don't blame Zach LaVine for taking the money, but also when you take the money, that's it. Like if you don't perform up to a level, and with Zach, like I think he performs, but if you're not up to the level of a $47 million player, and if you're not leading your team to the second or third round of the playoffs, people have questions about you.
Yep.
So I would rather have John Morant, who has a lot of questions about him, but maybe you can repair who he is. And maybe even if that's what you're doing, if it's not for you, it's for some other team. I'd rather like try to flip, at least bring him in with the potential to flip him and, bring him back up to a guy, maybe gets you 2 or 3 first round picks.
You're betting on some upside.
Oh yeah.
Which isn't there with Zach LaVine. And that's ultimately, like I said, from a basketball standpoint, it just makes all the sense in the world for all those reasons.
Yeah.
916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. If you would like to join the program, would you trade Zach LaVine and the Spurs 2027 first to the Grizzlies for John Morant, knowing that we're a week away from the trade deadline? If that deal's going to happen, it would be happening soon. Let's get out to Mitch in New Jersey and get Mitch's thoughts on such a deal. Go ahead, Mitch.
Kevin, Kyle, James, congratulations. All the best.
Thanks.
I don't want to give up a number 1 pick, and I don't want you. I think I don't trust him. 200 head case for 2 years. We're spinning in circles. We had our point guards, and you know what you're getting with Zach last year, and then you didn't even get equal value. You didn't get a first round pick to take along with him. You got 2s. Anyway, thanks for taking a call. Talk to you, schedule sometime in the future.
You're the best, Mitch. Thanks for calling. Wants the number 1 pick. Same. That'd be great.
Oh yeah, that'd be amazing.
Be fantastic.
This would be a great draft to get the number 1 pick or the number 2 pick.
Mm-hmm.
I think both of the top 2 guys, and I think that they've separated themselves. I think Darren Peterson and AJ DeBonta both have separated themselves slightly from Boozer and the next group of players. So if you can get the 1 or 2 pick, I think you're getting what most people believe are bona fide stars. Yeah. So like anytime someone is compared to Kobe Bryant, because not only does he play like Kobe, but he also has Kobe's mentality, like that
work ethic.
The work ethic. You're like,
that's enticing.
Yeah, it is.
It's all going to be a crapshoot. Everything is going to be an unknown. But if that's what I'm betting on in the draft, like, yeah, man, just give me that, and we'll figure the rest out. Said our guy TC, he's waiting patiently at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. What's going on, TC?
Hey, what's up? Hey, Ham, Carl, what's up with my bros, man?
Hanging out, man.
Having him.
Just hanging out. So yes, I said yes to that trade, right? And I like,
of course.
Exactly. And I'm not worried about it because it's a guy that we're trying to move off of anyway, right? So it's like a low risk, high reward. That's how I feel about the Zion thing. I know he's not healthy, but it's like if we're giving away a player that we're already trying to give away, and we're just attaching like a pick that we don't even know who that player or who that kid's going to pan out to be. He might be a bust. He might be a star. But we know what John Morant is. And you're only giving up that package, bro. That's a steal. That's why I go back to that Spurs deal that I said yesterday, but I switched it. And I was asking Jesse, and he was like, that it doesn't exist. And I was like, bro, I don't think the Spurs are hanging up. If you're calling with Drew, it sounds funny, but because you got to make that $9 million work. So you got Drew Eubanks, Devin Carter, and you got both those first round picks next year. I know one of them is theirs, right? And one of them is ours. But if you show up to the table like that to the Spurs, because I'm watching a game last night, they got Dylan Harper and Fox. They don't really need, they need Castle, but they don't need Castle. And I don't think they're hanging up.
Sorry, TC, I can't.
Yeah, you're not getting.
If they're
Castle.
trading one of those guys, it's in a deal for somebody like Giannis, not for a couple of first round picks.
Yeah.
They're looking to move past the acquiring pick stage and move into the acquiring more star level talent.
Well, that, and I also think that they believe that this year they're probably a year ahead of schedule.
Yep.
The fact that they could make it to the NBA Finals is crazy and is still on the table, but they would be a team that gets to this summer, reassesses, and goes, hey, does Giannis put us over the top? Is that a deal that makes us like an undeniable title contender? And I think there are a couple of teams that are going to be in this and believe that would happen, like that they would be an undeniable like title favorite. And it's tough. Like, you have to judge, what you project out your players to be and what Giannis is. And like, it's really tough to see any way in which De'Aaron Fox or Castle or Dylan Harper become Giannis. They're not going to. Like, they're not going to reach like MVP, like superstar status. They can all be all-stars and really good players, but I don't think that you ever are going to reach that type of status. So if I'm San Antonio, I'm looking, he's only 31. He's got 5 years of high level basketball, and he's so unique, and putting him next to another player that's so unique, like, how do you even defend that group? And sure, you're going to have shooting problems and everything else, but there are ways to get around all of this. Yeah. I mean, you talked about earlier, if you give up Vassell and you give up Keldon Johnson, it's like, okay, well, what if they get that deal done and then they call the Kings and say, hey, we want to touch base on that Keon Ellis kid. How about Sohan for Keon Ellis? Kings be like, okay, maybe. Like, that might be something where, again, they're resetting and reevaluating their team on the fly and building those shooters in, getting the shooters that they need. And I don't know, long, athletic, defensive team. That team would be dangerous.
It'd be really, really good. Let's get out to Lazy at 916-909-1320, 916-909-1320. Zach LaVine and a Spurs top 16 protected 2027 first-round pick for Ja Morant. Thumbs up or thumbs down? Go ahead, Lazy.
Thumbs down. I'm out. I couldn't be more
Why?
out on Ja Morant. Because I don't think Ja Morant's good for your locker room, your culture. If you're trying to rebuild, why are we trying to get Zach LaVine? Like, there's other things we could focus on. Also, I just wanted to say this. A lot of people get caught up on Ja Morant and how successful he's been. Yeah, he was successful when he had Desmond Bane, Dylan Brooks, and Triple J playing defense for him. We don't have players like that here yet. So I don't know why the Kings or whoever is out there in such a rush to get a guy like him, even though he's a great talent. He's injury prone and troubles off the court. I wouldn't do it.
All right. Thanks, Lazy.
Fair point.
Yeah. But
No,
it's also that's why we say a player to build around. Having Desmond Bane and Jaren Jackson and who is the other one?
Dylan Brooks.
Dylan Brooks.
Like, having those guys is great, but you need an engine to get to the championship caliber team, and that's Ja. So you have Keegan Murray. Okay, he's theoretically a really good fit alongside Ja Morant. You have Nate Clifford, who theoretically looks like a really nice fit alongside Ja Morant.
Good defensive player.
Good two good defensive players. Like, that's a great foundation.
Well, that, and you have Dylan Cardwell, who I think Ja would make Dylan Cardwell into like a lob threat, like phenom.
Yeah. So there's ways that could fit on the basketball court. I also don't want to. When you say Ja Morant and his fit and being bad for the culture, like, I totally understand, and I made that point myself. On the other hand, to argue against me, which I do a lot, but anyways, to argue against me, I don't know that having a version of Zach LaVine that doesn't want to be here is great for your culture either.
Nope.
Like, having a player who has the ball in his hands as often as he does and has had as much success as he has being a high-level scorer in the NBA, it's like that. If he comes into work every day and hates it, like, that's going to be really, really difficult to get young players to buy into this. Like, hey, forget about him. We're doing this awesome, fun culture building thing over here. And that's where we talk about addition by subtraction when it comes to Zach LaVine. You're probably not trading Zach LaVine for a player who's going to be as good of a basketball player as Zach LaVine. But can you start building that culture and that foundation in a way that you can't when a player with the amount of oxygen he takes up is in your locker room?
Well, that, and I'd also say, look, I think there is something if you're able to get a guy like Ja into your locker room, and first of all, you're resetting his career. You're getting him out of a situation that, like, over the course of time has become, I think he's taken advantage partially, but also I think things might be too lax. You get him in your building, and your focus is going to be young players and getting this guy on the right path. And I think that there is a possibility that you're the team that could do that.
Mhm.
Now, do I think that there are other teams out there that probably have a better, like Heat culture? Honestly, I think
Sure.
Heat culture is going to be a thing, right?
Yep.
But again, like here's Miami. Miami's trying to get in on the Giannis sweepstakes. That's dead for like 6 months. You're not
Mhm.
going to, like, the Miami Heat are not going to do anything until they figure out whether or not they're in on Giannis Antetokounmpo.
Yep.
The only thing they're going to do, they're going to try to amass more assets in order to entice them,
Yep.
right? So I think that that's where you got to look around the league, and I think there are a lot of teams that are going to kind of be paralyzed, and that means that the value of Ja may have even dropped further than it already was.
Mm.
So if they've got to get rid of Ja at this point, I think you sneak in. Again, you hear Minnesota. That was another potential landing spot for Ja. If they're waiting around to figure out what's going on with Giannis,
Mhm.
it's a tough situation to be in. So I think the Kings have an opportunity here to be like, all right, let's get in on this. Let's see if we can get him in here, put some rules in place where, hey, like your crew, we're not doing that here.
Yeah.
Don't bring them with you.
Mhm.
Like they're not going to be in the building sitting
Right.
here causing problems or anything else. We're going to strip this down and like give you an opportunity to reset your basketball life
Mhm.
and maybe your life in general.
Sure.
And hope for the best. Now, it might not work out, but I already know that the next year and a half of Zach LaVine is not going to work out.
Yes.
I already know that. I know that today.
Mhm.
So it's whether you're going to be able to trade him this offseason, and if you can't, then he's just going to be sitting there, and you're going to be like, all right, well, maybe someone will come for you at the deadline or something. But if not, you're just going to hang out here, as opposed to starting fresh with, again, a player who fits your player arc that you're trying to get to. This 24, 25, 26 year player arc, like, goes right back to it. Like, you could keep going though. You could make this deal, turn around and go, okay, let's do the deal for RJ Barrett. We've got the shooting guard position open now. So let's go trade Domas and figure out what we got to take back from Toronto in addition to getting, RJ Barrett.
Yep.
Now you got a backcourt of RJ Barrett and John Morant with Keegan Murray. Now let's see where we can continue to build. Like, can you move DeMar DeRozan for somebody? And then you have your draft pick. And so you're trying to build something that's just different than what it is right now. But again, resetting the second oldest roster back to a 25, 26, 27-year-old roster.
Has to be a priority.
Yeah.
We'll continue talking about Kings trade deadline priorities. Worth noting, according to BetOnline, the Kings are the favorite to be John Morant's next team. They're at 5-2. That is plus 250. Whew. Followed by Miami at 3-1 and Toronto at 4-1. Pretty interesting. Pretty interesting.
Kill one of those birds. Like there's a way to
two birds, one stone.
Yeah, you do the Domas trade, and I think Miami's out. I'm gonna have a tough time seeing Miami as a potential landing spot.
Yeah, yep. It felt tenuous even before the Giannis stuff opened up.
Yeah.
All right, D'Lo and KC going to join us next for the handoff. That's James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. We're the Insiders on ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports City.
Hey, I do know that the Kings like Jalen Wells. So this trade here is actually kind of interesting to me, the Spurs pick. And I don't think I'm giving up a pick swap, especially since you have a 2031 pick swap as well with the Spurs. I don't think I'm giving up that pick swap. But if I got to throw in a second, okay. The Kings don't have a lot of seconds, I'll be honest. They don't. They do have two this offseason, but they don't have seconds going forward. But that all makes sense. It just depends on how desperate they are to move on from Ja and reset their culture. Ja,
go ahead.
He's not neutral. He's not a neutral team defender. Like, he's not a good defender.
Not a good defender.
But
I just got a PR email
Uh-oh.
saying that 49ers linebacker Curtis Robinson, his mom is available for interviews.
What?
Walk in with
You get that
Dr.
email from
Julia
Danny
False
and
Robinson.
SF?
Guys, hey, I just got a PR email that Curtis Robinson's mom is available for interviews.
I'm confused.
Guys, I've got Curtis Robinson's mom on the phone.
And then we got Fred Warner's cousins, sisters, brothers, dads, friends, sister
Roommate.
on the room,
Yeah.
on the line.
We had Draymond Green's barber on air one time.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
I'm your sister's brother's
So serious.
cousin's roommate.
The
What is
best, the best we ever got out of that was Mr. Halliburton.
Yeah. How was birthing a NFL linebacker? Like, what are you supposed to? I'm confused. Is she a celebrity that we don't know?
When did you know your son was going to the NFL?
Yes.
Recently, along with several other moms to award nominees at the Ultimate Record Competition, full glam experience, expert styling, fashion. Da, 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 da.
That's a good one, charismatic.
She's a doctor.
Yeah, he'll never believe how dirty Sam's house is. This pest control guy.
Being here in Sacramento, you hear that like so and so moved out of somebody's rental, and you don't even know what was all over their house. Like it's just filthy and like, hey man.
Who? Kind of like your house?
It was in your neighborhood. Okay.
I saw it on one of those listings.
One time, Hagan gave me a number for Andre Iguodala, and I was like, oh, "Okay, cool. I'll reach out." And he goes, "Well, actually, it's his brother." Okay. Thanks, Matt. But his brother, I guess, does his like management. Makes more
Oh, okay,
sense.
that makes a lot more
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah, he's like, I got a number on Andre. It's his brother. Oh, got it.
Didn't Danny give us the number of a former player who was the brother of a player in the league now? Or something like that?
I don't know. It checks out.
Don't you have
I
that
think they were-
crazy John Sally story? Is that what it is?
Oh, I was not there for that. That was Steiny though.
Oh.
What's the John? I love John Sally. What was the John Sally story?
They were trying to get on. Oh shoot, who was it? It was after somebody died,
It was
Oh God.
it was John someone.
and they were trying to get on.
It was after I think was it Juan Marichal?
Yeah, and they were trying to get on a famous musician. And so
Oh.
Steiny does this whole big intro, and then you just hear the guy go, "This is John Sally."
John, hold on.
They called the wrong guy.
Welcome back to the Insiders with James Ham
Yes.
and Kyle Madsen on ESPN 1320.
Yeah,
That is funny.
yeah, man, that was the iconic 95-7 in the game moment.
Yeah, you
They were
told me
trying
this
to
whole
get-
story.
Yeah, they were
So
trying
this
to.
is John Sally.
This is the handoff.
They're-
That's James. I'm Kyle. D-Lo in case you're here.
Is that on
That's your
social
shirt.
media somewhere?
Were they trying to get like John Mellencamp or someone?
No,
It was somebody that that for whatever reason had a
It
connection.
was like a legend though,
yeah.
like a legendary type of musician.
Who's a legendary John or a legendary Sally?
It was like
John Elton.
no.
John.
John Elton. You mean Elton John?
Oh, John, damn.
I
Oh,
gotta get my
Hey,
rip when I see it.
hey.
Man. That's a rip.
take a laugh. Take a laugh. I'll take a laugh.
Take a laugh.
Hey, it's Elton John. Who cares?
I did say like
Oh, you weren't joking?
No, I
went-
think he just. Come on, man.
I
I
went-
put two and two together. It's all good.
Damn.
I went and saw Elton John at Golden One, which was phenomenal. But
I don't think I knew Elton John was at Golden One.
yeah, like on his last tour.
Oh wow.
But he has a giant piano, and the piano moves around the stage.
Mhm.
Like it drives around the stage. From then on, all I could think of was Elton John driving his piano like through the grocery store. like those little carts. But you can see him just like playing through the grocery store. It's just kind of roving through the aisles. You're like, hey, there's Elton John.
Hey, yeah, I'll take a lap. That's tough for me, by the way.
Yeah, that's tough. That's tough. That's a rip. I gotta get
I
a
heard the
rip.
two. I was like, no, I've heard those. Yeah.
I no disrespect to Elton John by any means, because I know this isn't
Easy.
necessarily-
Elton John.
Easy.
I don't know what's happening next. Elton
Yeah.
John can go.
No, he
He can
can't,
go.
But my favorite song on Sing is "I'm Still Standing." I know he's not the one performing it.
Yeah,
on
but
the
Taron
movie.
Egerton
That's
does,
a great
who
song,
plays him in the Elton John biopic.
He-
Is that
Elton John,
really?
Elton John heard him sing that in the movie Sing and was like,
he's the one that did
that's the
scene?
dude that needs to play me in the movie about me.
That was phenomenal.
Great
I don't
movie.
think
by the
I
way.
watched that.
Sing
Is it
and-
Rocket Man?
Yes.
Okay.
I
It's
haven't
a
seen
fantastic, really
the
good,
movie,
really fun biopic.
But the performance of "I'm Still Standing" and Sing is, I love it. I stop every time I hear it when it's in Ryan's room or something. Oh yeah,
It's a great song.
I gotta tap into this.
The
I get-
Elton
I get-
John greatest hits vinyl gets a lot of burn in my house.
I get anxious about music movies,
How
like
come?
because I know that most of them aren't real.
Yeah.
Like they're either not real or they're really bad.
So that's where the Elton John one is great,
Okay.
because the Freddie Mercury one, or the Queen one, Bohemian Rhapsody, they take,
Yeah, they
like,
didn't want.
take
They
a-
wanted to be the Queen one so bad.
Yeah, it's not,
but
it's
it's
not.
very much
It's
not.
not.
They wanted to call the movie Freddie, and Queen was like, "No,
Hey,
we're not doing that."
So they, like, in that movie, from what I understand, they take a lot of liberties with, like,
Yeah,
when certain things happen
Yep.
and how certain things happen, and like
but right. They
like the climax of the movie,
right.
is
It's
the Live Aid
offensive.
concert.
Yeah, because that's not how it went.
at all.
Like not even a little bit.
Right. So, but I get why they took that
For
choice
sure,
from a
it's
movie
the perfect.
perspective.
Yeah.
So
James is done, by the way.
James is outta
He
here.
is through with us.
James
he
is-
hasn't logged into the computers this week. He is like, hey, this is it. I'm done with you, host. I'm gone. You will see my ass from the bar 3 times a week, 4 times maybe. Other than that, go straight to hell.
I hope that means something's about to happen.
I
Stay
didn't-
locked in. When James
Oh
runs,
my
out of the
God! If
room-
James,
No,
did he have
hey,
his phone in his hand?
No, he took his phone. He took his phone.
Oh, he's on the phone.
Hey,
Hey,
let's
hey, hey,
We got
Jay,
action.
hey. You better
Lock
come.
in.
Oh, now he's pacing back
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah,
forth.
we got action.
Hey,
We
you
got
got
action.
This is a king.
You better. Your ass better walk in here with some news.
We got
We're
action.
gonna do the get up thing the other day when they did with Schefter.
That's
right. That's exactly.
I'll get the graphic ready.
Hey,
Oh,
sorry
which-
for people on the radio. It's going to be silence while we wait for James.
Yeah. Okay,
He's outside on the phone.
everybody
King's
sit
Insider.
quietly.
Should I just get more musicians' names wrong, or what do we want to
Yeah,
do right
yeah.
now?
I got another
let's-
music movie tidbit that I learned.
Okay.
Hang on.
It's not
Can
a
I
secret.
can I finish what I was
yeah,
about to say?
yeah, go ahead.
Just real quick. Rocket Man is great because it is Elton John's heavily involved in the making of it, but it intermingles it's like a musical.
Hold that thought because he is walking in the door
Here we
right
go. Here we
now.
go. Here we go. Here he comes. Here he comes.
Oh,
Hey! What's happening?
It's good.
Hey! What? Okay, ladies and gentlemen.
Serious.
James Ham,
Yeah.
King's
Yeah,
Insider,
what you talking about nothing yet.
was on the phone.
I'd take a call. That's all.
Mrs. Ham, attorney at law?
No.
Okay.
No.
All right.
She knows when we're on the air.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't
Well, that's
know.
why-
Most of my
so-
friends don't know when we're on.
That
so
means it
it's
could be
fine.
someone in this building that called James.
I had a
She's not listening. She knows when we're on.
Oh, fair enough.
I posted the new lineup on Instagram,
Great.
and I had a friend reach out who I speak to pretty regularly, congratulating me on finally getting a show.
Oh,
Oh, come on.
That's
That's
tough.
terrific.
Come on, don't do that.
Like, what?
Show some
Where you
respect.
been?
Yeah.
I'm like, is this a bit? He's like, no. I thought, aren't you producing?
Show some respect.
Cool, man. Thank you. That's so great. But anyways, the Elton John. We'll
Oh,
get
you're
to
going to
James in
get
a
this.
second.
You are going to get this takeoff no
I
matter
do.
what, aren't you?
Watch the Elton John movie. It's great.
We're still on Elton John.
James,
Good. I didn't miss
so,
anything.
Well, yeah, no, you didn't miss anything because
You
we're doing
sent the whole
play-by-play of your
show
phone
in
call.
Oh,
We sat here quietly while you were
We
pacing
did.
back
It's
and
been
forth on the
dead air.
phone.
We had Jonathan ran down here.
Yeah, what number is Giannis gonna wear?
It was the whole thing.
yeah.
Is
Is
the
it-
person's
is it-
name in your phone rhyme with Terry?
Is it? Does it rhyme with plot?
Zizek.
Mm.
No.
No.
Um.
What was it?
So, do you think?
Muddy Fields, is that what we call that player known as Muddy Fields?
So, I mean, Sabonis, you obviously send out in the Giannis deal. Zach LaVine probably in there to make the money work. Keon is a sweetener. Like 3 firsts.
What are we talking about?
Your phone call.
Oh,
Well, don't forget, we're sending 2 firsts for Stephon Castle earlier.
Oh yeah, that's right. Hang on.
Wait,
Two of the first
what?
ones. Yeah, no, TC's still getting
Oh,
Stephon
for
Castle to the
God's
Kings.
sakes.
Oh my god.
He watched Stephon Castle lock up Kevin Durant last night and went, they'll trade him.
I mean, look,
Once
the
again,
worst
that-
part is they missed the boat on that because like we heard leading up to the De'Aaron Fox trade that if they held out just a little bit more, that Castle will be involved in the trade.
And I know James is well sourced, so I believe James heard that. I'm just saying the Spurs would be stupid if that was ever on the table. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying
Sure.
you didn't hear that. They would be dumb, and I don't think the Spurs are a dumb organization.
And that was before they even knew that they were going to get that high of a pick and get Dylan Harper. So
That would make them even more stupid.
and he's developed really well. I mean, he's playing really well. So, but if you're it's gonna cost something to get Giannis, if they decide to get into that
I
business.
don't
The
think,
streets are saying they're not.
yeah, I don't
interested
think
at
they
all.
are.
It's weird. Like
I don't think they should be.
I
I
don't
know what we
think they
saw last
are.
night. They beat OKC 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not pressed.
They
to move
might
for
be the
Giannis.
second best team in the league right now.
That's what
In the whole in the league,
That's what
with all due respect to the Pistons.
we've talked. Thank you. We've talked about this a lot today, and that's where I'm. Mark Stein speculated that Milwaukee's fielding calls to set a price point for the offseason. And I think if the Spurs are going to get involved in that in such a deal, they would have to like flame out spectacularly in the first round to the point where they go, okay, we need to do X, Y, and Z, and here's the button we're going to push. That's my argument. Why would not the Steelers? Jesus, why would the Spurs do that?
Well, they are the
now.
Steelers.
Yeah, right.
Well,
It's
We
different.
determined that
we
yesterday.
did,
the
this
Spurs are the Steelers.
Oh wow, yeah.
It was exhaustive conversation, but we did get there.
So I don't know why they would push that button now at
Yeah.
32-15. They've dominated Oklahoma City in their head-to-head matchups. I don't know why you wouldn't think you could contend for a title now.
Well, I think it could boil down to like, hey, is it John Hurst? Horst?
Yeah.
Hey guys, what's this look like? A B C D E and F. Cool. Well, good luck.
Yeah.
If that changes, we'll talk to you later.
Yeah, that's it.
Because you're not in a position to negotiate with me.
Mm-mm.
I'm a title contender. You're staring at years of ass.
Yes.
So when that decides to change and you want to have a more realistic conversation, call me back. Otherwise-
staring at years of ass. I don't think that's so bad.
Jeez. Well,
Otherwise, call Mike Dunleavy Jr. back.
That's it. Sorry, go ahead.
no, I was.
Oh, okay.
I'm gonna work that phrase
That's
into
it.
my vows.
Years of ass.
wow.
Thank you.
So
All
what
ass
is- what
isn't
is-
bad.
What does your buddy say? What is it? You don't have to say it on the air.
Wait, what's he say?
How he describes your lady? No.
uh-oh.
Was that Ken Rudolph? Was that?
Oh, are you talking about Ken?
Maybe.
The pretty little pinkness, or I can't remember what he called her. something along those lines.
Yeah.
My goodness.
No?
Oh, all right. Anyways,
So the trade deadline.
moving on.
Back to the trade deadline. My bad.
No, back to James's phone call.
Yeah.
Why do we
yeah.
keep glossing over this?
Hey, look, I
Oh, he's stumbling. He's stumbling. It's action.
I
It's
continue
action.
to hear that
Was the call from North America?
Okay.
that
Okay. Good. No, that's good. 21 questions.
that the Kings are part of a lot of what's going on around the league, and it's very difficult to get too far from where the Kings are mentioned and whatever it is that's going on.
Well,
Mhm.
The call was too long for it to just be, hey, we're not doing anything. Tell your stupid audience
Yeah,
that.
right.
Hang up.
No.
The Kings absolutely, in a Giannis deal that I keep going back and forth on whether or not I think is going to happen before the trade deadline. I'm starting to lean towards it's not going to, more than anything. But the Kings absolutely should be involved as a facilitator, as a middleman, or talking to somebody to see what can we do. Can we send a contract your way? Can we gain a second-round pick out of this or something? Like, they should be. I would hope they're trying to be involved. Like, and they don't have to talk to the teams that are trading for Giannis. But James, you've mentioned they Scott Perry has a good relationship with the GM in Milwaukee.
Yeah, he got his first job working for Scott.
Yeah, and just make that call to Milwaukee and be like, look, whatever you guys do, if you need that third team, call us. Like, we want to be that third team. We want to help facilitate, get us involved, big dog. You know what I mean?
And to that point, Hammer, wasn't that one of the really big appeals, both in Scott's first stint here and now, is he has relationships everywhere.
Everywhere. I mean, he worked with Joe Dumars forever. He was a GM in New Orleans.
And we know Joe is prone to do silly stuff. Like, call him every once in a while.
Of course. And, he worked in New York for a long time and is very close with all those guys. He's very close with Sam Presti from the time that when he worked in Seattle with them. He's very close with the guys in Orlando from his time there. That's the genius of Scott Perry. He's a networker. And the same thing, like, you have Alvin Gentry on the still in the front office with this team. You watch Alvin work a room, and it's crazy. Like, we're right in the middle of the potential for the Kings to go after OG Anunoby, and the Raptors roll into town, and I'm sitting there talking to Alvin on sidelines and pregame. He goes, "Hey, hang on one sec." Walks right out onto the court and just like, "Hey, what's up, OG?" And so they just start talking. I'm like, it is crazy. Like, Alvin doesn't care.
You want to be in Alvin's atmosphere, though.
Oh, yeah.
Like, when you're down on the floor, if you could just creep your way towards where Alvin is, your coolness factor goes up like a couple points.
Oh, yeah. I'm gonna write that down. He's a very cool dude.
What time I got to get there to get in? When's he courtside?
About 2 hours before the game, and then he's there, give or take 90 minutes before.
Yeah, he's there a lot.
He is there a lot. Yeah, I never don't see him.
Yeah, I find it interesting. It does sound like the Kings are one of those connector pieces for a bunch of trades, and we keep hearing they would love to move off of one of the big contracts. And the big contracts are really, it's LaVine and Sabonis. And if you want to throw in DeMar's contract, okay. I think I keep hearing, 73% of their salary are tied up in 3 players, something like that. But I do think, like, there's a way to reset your roster completely right now. Like, if you want to start taking swings, like we've been talking about the Ja Morant situation, like, go ahead and chase Ja. Like, why not? If it's going to cost you hardly anything, and it, like, one of the pieces it's going to cost you is Zach LaVine, who clearly does not want to be here. Maybe Ja does want to be here. Maybe Ja resets his career. Maybe you're just resetting his career so you can trade him right down the road because he got down 6 months from now, a year from now, because all of a sudden he's back at his best behavior. He's healthy and he's putting up huge numbers, and all of a sudden he's worth a couple of first round picks again. So I think there are a lot of ways. Again, if you got to go do the Domas trade to Toronto and you bring back RJ Barrett. Now, are you a horrible team if your starting backcourt is John Morant, RJ Barrett with Keegan Murray at the 3? You got your young guys at the 4-5, and then you still have Malik Monk. You go into draft season, you add a top tier draft pick. Also, all right, maybe we don't have to be bad for 5 years or 3 years. Maybe you can be good and start building towards something 2 years from now.
Yeah. You're listening to KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320 Sacramento Sports Leader, always free on the Odyssey app. I have some odds for you guys from Bet Online that I would like to run through with you. We can start with Domantas Sabonis here in Sacramento. 3-1, Toronto the leader to land Domantas Sabonis. How real do we think that is?
Very.
Yeah.
James?
I think it's pretty real. I think it
blink twice if you just took a phone call about this.
I did not take a phone call about that.
Twice.
But I will tell you that
I had something in his eye. My bad.
There's a lot of smoke with it. And, again, we knew early in the offseason that Scott Perry and Toronto had talked about potentially getting RJ Barrett from them.
Mm-hmm.
RJ Barrett's going to be the centerpiece for whatever you do there. And, he's young enough that you think you can, build around him. You could negotiate a contract extension this summer, keep him in Sacramento. Maybe that contract extension is less than what he's making currently right now, like $28 million. He's probably more like a $25 million player moving forward, but get him on a 4-year, $100 million deal all the way through his prime, and he's your starting shooting guard or starting small forward. Like, I think that there is some possibilities there. It's just what the other piece is going to be, because the Kings don't want to take back Emmanuel quickly. They don't want to take back Jakob Poeltl. Very clear, we're not in the Jakob Poeltl business. So then it becomes like, how do you piece together a deal? And it would be a tough one, because there's not a clear path. It's a 3-for-1 or a 4-for-1 trade for Domas. And that's not going to be simple to pull off. You like Ochai Agbaji would have to be part of it, which he's an expiring contract. But then it's like they're going to have to probably give up their first round pick this year. The player that they drafted the first, which is, I don't know why I keep forgetting this, something Murray.
Yeah, not Bosley Murray.
What are we talking about?
Toronto.
He made the all rookie or the Rising Stars game.
Colin Murray Boyles.
That's it.
Yeah, and a 6'7" power forward, who has upside, but also is he was a high pick this year. So, but the way to make the contracts work is very difficult. You need sort of those two $6.5 million contracts with him and Agbaji to piece together with RJ Barrett to get to $40 million. And they're a salary cap problem team. So they would have to find another player to throw in the deal to make the money fully work. And so in that situation, the Kings have to waive a bunch of players, or they have to involve a third team that could take on one or two players and to make the money work. So complicated, but I don't know.
Shout out to, I don't know if it's a shout out, they're just being professional, but these guys that we talk about the Kings moving on from, everything that I've heard, I'm sure James and everybody else has heard that talks to people, is they've all been on the same page from day one, talking about the Kings and said players. So whether that's Sabonis and the Kings, LaVine in the Kings, even probably DeRozan in the Kings. I asked specifically, I was like, yo, do they know what it is? Oh yeah, both sides know what it is. Like, as soon as we can get off of this contract, we're moving you. And as soon as we can get off this contract, I want out. Everybody knows what the deal is. But for the most part, James, you could tell me, nobody's like been a problem. Like, I don't think Zach LaVine has not played hard. I don't think Domantas Sabonis, when he was able to play, didn't play hard. They came out there, they were professionals about it. But or you can see it with Zach. I think you can, at least I feel it with Domantas Sabonis of, yeah, I'm just here. Yeah. I know what it like. I'm just here until they handle this. And it's not a distraction. He's not rude. He's not mean. He's not a problem or anything else like that. You just feel that type of energy where, yeah, I'm not really going to say nothing because I'm out of here when everybody gets the chance to.
Right.
Yeah, I think like you have varying degrees of like acceptance within the locker room. Like, you heard Dylan Cardwell the other night talk about how great this locker room is. Everyone loves each other. We're all great. That's not all that I see. Like, there are people who are like, yeah, I don't really want to be. They're not going to go on the record and say it, but they certainly are looking around saying, yeah, I don't really want to be here. But then, I think I'm going to put Russell Westbrook in one category. Russell Westbrook, I don't think he cares whether he's here or not. The one thing that he loves is that he's on the court tonight. He's not going to play tonight, but the next game he does play, he's going to pass Hakeem Olajuwon for like 14th place on the all-time scoring list, or 13th place on the all-time scoring list. So he's got something that he lives in his own world, and you can see him in the locker room. He's got his earbuds in, he's singing and just kind of doing his pregame workout by himself. And So he's one person. I think that what we've seen from DeMar DeRozan is totally honorable. Like the way that he stepped up and said, hey, I'm going to make the best of this situation, and I'm just going to go be me, and I'm going to go out there and put up 19, 20 points every single game. There's that. And then you have other people who are like in and out of the rotation because whether they've loved their spot or not, or they like what's happening on the court, they've found themselves out of the rotation for sets of the portions of the season. So I think there are varying degrees of like, I don't think anyone's in there just yelling and screaming every game, but I also think that everyone kind of knows the score at this point. They're basketball players. They look at the record and they know everything. And then you have the young guys who have no idea they've never been through this before, and they're about to learn what an NBA trade deadline looks like.
You gonna learn.
It's awkward.
They've probably been learning.
Yeah.
For the last several weeks.
Yeah.
Kind of feels like, oh man, I wanted to look at this because I was thinking about this. It kind of feels like Toronto is going through that thing that you talk about at the deadline. I know last night they got beat up by the Knicks, and I saw something.
That nervousness.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Well, that's their first loss in 5 games, so
Oh,
I guess they're fine. And they beat OKC in OKC, so I think they're fine.
Great analytical work there from Kenny Caraway.
Hey,
I thought about it though because I saw RJ Barrett on the bench
here's-
last night looking
Here's the thing, though.
looking flustered.
It's still a week away.
That's
it's
it.
It's
That's
not
it.
today.
No.
It's not
Yeah.
tomorrow. It's a full-on week away. It's a week from today. That's 2, 3, 4 more games depending on your schedule. It's almost certainly 3 or 4 more games.
They have
Yeah.
at Orlando, then home Utah, and home Timberwolves. If you told me they lost all 3 of those, I would not be shocked.
They shouldn't be.
One of
losing
those
to
would
Utah.
surprise me a little
Yeah.
bit.
Shouldn't be losing to Utah. They probably shouldn't be losing to Orlando.
Yeah, I told you guys, like Marcus Thornton is the one that always comes to mind when I talk about the trade deadline. He
Poor guy.
you could see him stressing out so much, and he wasn't even in the trade talks,
Oh,
but he had been traded a couple of times, and you could just see him wear it so bad. And you look at his games like leading up to the All-Star break, and they were just horrible. Couldn't shoot at all. The second the trade deadline goes, 30 points. You're like, what in the world, man? But
That's how I would
it's
be.
tough.
my anxiety would be through the roof.
Your anxiety would be
Dude,
through the roof.
I
You
would
would be
just
sitting
be
there like the whole
brutal.
time, like
Even if it didn't involve me, I'd be like, oh my God, what about my friend?
you like open Kyle's locker and everything's in those like those bags that you like suck
Vacuum
the air
seal
out,
bag.
the vacuum seal bags. He's like
Just
ready.
in case.
Just I might not be here tomorrow. It's like you're gonna be here. It's like I don't know.
I'm here tomorrow. I'm like, damn, I gotta get my uniform out. Hang on, guys.
You can't even be traded till the summer.
You signed your contract that way on purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah, but what if the NBA changes the rules? It'll be prepared.
Unrelated, we got a vacuum sealer last weekend. It is pretty fire.
It's the best.
It's
the best
real.
thing.
Like when
A
you
food
cook,
one?
yeah,
Yes.
When you cook, like having one of those is dope.
My mom has done this for many, many years, but she'll buy like the giant stack of like 100 tortillas at Costco. You get like 100 tortillas for like 30 cents, and you just split them into 10s and you vacuum seal them, freeze them. They're good to go. It's brilliant.
Yeah,
Love a vacuum
I
sealer.
have someone I'd love for your mother to meet because it sounds like they both abuse the vacuum sealer.
Like everywhere the whole
Oh,
freezer is
everything.
filled, you're
It's like, did we really need to do this?
Yeah.
She's found a way
Yes!
to vacuum seal soup. Like it is just so
Okay,
excessive.
see, all right, that's a bridge too far.
Don't tell her that.
Vacuum sealing soup.
Yep.
I don't know though. You could just because you get
Nope.
flat.
Nope. You seal it
If you,
and then you
flat.
cut it.
yep,
You pour the soup in. You seal it a second time. You put it in the freezer.
you say, hey, would you like to come to my house for soup? And I'm like, yeah, because I love soup. Let's eat soup. And I pull up and you pull a bag out of a freezer and it's not a side. You go, yeah, this is the soup. It's this brick in this sealed bag. I'm leaving.
Can I tell you something?
Leaving
I will
immediately.
never invite you to my house for soup.
Thank you.
That is a phrase that will never ever come from me.
We did
Hey,
that.
would you like to come over for soup?
We did so our friends, when we get together, we have 4 of our friends, 2 married couples who live up here, and then we live out in the Bay. So it's always like we go to one person's house or the other, and we stay there. When we have a great time. One night, because we always try and find like something different to do food wise, so it's not always just like, yeah, let's get pizza or let's make the same thing over and over again. We did a soup night. It was great. Everybody made and brought different soup. A fantastic way to spend an evening.
Sounds like a good time.
Soup, different breads.
You made you
Yeah,
got
that's it right there. Once you get the breads involved, then you've got
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no. Oh yeah, it's not just we're sitting around eating bowls of soup. There's other stuff out. Breads, charcuterie.
Everybody get your soups out.
Everybody get your individually vacuum sealed soups out.
Real wild night with the Matsons. Jesus.
We play games.
We got tomato chowder over here.
Whoa, settle down. Settle down. Tomato chowder. You've gone too far.
Crazy.
You've gone too far. This is supposed to be a nice night.
Yeah, man. Ooh, pasta night.
Hey guys, I saw this on TikTok.
Yes. So much of it is like, oh, I saw this. We have a group on Reels. We send them to each other. We're like, hey, what if we did this?
See?
It's great.
Good stuff.
It's good to have
This-
friends, man.
Kenny
Just
hates
friends.
Friendsgiving.
Who?
You.
Why do you hate Friendsgiving?
No, we brought up Friendsgiving, or you might have, and he went on a rant for about 20
I don't even
minutes.
know if it was a
Lost it.
rant. It was like, bro, I don't need no friends.
No,
Do you
you.
also
Yeah, I
hate-
know you were
got-
bad.
yeah,
Do we
yeah.
also hate puppies while we're at it?
No. I'm good with
Friendship,
puppies.
world peace. You're just thumbs down on
What,
all
we,
these
what do we
things?
need Friendsgiving for?
That's what, see, it's
To hang out
starting.
with your friends and eat food.
Just hang out with your friends and eat food.
Yeah, you get stoned. You
There's
drink
no-
some
there's
wine.
no
Can I
title.
say that?
There's
You
no-
drink some wine.
There's no title.
Dump that?
We're just
I think
we're
you
just
can
hanging
say
out.
it.
You're good. You're good.
Okay,
I mean,
all
get
right.
stoned is a weird.
This is the D'Lo and Casey
There's no-
version. Okay.
There's
That's
no
a good
no.
point.
Oh yeah, no, it is. That's my fault. Hang on. Let me say it again. Get stoned, drink some wine. We're good.
Say
no
get
title
high if
needed.
You're gonna say it during D-Lo. Don't say get stoned.
Okay, sorry. By the way, speaking of that, John Fogerty was the person who was supposed to be on
There it is.
John Sally
Yeah, John.
because Willie Mays died and he sang center field, which is
Okay.
inspired
Wait
by
a
Willie
second.
Mays.
This was relatively recently.
Yes.
Oh wow.
A year and a
Yeah.
half, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Year and
Oh
a half.
my goodness.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that's terrific.
So Steiner did
I
this whole
need
big
that
intro.
audio
And he
somewhere.
just goes, John Sally.
For those that weren't listening 20 minutes ago,
Detroit
so
Pistons.
sorry.
Yeah, that's my fault. That's my fault on the callback.
if you weren't, I promise.
A lot
this
has happened,
This
actually.
is really funny. John
I'll find
Elton,
that-
so
I-
much has happened since then.
I have the audio somewhere. I will go find it.
Oh,
But
I sent you guys some audio that our friend keeps around on his laptop last night.
man,
Jay,
what the hell's going on in the Kings pregame
Yeah,
show?
I'll send it. To
That was
James.
so crazy.
Oh yeah.
It sounded like AI.
No, that was
Yeah.
real.
Like, the fact that it
remember-
just kept happening, it's like, nah, nobody really in real life just kept saying this.
That was
The
insane.
point was being made.
Oh, he made it.
I would play it if I thought we could.
No, I don't
Oh,
think
we
can.
definitely cannot.
Oh,
We for sure cannot.
For sure, for sure.
For sure, for sure.
Okay.
he said something like that on the air.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Here, James, this is for you to listen to after the show.
If
Oh,
we,
is it not to the?
if we don't,
I guess it wasn't because I just look
oh,
in.
I
in
thought.
mean, we
his-
Oh,
can't.
okay. That's why.
we can't. I'm listening. But if we don't title it or preference it,
it just
It
sounds
just
like
make it drop.
well, it's just the person.
Well, no, people
We
are
didn't
gonna
say
know.
what it is.
Like,
How can they prove that's who that is?
because they've
I
listened to
would've
it.
listened.
Yes,
James
they
is
listened
gonna
to
listen.
it.
How do we know
every
that's
day.
not a? How do we know that's not a reenactment? How can they prove that's that person?
Yeah, we just
Oh.
have a great impressionist in this book.
And I love how we're all just
There-
discussing this live on the radio.
There
right
was
now.
there was a clip I saw today.
you
where
just tell
this
everybody
guy-
it's Kenny.
This guy,
He's like, no, it didn't sound like Jerry Jones. It's definitely.
there was a
Yeah,
clip
dude.
today of this guy who did.
Yeah, horse eye. Oh,
What if we have Kenny do an impersonation of that person doing that?
I mean,
Yeah, what if we do that?
they could. That could be what it is. That was what the audio is. We
Wow.
don't know that.
yeah, you could do that as Jerry Jones.
Well,
mean, he's
he's talking
talking
about
about
Orioles.
Orioles.
Yeah, it's facts.
Oh,
There was a video I saw today. This
Wow.
guy,
I'm so
Or
sorry.
these
for
group of
people with
guys.
children in the car.
they did a,
So
a skit on Giannis being on It Is What It Is. Oh my goodness. This is one of the best impressions I've ever seen in my life. It's Giannis and it's Cameron. The guy sounds, it is the best. It is the guy who sounds like Mays don't really.
it was
supposed to be-
recent.
Yeah, well, you blocked me,
Yeah, I'm
but I
blocking.
retweeted it this morning. I don't know if we can play it on it because I can't remember everything that was said. But the dude, man, go check my Twitter. That was hilarious.
I caught 30 seconds of it.
The
It was
guy
pretty spot on at
sounds
first, yeah.
just like he has Giannis down pat,
That's
and then
great.
the guy has Cameron down pat too. It is.
I'm a winner.
it, He sounds better than Giannis. It's crazy.
I might have to get back on Twitter. Kenny references his damn account so much. I'm gonna have to get back on
There's a lot of
Twitter.
funny stuff.
What was it?
King KC _9.
I am K Diddy.
Whoa, that was it.
That shout out to my boy Guru. I saw Guru over the weekend, and Guru, he just showing love. He be like, "Hey, K Diddy, what up, boy?"
Like, God.
Go, relax.
Although, given his R. Kelly thoughts, I don't know if he cares that much.
Yeah,
Twitter's like 95% trash, but Kenny's right. If you can just navigate the 5%, that's cool. It's pretty sweet.
Hilarious.
It's pretty sweet.
There's some funny stuff. People are funny.
Yeah, man.
Other than that, be careful.
I have more odds for everybody on the NBA trade deadline.
Kings were 3-1, or excuse me, the Raptors were 3-1 against Sabonis.
Yeah, Golden State 4-1, Charlotte 5-1. John Morant, Toronto 4-1, Miami 3-1, Sacramento 5-2. That's plus 250.
Why do they do that?
What do you mean?
Why do we go in the twos?
Don't know why they do that.
Yeah. I've always wondered that.
I'm sure there's a reason, but I don't know. And it's dumb because Anthony Davis, Atlanta 2-1, Chicago 5-2, and then they put in parentheses plus 250, and then they say Knicks 9-2 plus 450. Like, you can just give me the plus 450s.
Who was 2-1 for Anthony Davis?
Atlanta.
Oh, of course.
Plus 450, by the way, or plus 250, for those of you who don't know, means if you bet $100 on Chicago to land Anthony Davis at plus 250. If you bet 100, you win 250.
What's 5-2? What's that?
250 plus 250.
So you put down $100
to win 250.
This is why I don't gamble. I don't know how to do math.
So I guess maybe they do it because you can't say 2.5. Is that what it would be?
Yeah, 2.5 to 1. Yeah, I guess.
Which would be 5-2 if you wanted to make a whole number. We figured it out.
Look at us. We're math geniuses. Follow us for more betting tips. John Morant, plus 250. The Kings, the leader to be John Morant's next team. The Kings are the leader? Wait a minute. I thought Toronto was the leader. No, I went bottom to top on that one. Because I didn't even. Okay. I saw that when the trade stuff came out. Not that specific post, but I remember that was, I think, something we had talked about where they were the odds on favor. I think there might have been another team that was close to, the same odds. I wonder what the reaction would be if they traded for John Morant. If the Kings, if James Ham steps out right now and takes a phone call and comes back in 4 minutes and says, "Hey, I'm reporting that the Kings are trading, what do we say, Zach LaVine and the Spurs 2027 first-round pick for John Morant." Would there be excitement? I think it'd be 100. This is bad for it. It would be 100% 50-50.
I don't think so. I think it'd be 80-20 like celebration. I think people would be free.
I don't think we've had that when we brought it up. Like, you look at the chat, the phone calls. Yeah, I think it's been mixed. Like, people are like, no, he's hurt too much. He don't play no more. He's an off the court problem. Like, they bring that up often. But is that, I'm going to go back to the thing we talk about all the time. Is that the diehard sports talk radio listener who's hanging out in the YouTube chat? Or hanging out on Twitter? Well, yes. Or how would the reception be the first time? They're going to go crazy. They're going to go nuts. Yeah, they're going to they're going to go crazy. Jerseys everywhere. Yeah, for sure. Because he's a king. Right. In the end, like that's what it is. Like he's a Sacramento king, and they're gonna go crazy for that. Yeah.
Unless he comes out and says something silly on his way out.
Oh yeah, you could ruin it. Yeah,
you could ruin it for sure. Just like bide your time. Like
you could ruin it.
This is a good situation. He needs a full reset.
But I also I know me, and I sit here, and James and I have these conversations, and it's like, man, all right, Zach LaVine, that 2027 Spurs first, which is top 16 protected, and conveys his 2 seconds if it doesn't convey for John Morant. I'm like, we start going through all the questions with John, like, man, all the things Kenny just laid out. But if that tweet came down from Shams or from James that this is the trade, to be like, hot damn, nice. This is fun. This is very different. I'd be hyped, man. I think I would be excited once all of the, like, I don't know, because Like, I know what I'm getting out of Zach LaVine. That's the point James made earlier. Like, you know what you're getting out of Zach LaVine. You know that that's a dead end, right? In the situation you're in, you know that's a dead end.
He's nothing but an
John
expiring
Morant
contract.
might be a dead end, but also
You could talk yourself into it.
yes, and I would immediately.
You can't talk yourself into Zach LaVine,
Correct.
Unfortunately, but you could talk. We tried.
Not in any
God knows
realistic
we
way.
tried. Yeah, you can't talk yourself. I mean, you can't talk yourself into Zach LaVine. You can absolutely talk yourself into John Morant.
And I would do it immediately. And just the fact that I think the bigger deal, while I'd be excited for John Morant, who's a player several years ago, I was like, with everybody else who's like, man, this guy is next. Like, man, what a player. I think I would also, because I'm on the record on this show saying they're not trading the Zach LaVine contract. They're not going to be able to do it. And so if Scott Perry pulls that off, and that's his first major move as the Kings GM, is getting off of this contract that I thought was untradeable, I would have to, for a heavily protected Spurs first round pick next year, like, yeah, man, great work. I'd be excited about that. That'd make me feel good.
Yeah, I
fingers
executive of the year.
That would be clutch. Would you guys feel that way if it wasn't for Zach LaVine? Like, is this more dependent on Zach LaVine being gone? And what I mean by that is like not like a bad deal. Like if it was DeRozan and
I think the answer is yes. No
something.
matter where you're going, I think the answer is yes.
Yeah, DeRozan,
You
Devin
said
Carter,
this.
Dario Saric.
Well, that's why if I said
Well,
Devin Carter,
well,
he'd be more excited.
Well,
I'd be devastated. That's a quality. You cannot let a player like that out there.
Damien's already got the car driving up to the stadium. Hey, boys, it's time for you to go.
I parade on
Anthony Carter there.
If
Parade on
Carter
J
in
Street.
Memphis.
if you're throwing in Devin Carter, I'm taking back the Spurs pick.
Sure, it's like having a first round pick.
Exactly.
But to answer your question, you said this months ago, or I don't know. This season has been an eternity. Maybe it was maybe it was days ago.
Might have been yesterday.
It could have been yesterday. You might have said it to me this morning. Zach's got to go. Like, this fan base is so almost universally frustrated because he's tied to the De'Aaron Fox thing, which makes it worse. Like, it's not just him. It's not just the contract. It's not just kind of the ebbs and flows of his play. It's the fact that he is a reminder of the De'Aaron Fox deal gone wrong. And you have to rid yourself of that. You have to rid yourself of everything that had to do with that deal. You know, even though he wasn't, Mike's gone, Monty's gone, Wes, all those guys are gone. Zach has to go. You've got to cleanse yourself.
Right.
And
for the most part, like, I don't think perfect, but for the most part, Zach ain't done nothing wrong.
No,
I don't think he's done.
Yeah, I
No,
don't
it's
think
not.
any of this is
no,
his fault.
he hasn't. Not at all.
He's never going to
It's-
get a fair shot here.
It's like it's the guy that follows the guy, right? Like, you don't want to do that. You let there be a buffer, and he is just tied too closely to De'Aaron Fox, and everyone, like a lot of people have a very bad taste in their mouth about how that went down. And like, Zach was cheered his first night at the Golden One Center. But
for sure.
But as things kind of said, it's just like, I mean, he gets cheered today. We talk about that Bucks game. That play that was Zach LaVine's dunk. But it's still, as a overall,
He's the avatar
that
for the
all behind
King
us.
for the team's progress. Like, it just happens to be Zach LaVine. That could be any player. It has nothing to do with him. He's just, to what Damien's saying, he's the contract that you've not been able to get off of. He's the guy that you mistakenly traded De'Aaron Fox for. He's all those things. That could have been Zach LaVine. That could have been Karl Anthony Towns. That could have been, like, pick a player. It doesn't, I don't know why I went to Karl Anthony Towns.
Poor cat.
But pick a player. Like, it's about all of those things. Nothing to do with Zach specifically.
I'm going to add in the other element too. It's that because you traded for a shooting guard, it totally stunted the growth of Keon Ellis. And you get to the summer, and all of a sudden, instead of going and paying Keon and giving him a contract extension, which Keon is a fan favorite guy, instead of doing that, you had to go get a point guard in Dennis Schroeder. So you used your $14 million on him instead of Keon. And so now it's like, not only did the De'Aaron Fox trade cost you, you've got Zach LaVine, but You also have Dennis Schroeder because of it, and you're also going to lose Keon Ellis because of it. And so it's just like this perpetual cycle. And you went from 48 to 46 to 40 to 12 wins.
Sure.
Like there's like a clear line where you're like, okay, he's part of the problem when realistically he's not. But whether he wants to be here or not, no. I mean,
Here's
that's not a question.
one quick thing about what you just said about Keon, and it's I'm speaking in relative terms. Kings fans love the broke player. The guy that makes $2 million.
John Brockman.
They love the Quincy Aces, the Freeport. Tremezi Metu.
Yeah.
Love those guys. This fan base is never. God, you know what I love is the guy that makes $51 million. He's my favorite.
Yeah.
Like they will find a way to poke holes in what that player does. But the marginal player who makes $1 million, who makes a league minimum contract, like if Russ made $10 million versus $2 million, they would not feel about him the way that they do right now.
Not at all.
The fact that he is a league minimum contract has made this fan base absolutely love him as much as his play.
Because you're getting over on everybody.
That's what it feels like, right? Like you want to win. Like you want to win a game. You want to win a signing. You want to win a trade. You want to win a deal. Like you want to win something.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have a player on a minimum contract who's excelling, you feel like you won something. Keegan's going to be judged differently. Like those Rashawn Holmes. There you go. That's another great example from RP. Like you love the guy who doesn't make anything. Rashawn Holmes, another great. The second Rashawn Holmes started making money,
wasn't cute no more.
Yeah, it's not a cute story no more.
Yeah.
Not cute anymore.
I also
It's
like
an Islet song.
we don't need
K-pop.
to dive into the Rashawn Holmes thing, but like the personal issues just killed him as a player. Just really sad to watch all the stuff off the court.
There are some people who
I totally agree. Yeah.
No doubt. All right. D'Lo and KC next for James Ham. I'm Kyle Madsen. The Insider's back tomorrow at 10 a.m. with James and Jesse. I'll be in with Kenny tomorrow on D'Lo and KC. Sure. And till tomorrow at 10, drink water. Be nice, people. Woo! Thanks, Adios. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We got them screaming D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, D-Lo. We your number one spot. We your number one spot for some sports, huh? Got the city going crazy when we work, huh? We top 2, but we ain't 2, we in first, huh? And when you need the real, we is who you search, huh? D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo, KC, D-Lo. We your number one spot.
Hey, yo. What's good? We let them air horns fly one more time. We welcome you into what is the final edition from 12 to 4 here with D-Lo and KC. The show will be on tomorrow, of course, but I won't be here. So we welcome you in here to this Thursday, June 29th. Nope. What day is it? It's January 29th. It is Thursday.
What planet are you on?
January. Hold on. I know you're not talking.
Hey,
let's
whatever.
relax
The
a
kid
little
gets
bit.
the Elton John thing wrong. Whatever. You go June to January.
We were just talking about the basketball season. I'm begging for it to be June.
Yeah, my favorite comedian, Pryor Richard. Murphy Eddie.
Hey, now come on. It's Elton John. Let's relax.
I'm Damian Barley.
The ultimate needle mover in God mode himself.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir. Acknowledge me.
And we are live alongside executive producer. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. All right, man. We were we're trying to figure out what's going on. James running out of the handoff to field phone calls. I thought he was coming back to report a trade. He reported absolutely nothing.
We should have put the camera on James there on his phone call. That looked pretty cool. Like James out there being like his chef day moment right there.
Oh, that's a great idea.
Like he was literally standing next to the Odyssey sign, just kind of pacing a little bit.
Yeah.
Chef D Hammer.
I could have. Oh, we could have done that by like the phone. I could have muted the audio so he could talk, but just so you could have seen James pace back and forth out there. Oh man! If nothing happens, between now and next Thursday, does Scott get a pass for that?
Yes, only. Well, it depends on the circumstances.
So,
right?
so here, let's lay this out with some specific nature to it. You have the Keon Ellis situation in which it's almost written in stone that he's not going to be back as a Sacramento King.
Mm-hmm.
You have the Domantas Sabonis contract. You have the Zach LaVine contract. You have the not insurmountable contract of DeMar DeRozan. Mm-hmm. You have the weird early season stuff with Malik Monk. You've been dealing with injuries. Doug hasn't coached this basketball team. Doug has not coached the basketball team that he went to training camp with one single time this year. And then you've got the Dennis Schroeder deal, which emphatically has not, by any stretch of the imagination, worked out for the Sacramento Kings. So you have all of that. Of those things, Scott's responsible for one of them, and it's Dennis. He is not responsible for the Domas contract. He is not responsible for the Zach LaVine contract. He's not responsible for Malik, and he's not responsible for DeMar DeRozan. Now, with all of that said, if nothing happens between now and next Thursday, does he deserve a pass?
I will give him a pass for everything except Keon, because Keon, you can make a deal for Keon. Okay. It may not be what you want to do. It may not be the value that you see fit, but by all reports, you can make a deal for Keon. And if you don't, you're going to lose him for nothing. In the summer.
Certainly sounds like that. Yeah.
If he doesn't, if nothing happens, and that includes like Keon not going anywhere, there's no pass for that. There's no pass for that. The other ones, if we're calling it a pass, yeah, I'll give him a pass because he can't make people take those contracts. He can have discussions. He can have, he can get close and all this other stuff, but he can't make people take Sabonis's contract, especially if they're hell bent on saying you got to take Jakob Poeltl back.
Right.
He can't make somebody take Zach LaVine's contract, and even like Ham has pointed out, he can't make somebody take DeMar DeRozan with their word guarantees that they have right there. So those other ones, and he didn't sign those contracts. So those other ones, that's what he inherited. And if there's no deals there to take those contracts on, I'm not going to fault him for that. I will fault him for Keon if Keon isn't moved.
So does he get a pass until those guys their contracts are up? Because you're not even necessarily wrong, but also I'm old enough to remember the last GM and how that was Vladdy's team for a year and a half or whatever, and how, hey, you can't move off of so and so or just blah blah blah, and got to give him some time. And it's just kind of like it's harsh, but there's also GMs who do and GMs who don't. And like I said, we gave the last one a pass, and he just ended up being someone who didn't. But how long are we going to give Scott Perry a pass then?
Yeah, he does get one kind of when you're talking. Even in Monty's situation, we weren't talking about two of the worst 5 contracts in the game.
Yeah.
Like he does. The things he doesn't get a pass for is if he can't flip the Dennis Schroeder thing, because that was his doing.
Mm-hmm.
If he can't flip that into another trade or getting different assets for it, whether it's now or in the summer, that's what he's responsible for, and his draft picks.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't get a pass for those. But like if he can't maneuver around those contracts, I gotta give him, because the contracts are, at least everything that people say about it, the contracts are so bad. I can't hold Scott to the fire for not being able to move those.
It would be really okay. So I'm looking and I see our man Kyle says yes, because I'm assuming nobody wants those players. We go. There was another one. Ninja says Scott Perry is responsible for Keon Ellis for sure. That's along the lines of what you just said right there. I hear you, and I think I agree with you, unless it doesn't involve Sacramento. Unless Toronto is able to move Jakob Poeltl. If Toronto, again, it takes Sacramento out of the equation. I know that these two teams are really, really closely linked to each other, but take Sacramento out of the equation and say Jakob Poeltl is able to be moved to somebody else. All reports have this man barely able to walk right now. His back is in bad shape. He's going into like extension years with $20+ million owed to him, like I think north of $25 million, over the course of the next handful of years. And it's like, if that's movable, a guy who can score 30 on any given 25 to 30 on any given night is movable. And I would feel some type of way if someone like Jakob Poeltl. I might even feel some way. I think he's good, and I like this player. I might feel some type of way if Emmanuel Quickly's 35 over the next through the next 3 years is moved.
My retort to that is, yeah, I'll put it to you like this. Yeah, you can move Zach LaVine if you add a first-round pick. And that, sure. I'm sure that's what Toronto will have to do to move Quickly or Poeltl. So if they move those two,
I think Poeltl. I don't think Quickly, but maybe.
If they move Yaka and they don't attach a first-round pick, then yeah, I'm looking at Scott Perry crazy. I'm like, bro, if he can get moved,
yeah,
he can't. Like you said, he's bedridden right now, and he
might be a slight exaggeration, but I think it's only slight.
And they were able to move him. Now I don't want to hear nothing about you can't move Zach or Domas or something like that. But if they have to attach a pick, and even more so than a pick, I feel like they'd be attaching RJ Barrett in that deal too. I don't even think the Kings have that player. That'd be like attaching Keegan Murray to a deal to move on from Zach LaVine. And I don't think anybody wants to do that. So maybe I'm just full of passes for Scott Perry today, but I think there's context to if he's not able to get a deal done for LaVine or Sabonis, and say Toronto is able to move guys like Poeltl and Quickly.
Mark your calendars, everybody. May 10th, NBA just announced it.
That's Brookie Brooks' birthday.
May 10th. Shout out Brookie Brook. May 10th, the NBA draft lottery. Mark
so they had
your calendars.
No. We wondered if they did yesterday. Once again, listening to D-Lo and KC.
I think they realized, guys, did you hear D-Lo and KC? We haven't announced the draft lottery yet.
Bro, how many times does that happen?
It happens all the time. I'm done. Like it's a coincidence. D-Lo and KC call the shot. No, it happens all the time.
Every time.
Me and Dan were just hanging out on the show. Like, yeah, it'd be pretty crazy if Cat got traded or whatever, and then he's a Knick the next day.
Look. I don't know who the Steelers go get. Mike McCarthy. Maybe that's who they go get. A week later, Mike McCarthy, head coach of the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah, that one was kind of crazy.
Wouldn't it be crazy if we all just won $1 million coming up?
There you go. Let's use our power for good.
Yeah, that'd be pretty insane.
Let's use our power for good. NBA draft lottery, May 10th. That's news. That's where we are today. That is very much news. Kyle says live show on May 10th. From what I hear, yep. It's already planned, booked, and the location is set.
What day of the week is that?
Good question. It is standby. March, April, May.
It's Sunday. What? Okay. Did anybody look at the calendar before they said something like this?
1320 is back.
It's a Sunday.
Did anybody look at the calendar? Just saying anything.
Can't tell who you're talking to right now.
We didn't know what day it was.
Just saying anything.
Well, I guess it's on NBC.
Yeah.
Is that why? It would be,
the chatty house is saying that's Mother's Day. That can't be correct, right?
That's Mother's
sounds
Day.
about right,
It's
yeah.
absolutely Mother's Day.
Right.
Hey, Ma, you want to come watch the lottery with me and my closest friends? I'll get you a burger.
I have a feeling. I have a feeling this is like them clubs in the early 2000s. Grand opening, grand closing. We're gonna have to go back to the drawing board with this one.
Now to be,
Ma, I can't come celebrate with you. I got to see what pick the Kings get.
now to be fair to my outburst, we just learned the date of the lottery. So
wait till I did something. It clicked with me much later because Valentine's Day is 2 weeks away, and thinking about stuff, ordering plans are in place, reservations, all of that stuff. All right, babe, let's head out to 32 Brew Street. We'll get the lovers special as we watch the 49ers. Well, if it's Gas Kenny, the 49ers play the Ravens.
Well, let's make it happen.
Hey,
I want to go
Mother's Day. Who scheduled that? The Kings?
I'm gonna say, didn't the Kings do something else on
They
Mother's
fired
Day?
Luke Walton on Mother's Day.
Shout out.
Luke, imagine being Luke Walton's mom.
Yeah, great, you're here. How was the day? Oh, I just got fired, Ma.
Well, look, at least it wasn't Father's Day. He is a father.
Well, imagine his wife then.
Well, true.
She's a mother. Dad got fired today, kids.
My day's ruined.
Mother's Day's canceled. Oh, Dad had to make it about him today.
Knowing how life goes, I'm surprised they didn't do it on Father's Day. Nobody care about Father's Day.
Well, that's the NBA draft,
whatever.
I believe.
Right.
That's in June.
That's Father's Day. It's just another day. World stops for Mother's Day.
Oh, Kenny hates mothers.
Love mothers.
Kenny hates mothers and black fathers.
You may be telling your mom, but no, Mom, I can't hang out with you. I got to go to the draft lottery, and the Kings get the 8th pick.
Oh, my God.
Text the wife right now. And the kids are all yours on Mother's Day. I got to watch the draft lottery.
We got to work.
Yeah,
we got to work. Allegedly. Possibly. But almost certainly.
Will they do the draft lottery later in the day now?
It'll probably be like noon.
Yeah, like if it's Sunday, it's probably a 12 o'clock game. Or
it's the
12:30.
It's the playoffs. They probably got a triple header going on.
Yeah.
No, they might be.
Nah, because that would
be a double header.
Because it's not conference finals yet.
No, it might be second round. So they might be double header. They don't have enough games for a triple header.
I just sent all those notes to Kyle Madsen. It's not going over very well back there on the promo side of the building.
Hal McRae.
Joe Brazil's back there trying to console him right now. It's all right. It's all
Kyle,
right.
it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay, Kyle. It's okay. You're gonna see the whole promo team on my right just storm down the hallway to Mark's office. This would be great. May 10th. Well, happy birthday to Toya. Her birthday's May 10th.
No, shout out Toya.
So you get your birthday celebration, you get your mom's celebration, and I guess
the number one pick.
That's what you deserve. Yeah. That's what mothers in Sacramento deserve. Is the number one. They deserve Darren Peterson or AJ DeMoss. That's what they deserve.
How many moms will be happy on Mother's Day?
How many Kings fans will be happy and will just overindulge? They'll go get their mom the finest bottle of champagne. Won't tell her that they're popping it because of what happened in the draft lottery. Mom, we got the good stuff tonight. Let's go. No, it's for you. No, ignore that the flowers are purple. Don't worry about that. Let's just celebrate.
What do purple flowers mean?
I don't know. I know all of. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because is it yellow? One of them means friendship.
I think it's yellow, and I learned this because my girlfriend in high school, I got her yellow flowers, not knowing that they meant different things.
Oh, okay.
Purple means love at first sight.
Oh,
Aaron Peterson.
Hey,
love at first sight.
Well, now I got. Wait a minute. Okay, all right, maybe. So I've got. Oh yeah, there's the friendship one.
Yeah, I didn't know.
Red. Yeah.
I thought I was being cool.
White.
Like, oh, let me get you a different color rose because I'm romantic like
I
that.
got purple adoration and fascination. Blue is mystery. Pink is sincerity. White and red is unity. White is purity. No one's getting those. This looks like orange.
Yellow and red means friendship turning into romance, it says.
Huh.
Could have threw a red rose in there.
Yeah.
Enthusiasm and passion is like this orangish color. All right. Well, purple flowers for everybody, I guess.
I know not to get yellow roses. That's what I do know. I had to learn that the hard way.
What do these roses mean? Whatever Save Mart says they mean.
Purple also means
got them from Bel Air that morning. Was on the bus with them and everything.
They were $97, but
shout out to those of us in the mornings at self-checkout with the roses and chocolates.
Oh, it's so busy that morning too.
Keep telling y'all don't be
busy.
going to the self-checkout, man. Boycott the self-checkout.
No, self-checkout's cool. It's just it's been ruined. People going in there with 15 items. Like, go talk to the cashier lady, please.
Bro, that's
no 15 items is fine.
No,
You're
the one. You're the one. Aren't you?
Stop. 15 items is fine.
It's when you're 20 minutes at self-checkout.
Pull up with the cart full of that's
if you can't carry your items in your hands, you should not be at self-checkout.
Once again, don't go to self-checkout, man. That's getting rid of workers.
Do you order from Amazon?
If I have to.
Okay. Because that's mostly AI now. They fired like 16,000 people this week.
Kenny's got a robot overnight shipping his stuff.
Once again, I don't know how to.
You know they're going to replace us with a robot.
I'm trying to slow it. I'm trying to slow it down.
Is that why you keep adding new impressions? Because you don't think robots can do impressions?
At least at self-checkout, they have like a worker there just kind of watching it over and stuff
they
like
do.
that.
They're
sometimes they'll ring you up.
3 people.
They're making sure you don't steal.
Yeah,
they
if you
got
don't
rid
have
of
an
3
item to weigh, they
people.
can ring you up and stuff. Shout out Food Max.
No, they got rid of 3 people.
But what if that was only invented to be self-checkout and those weren't even there before?
They're getting.
So you added a person to oversee the 4 checkout.
If they
lines.
added a person, that would be fine.
Okay.
But we all know they didn't do that. Now you go to the grocery store. There's only one person
working the whole store,
checking the groceries.
Get the guy from the deli section to come here and check people out.
Maybe for the summer events this year, we'll get D'Lo and KC take to Save Mart. We'll have you guys work the register, like how those celebrities do when they fake it. Kenny, we need you at register 6.
I quit.
Trying to find the code for the apple. It's like 4. Is that a 6?
Debbie, where do I find this?
It's over there. I'll set man, and they got to know everything.
Oh, and the worst thing too, because every once in a while you forget when you bring the eggs up and you forgot to check, but they didn't, and they open it up, cracked egg. Hey, go get this loser some eggs.
Sorry, I'm gonna be a minute. Sorry,
everybody.
They know. Enough people know everything. Hey, can you tell me where the cayenne pepper is? Yeah, that's on aisle 7. How do you know that? Because they got to know everything. I wouldn't know where everything is. Not everything. They'd be like, do you know where the squash is or whatever? Just something random. You know where the sunflower seeds are?
Well, squash is just probably in the produce.
Yeah, that's
section.
what I'm saying. I say squash.
Sunflowers, yeah, that'd be tough.
See, that reminds me.
Just tell me where the Nutella is, because that's what I need to know where Nutella and Captain Crunch are, and then I'm fine.
And they said they have to know all that stuff. Obviously, their job, but they have like moles that Well, ask.
Yeah, right. I've heard that. Well,
like,
yeah, Mikey will tell that story. Mikey worked at Mikey Winfield.
Yeah.
They got undercovers at grocery
store
stores?
forever. Yeah. Yep.
And if you don't know, you get in trouble.
Yep.
That's insane.
Or it's not in trouble, but hey,
you get written up, whatever. Yeah,
you get a talking to.
We
like,
sent
hey,
Johnny in this morning. He was at corporate. You didn't know where the frosted flakes were.
You got to know where the sprouted almonds are, man.
That's right.
You got to know where those are as compared to the roasted almonds. Sorry, man. You got to go back to training.
Oh man.
Got to go back to training.
Scott Perry gets a pass.
Not sure how we got. Oh, Mother's Day. Lottery, Mother's Day, flowers, D'Lo and Casey promotion in complete shambles. Before it was even announced or even fine. Contract wasn't even signed yet, and the whole thing fell apart. That's got to be a record, an absolute world record. But this started with asking the question: does Scott Perry get a pass if it's quiet for the next week? Does Doug Christie get any sort of pass at all for this season? I repeat.
Yes. Any sort of pass at all? Yes. Is it enough of a pass? That's a different question.
To survive another day.
That's a different question.
I wouldn't give Doug a pass, but I also wouldn't. I think he's done nearly as well as he can, given what he's had to deal with. Like Dylan Cardwell has developed. And not into something, but he's developed. I think Maxime right now, there's something there. Like Nick Clifford's played decently and things like that. I think Doug gets credit for the younger guys playing well, I guess, but I don't know. You don't want to give these guys too much of a pass because then it just kind of like for Scott Perry, like sure you can get a pass at the deadline, but come this offseason, like get that Zach LaVine expiring out of here or something like that. Like you can't just wait a year and a half. Like they got a pass. Like that's just kind of I feel like the last thing.
But I understand. The only reason why, I kind of push back on it is, like I said, if it's one of the, not one of, people were saying it is the worst contract in basketball.
Zach?
Yeah. If that's how everybody feels, you can't
expect them to move it.
Or you can. Like, are you getting rid of it at all costs? Because all costs would be, are you attaching a pick?
Picks, yeah.
And if
And the answer to that is no.
I agree.
The answer to that is definitively no. You just deal with whatever you have to deal with next year. But the answer to that is no. And if Zach LaVine truly does not want to be a Sacramento king, and there are multiple indications that he doesn't, you don't have to. You actually have complete control over whether if Scott Perry does not move you in the next 7 days, you have 100% control over whether you're a Sacramento King next season. How badly do you want to get out of here? That's what question I'd ask Zach LaVine.
Yeah.
You don't want to be a king. I understand. This sucks. It's miserable, but it's been bad for everybody. But if Zach can't move you, you can go. Yeah. Put your money where your mouth is.
Going back to Doug Christie, like for as bad as things have been, do you think he's kind of gotten the most out of what he can from this group so far?
You said Scott or Doug?
Doug, excuse me. Like it's been bad, but do you think like, oh yeah, like he's gotten something out of this?
I think it depends on how you watch these basketball games. I think there's a large contingent of fans, and I think maybe a decent contingent of media, and whether they write about it or talk about it, some do, some don't, ask why the hell is DeMar DeRozan playing 40 minutes every night? Why did Russell Westbrook play 35 minutes the other night? You're looking at the minutes that these veterans have played. Even Domas, is starting to crack the 30-minute mark again, and Max is starting to fall back a little bit. Like, why are we watching that? And every time, Deuce brings that up a lot at the beginning of his podcast, and it's like, all right, I think he said it a couple of times on television too, but it's like, all right, cool. That leads me to believe Doug has been given no assurances. And we saw the remark from, I don't remember who wrote the article. I think it was Slater on ESPN that Doug is safe. And we had Anthony Slater on the show. Doug Christie is safe for the remainder of this season. There were people who absolutely interpreted that as Doug is good for next year. And Anthony Slater made it very clear, no. That's not what I was saying. He is not getting fired during the season. And remember how bad that basketball team was for 14 days. Remember, they were regularly losing 30. Earl Watson, Suns, there was a wild, not wild. The Earl Watson story that showed up where he was talking about Devin Booker was kind of crazy. He said, the Suns had to trade for Devin Booker for Jimmy Butler. He said Sarver was trying to do it. He was like, nah. He said, if you do that, I quit. Well, good news for Earl. He was losing games. He was losing games at the beginning of the season very regularly by 40, and they fired him. And losing games by 40 is incredibly difficult to do. But the Kings have made it look easy. So Slater saying he's safe he's safe, he meant for the rest of the year. No matter how bad this gets, he's not getting fired. To me, Doug is very aware he is not safe next year.
Right.
And if his job is to win games, his best chance to do it is DeMar DeRozan. His best chance to do it might be DeMontis Sabonis and Russell Westbrook and those guys over Maxine Reynaud, and he might ride the hot hand or feel of the game with Neek and some of these other guys. But overall, he's got to stick with the guys who believes he can win games with.
Yeah. And when it comes to those guys specifically, for me, I don't know if they have adequate young backups.
Sure.
At the guard spot.
Well, the first one they're going to bring up is Keon. I know hold that thought. We'll come back. We'll talk more about this. Some interesting things happened in Cleveland last night as well. My opinion is starting to change a little bit.
You saw what I saw.
I'll explain. This is D'Lo and KC on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Sure, if you guys want Anthony Simons.
What was the deal that was reported yesterday?
Simons and a first for Zubac.
That's what it was.
Clippers being jerks. Yeah, it looks like Jason Tatum's not coming back either.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I think that's the way it should be.
He strikes me as
Did you guys see Jaylen Brown's comments the other day about now he's okay?
Oh yeah,
I feel the same way about that.
Yeah. I didn't see. I don't think
he said I'm finally getting the chance to show who I am and who I can be.
Settle down.
And all these years I took a back seat for the team and all of that, but now I get the opportunity to show what I can be.
I always
it was something like that's the gist of it.
I used to ignore that noise and they won a title. I thought that was over, but the fact that it's still the thing, all right, bro, maybe you want to go play for a different team or something. We'll keep Tatum here and all that stuff.
Settle down, Jalen. You balling too, Jalen. You balling. You're doing your thing, but just
I love this team, but this is a second round exit probably right now. First round exit most likely, but if ceiling is a second round team right now.
That's also part of the reason why I wouldn't be in a rush to.
But if he's if Tatum was yes, I'm mentally ready and healthy and 100% ready to go, that's he can elevate the Celtics. But if he's not, then don't come back. They're Jason Tatum away and probably in a better center away right now. Filthy shout out to you, but JB is not better than Tatum. There's just a different level to it. They'd be the same, if not better, with Tatum right now, not JB. Jaylen Brown can't play make the way Tatum does.
This is a bad take, Filthy. Tatum guard's the best player on the opposing team
Yeah,
a lot of
that
times.
is
It is a horrible
bad
take.
Tatum's one of the great two-way players in the game today. Scout Recycler. It's a good question. I don't think so. To answer your question, I don't think so. I'm not 100% sold on that, but I don't think so.
You guys got it.
All right, man.
You guys got it.
All right, man.
Want to get back to the Sacramento Kings here in just a minute, as well as talk about what we saw in Cleveland last night. That has me feeling a certain type of way about what's going to happen over the course of the next couple of months. I have never seen the Pro Football Hall of Fame issue a statement on anything. And they did yesterday. They attempted to address the Bill Belichick situation without actually addressing the Bill Belichick situation. They went on to talk about how their voting process works and said that they would remove voters who violate the bylaws that are set forth as to what the process is. It seems a lot of that statement was aimed at the rumors regarding Bill Polian and perhaps him being vocal about Bill Belichick not deserving to be in the Hall of Fame right now, him having to wait. Not necessarily that he doesn't deserve to be in the Hall of Fame, but his punishment for things like Spygate and Deflategate should be waiting a year. I read an interesting post. I don't remember if I retweeted it or not, but Trey Wingo put it up. It was from Patriots. Seth Wilkerson, maybe. He wrote a book about the Patriots, and he details. It really is a fascinating read. It's very quick to see. It's on. Thank you. It's on Trey Wingo's page, his Twitter page, and it details a phone conversation that Roger Goodell had with Mike Shanahan. And Roger Goodell called Mike Shanahan and said, he essentially asked, like, what should I do about this? How bad is this? And in short, what Mike Shanahan said was, I wish I had thought of this first. He was like, stealing signs is a thing in the league. No one is better at it than Peyton Manning, which makes the Bill Polian tie-in about this like fantastic. But Peyton is the best at it. But we all have strategies in place to try to, like, if you don't change, and this is Mike Shanahan's way, if you don't change your signals, you're cooked.
Robert
if you
Saleh
don't,
was talking about Liam Cohen this year, wasn't he? About
right,
that? Yeah.
right. If you don't change what you're doing, you're in big trouble. And Roger said to Mike Shanahan, is it that bad? And Mike responded, you have no idea. And so the Spygate thing, it's perhaps not a thing.
The only thing about Spygate, in my opinion,
what Bill did, by the way, it was illegal.
Mm-hmm.
You can't film, and
that's
so, but there was no precedent for that.
Mm-hmm.
There was no precedent for punishment for that. That was essentially the don't do that moment. That's what that was.
Right. That was the thing about Spygate that was just dead wrong outside of the rules is the recording of the practice.
Mm-hmm.
That's gone too far. That is going way too far. Now, if you send one of your coaches to be on the sideline of the other team,
so that's the other
perfectly
thing.
Fine.
Okay.
In disguise. If you send one of your coaches to the other opposing team, in disguise.
Put him in the stands at least.
So that was the other thing about Spygate. Apparently, they were filming from an area that they're not allowed to be in.
Filming period.
Well, right. No, for sure. But they were also in an area that they're not allowed to be in. But I've never seen those comments from Mike Shanahan before. And I thought, well, that certainly makes me look at this a little different, because the thing that I always looked at with Spygate is it's both brilliant and problematic. They went Frost Nixon and destroyed the tapes. When that interview between Frost and Nixon switched, he asked Richard Nixon, why didn't you just destroy the tapes? Roger Goodell was like, y'all ain't going to get me. They gone.
Jimmy Johnson.
These tapes are gone. So no one knows what's on them except the NFL and the New England Patriots.
Jimmy Johnson tweeted about it too. Said that many teams did Spygate, including his teams. He said Howard Mudd at Kansas City, who later coached Bill Polian and Tony Dungy gave him the idea, and like they all did it.
Rat. Don't do that.
Oh no, Jimmy Johnson was on scorched earth.
Don't do that.
Jimmy got time.
Jimmy was
Jimmy
pissed.
got time.
Well, you ain't got to bring everybody else into it.
He got time.
Just say you did it.
He's getting
Well,
older.
no,
He's like,
Bill's out here saying, yeah, keep him out or whatever, which I'm not even sure if that was the case then.
Yeah, well, no, I mean, I'm on Jimmy's side, but you talk about how you did it, and then if you know Bill Polian did it, you mention that. You don't bring the guy from the Chiefs who was like, hey, what are you telling? What are you doing? Yeah. The thing about the Spygate is obviously the recording, the filming of it. But to Mike Shanahan's point, like, yeah, that's just what happens in sports. If somebody can decipher your signals, you better change them up.
Yeah.
That happened. Like, I feel that way about baseball when they talk about that, like, oh, they're stealing signs. Change them up then. Don't go hitting nobody. Don't get mad. Change up your signs.
Also, if the dude is hitting the trash can twice because you got a curveball coming up, catch on to that.
Right. And like you can, this is baseball now. The one way to change that up is, oh, they know when you hit the trash can twice that a curveball is coming. All you need to do is one time throw a fastball instead of a curveball. They'll stop that. Throw a fastball inside around the ribs area.
Either
so
way,
they're not leaning out no more. That'll stop that. But you like stealing signs is, to me, is part of the game. The filming aspect and the practice aspect is the thing that makes what Bill Belichick did. That's gone too far.
Sure.
But if we're in the middle of the game and I can decipher that when you tug on the bill of your hat that it's going to be a pass play, best believe I'm telling everybody that's the indicator for sure.
How many times do we need to punish Bill Belichick for this then?
That's a good point too.
So it already happened
He
once.
was fined. Yeah.
We already went through this. He was already punished. I don't think it ever really happened again. He was punished for Deflategate, whatever that was, I guess. Really a non-story too, I guess, whatever. Like, it happened, whatever. But he was punished for both. So how many times are we going to keep this going? Is it just one more the Hall of Fame gets him? Or like, that's kind of my question now too.
No, like this is, you're damaging the credibility of your institution. Like, to me, you lost me a little bit with the TO stuff. TO, and this is debatable, but it's only debatable to a certain extent. For me, Terrell Owens is the second greatest wide receiver to ever live. And I know a lot of people think it's Randy, and that's perfectly fine. A lot of people, it's a discussion. There's no question who one is. But you can have a fun debate as to who to it. For me, it's Terrell Owens. Terrell Owens being a first ballot Hall of Famer is not a question. You guys trying to make a point is a problem. I don't know who this guy is. I don't know if I don't think he was a football player. If he's a media member, I don't know who he works for. I was able to read one explanation as to why this person left Bill Belichick off the ballot. And it had something to do with like they had to narrow some sort of list down to 3. And the candidates that he voted for, he was fearful if they didn't get in now, they're never going to get in. And he thought that Roger Craig was one of them. Like, they were all guys that he thought warranted being in the Hall of Fame. So he voted for those 3, and that ultimately kept Bill Belichick off his ballot. And that was his explanation for it.
That's actually a reasonable explanation. I don't know if I would do it or I agree, but like, and that goes into maybe a flawed system of like Roger Craig, for instance. he shouldn't have. I'm just throwing out a name. He shouldn't have 15 years to be eligible. You know what I mean? Because now you get situations like this. If you think Roger Craig is a Hall of Famer and we're on year 15 of his last year of eligibility, and you got Bill Belichick there, I absolutely understand saying, well, Bill Belichick's going to get in at some point. This is Rodgers' last opportunity, and I believe he's a Hall of Famer. Let me put him in there. I get that explanation. That is, to me, a logical explanation as to leave Bill Belichick off in that situation, not Spygate or because he was mean to me or something like that.
Yeah, but if we've reached the end of Roger Craig's status, he's probably not a Hall of Famer.
Yeah.
Like if we get, like, I don't know how many years he's been on the ballot. You can insert other player, whatever. But if like it's like, oh yeah, this guy's on his last year of the ballot. Bill Belichick. If I don't vote for Bill, then this guy's like, that's fine. He wasn't a Hall of Famer. Then like he would have been voted in before.
Would you do that if it was Jerry
Rice?
Like if it was Jerry Rice's time to go to the Hall of Fame, and it's like, oh, these three guys might not get in. Okay, Jerry can't get my vote. I got to get these three guys in.
I wouldn't do it for Bill Belichick. You know, I wouldn't do that.
Okay.
I was just saying that's a more logical
It's not
example.
right, but you get it.
Yeah, that's more of a logical example or explanation as opposed to Spygate or he was mean to us.
Okay.
Like I disagree with him, but I get that. That makes sense.
Let's step out. We're not going to turn this into Pat the Patriot again. By the way, Eli didn't get in. There's a report that Eli didn't. Well, it's conversation.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie.
There's a report
you
that
can't
Eli
be Paul Pierce because Paul Pierce got on first ballot.
That was
well, what? Nothing. It's first ballot.
Don't
do that. Don't do that.
All right. I mean, I don't. Once again, I that's an
year.
explanation. I don't know if I agree with it.
But like no.
I looked over to make sure he punched it. He sure did.
18th all time in scoring. Finals MVP. Leave me alone.
This Saturday at 11 a.m.
Oh man, the Royal Rumble. Whatever. The Raider, how long did they keep Charles Haley out? They do have a logo.
We're gonna tweet it out on the 1320 account.
Yeah, let me
Fire logo, by the way. Shout out to whoever made that.
let me put the new lineup logo real quick. I have to go to my computer. And I'll see if I can load the jump logo here real quick in the StreamYard. Yeah, we're going to make sure you're following all the accounts because we're going to be doing a lot of tweeting over the next couple of weeks and Instagrams, TikToks. You got I don't know if you noticed, you got the Twitter account moving too.
Yeah, we're working right now.
All right. So
David Lopez, remember when he beat the Lakers by 41 in Game 6? No, you remember.
Don't get Jesse started on Paul Pierce. Here is at least one version of the jump logo. There it is. Kyle Madsen and Jesse Tapia.
Lock in, set your alarms.
That's it, man. Lock in. I wonder if I could replace that background. No, can't do it here. Let's see.
Sacktown Tony, who's your favorite player of all time? Let's compare.
Let's see if this works.
Appreciate you, Cameron.
YouTube.
Mr. Rancho Odyssey they do well with me. They're taking care of me.
See if it works.
Shout out Odyssey. Been here for 6 years.
Nah, it's a little messy. That ain't gonna work. 6 years, huh? Oh yeah, I guess we've
started out promo team in 2019. June.
19, okay.
got laid off in March because of COVID, and then one of the other board ops quit. And Denny and SF said, "Hey, I heard you have experience."
Hell yeah, I do.
I sat behind Charlie for 2 Niners games.
Oh, Charlie. Charlie. I always wonder, because between me and Katie, we get a lot of packages. I always wonder if like the delivery people are like, bro, what are you guys doing?
Probably.
Like
I've seen videos like on YouTube Shorts. It's like, yeah, I know this house, and I hate delivering here, so I'm sure like, yeah, they know others. And
I
stuff.
just looked at the camera. I was like, oh man, that's the same guy that dropped. I was like, oh crap. She be knowing the Amazon drivers like first name basis. Hey Tim, thanks for dropping off the dog food.
I reached the point in adulthood where I'm cool with my neighbors.
There you
Walking the
go.
dog. Oh, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Oh, there you
I'll
go.
pet their dog.
Oh
things
yeah,
like
no,
that.
see, the dog is the game changer.
Yeah.
The dog is the game changer. All right, as we approach this trade deadline 1 week from today, we open the show talking about whether Scott Perry deserves a pass, if things are quiet over the next week or so. And it doesn't sound like things are quiet. It sounds like I don't want to. They're talking. Whether that equates to anything, who knows? It's not exclusively their call, but the Sacramento Kings, by all accounts, are out there trying to get some things done. Now, what are those things? I have no idea. They seem to be, and you have been kind of on this story really from jump and haven't really wavered from it, is that the Kings in Toronto, Domas in Toronto seems to be a thing. Sam Amick put it out yesterday in The Athletic as well. But you've been all over this, and I think now people are just sitting around waiting to see what does this wind up looking like should it actually happen.
Yeah, it always felt strange to me, Domas's return, and the way he just kind of, it felt like for us at least, popped up out of nowhere.
No, it definitely, yeah.
And started to work out.
John
and
Cena
then,
at the Royal Rumble.
Yeah, right. Right.
And then after that, he's playing in games out of nowhere. And, you know, these things could be 100% off, but his energy seemed a little like we talked about during the handoff of, all right, I'm here. I'm doing what I'm supposed to do. We all know, like, I'm out of here. Like, I don't want to be here, but I'm not going to make a fuss. I'm not going to be disrespectful. I'm not going to be a distraction for anybody here. But I've talked to Scott, and I've talked to BJ and Vivek and all, but we're trying to move forward as far as separating. And that's just the energy that I've gotten from Domas since he's come back. I don't know if has he spoke like at a post game practice. They haven't had many practices, but have we heard from Domas?
It was
maybe once at practice, maybe.
Sean Cunningham joins us at 3:15. He sure as hell would know. I'm going to check out Sean's account real quick because they hit the road shortly after his return. Again, just taking a quick peek because I feel like if there was video, Sean would have it. And I don't.
I feel like he might have in practice.
No, I'm sorry. I got sidetracked.
What would you say?
Well, Alonzo's talking about the big stingers up, and he keeps twirling his.
Shut
It's
up.
like he's calling for a review. like Alonzo calling for a review, Coach Carter.
Telling you, it's better than the pinky.
No, I'm not
I
mad
see
at
Russ. I
Kickstarters.
see Doug. I see Max. I see Neek. I'm not sure that Domas was available before the road trip. There's Neek again. There's DC. There's Malik. Yeah, I don't know if Domas was available before the road trip. Got LaVine. Got Dylan. Yeah, I can't find anything with Domas after his return.
And that's just a little odd to me.
Doesn't mean he didn't, but if he did, I can't find it.
And it just seems a little odd if you're the $47 million guy, if quote unquote you're the face of the franchise and you're back, you've been injury. This franchise, this team is going through some tough times.
Mm-hmm.
Like we want to hear from you.
Well, also, why did you RKO out of nowhere your return?
Yeah.
You just showed up one day.
So tea leaves.
Oh, them tea leaves. I need a subscription to those, man, because you be all over them tea leaves.
Tea leaves and things that I've heard, bringing the two together, it kind of just felt like, oh yeah, this is the end. And that's what it feels like they're moving towards right now.
The return did feel kind of odd.
Very.
Did feel kind of odd. It seems too like Scott Perry has been set up, the whether by his doing or not, and probably not, but still, the Keon conversation has been really noisy, and to me at times it's been a bit ridiculous. That at this point, anything outside of a first-round pick for Keon Ellis would be really disappointing. That might not actually be reality, and it may never have been. But they sure have painted the picture like Keon Ellis is the most coveted player available prior to Giannis's half-assed announcement the other day from Shams Charania in this trade deadline period.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, odd, but cool. You better get a first-round pick in return. Because everybody is saying the same thing. Again. That doesn't mean it's coming from Scott.
Right.
That could be coming from Rob Pelinka.
That could be coming from
Tim Conley, whoever.
That could be coming from, and I like this guy. It's all love, but that could be coming from Keith Smith.
Sure. Yeah,
You know
sure.
what I mean? That
His
could not-
opinion.
that
absolutely.
could not be the word in any of these NBA offices. And maybe it's, really just a second round pick. And Keith Smart thinks that he should potentially net you up.
But see, and that's cool like, I don't mind that from Keith, because Keith will tell you like that. This is what I think. This is my opinion. There are people in this industry who cover their opinions as like they're a report. Intel. Oh, no, dog. You spent too much time reading Hoops Hype and thinking to yourself. That's not intel. You're sharing a thought. Keith is just like, oh, I'd be surprised if Keon didn't net a first-round pick.
Right.
That doesn't mean Keon Ellis going for but between Sam, there's our boy who walked in right behind me at the Laker game, Hollinger. Hollinger walked right in. I
don't think I knew that one.
I was talking to So I was talking to our girls who were working the table, and she's looking at me. She's like, oh, what's this guy's name? I can't remember his name. And right as I turn, he's like, hey, John Hollinger. Oh, John Hollinger's here.
That's hilarious.
And he's a big proponent for Keon Ellis and what his market might look like. That now Scott Perry's in a tough spot, because it's like, what's real? Like, what's fiction? What's reality? What is happening here? And it's put him in a spot where I think Kings fans, and maybe even to a certain degree us, we're expecting a certain level of return for what feels like the only inevitable deal that's going to happen over the course of the next 7 days.
Yeah. And that's where we talk about this, and we reel everything back in. Like, we don't know. So I don't want you to be disappointed if it doesn't go for a first rounder, because we don't know.
Nope. No clue.
And that's why we talk through it. I would be disappointed, not because of the player, because obviously I got love for Keon and I love everything about his game. I would be extremely disappointed at this point if he wasn't moved at all. That feels crazy right now. There's been so much chatter from not only the Keith Smarts or the Hollingers, but the Sam Amick's, the Mark Steins, people who are having
Keith
conversations.
Smith.
What did I say? Keith
Smart. I
Keith Smart
stop
might say the
myself
same
all the
thing.
time when it comes to that.
Keith Smith, Mark Stein,
Yeah.
Sam Amick.
Stein's another big one. Yeah.
Yeah.
Stein's another big one. When it comes to Keon.
Stein was on NBA radio and brought up Keon. Stein was like, yeah, they're gonna be disappointed if you don't get if you're expecting stars to be moved, because I don't know if that's what this trade deadline is gonna be. But like Keon Ellis, yeah.
No, we want to talk about Giannis. No. Okay. No, Giannis gonna get traded. Let me tell you though about the kid in Sacramento.
Yeah, I'd be floored if he wasn't moved. And like we talked about earlier, I think that would be a knock on Scott Perry at this point.
Would you be floored if LeBron James retired this offseason?
I'd be surprised.
I saw something last night that changed my mind because I was adamant. LeBron's not retiring this year. He's not retiring a Laker. That is as crystal clear as possible. I watched last night and thought, obviously it's LeBron James, so there's speculation as to if he was actually crying or not.
That's the question I was going to ask.
Yeah, I mean there was a lot of question as to whether LeBron was actually emotional in that moment, and I don't know if he was or not.
But it fit though.
The way Cleveland pushed that photo and video out, the way that so much of what Cleveland did last night was centered on LeBron James, immediately solidified LeBron James, as he should, is finishing his career in Cleveland. Then I watched the rest of the game because that was the first quarter. And LeBron had a rough night. And he's had some games this year where it's like, And he even talked about it maybe for one of the first times last night. He's like, yeah, in my opinion, LeBron James beat Father Time's ass. He's 41 years old and is still performing at an incredibly high level. He does not feel that way. He says, I battle Father Time every night and I take it personally. I'm trying to win every battle against him. And that was the first time I thought, I think LeBron might retire. I think LeBron might retire because for the first time, he's obviously diminishing. And it's not like bad basketball player diminishing. It's like you have the proudest, you have an athlete who has operated at the absolute highest level since he was 12, 13, 14 years old in the national spotlight. And for the first time, and you're approaching 30 years in that description, he's starting to move in a different direction. And I thought, could he stomach him and perhaps Bronny? Because that moment with Bronny, down 30 or not, was dope. Can he stomach a potential decline next year in Cleveland to have the moment? Or does he just go to the promise school with his family by his side and say, I'm done? And last night was the first time that I thought LeBron might actually be done.
Wouldn't that be very unlike him though? Just to kind of just he'd probably do that promise school thing that you said at the end, but just kind of so we're not gonna know this is LeBron's last year. We're not gonna prepare for that.
So we've had this discussion before, and I can't remember where I heard it, but it obviously resonated with me and it stuck with me. And we've had this discussion, and much like both of you guys and everybody else, you were like, nah, LeBron wants the send off, he wants the tour, and I would always say
he deserves it too.
Absolutely. I said, man, I heard it's the exact opposite, actually. I heard and this was like on a podcast, not a secret or nothing like that. I can't remember. It wasn't Rich, but it was somebody who had heard from people who would know. Like, that's not what LeBron wants at all.
Mhm.
Like LeBron, when he goes, might just go into retirement, like into the night. And I was like, for real? Like, I can't imagine that. And that may be what's going on right now. I still think that he's going to play another year. But last night, watching Cleveland, and then here's the thing that actually put reservations in my mind. Reese,
Reservations about what?
about him playing next
Okay.
year. Reese, for like the last 2 years, has been like, man, I got to go see Bron play before he retires. And he said it this year. Bron missed the first game here,
Mhm.
and then it just didn't work out the second game. And I was like, it's fine. Though. He's not going to retire. And then Reese sends me the clip of him crying, watching the video. And he goes, I got to see Bron before he's done playing. And I watched the video. I said, oh, man, might not get the opportunity.
Mhm.
That was the first time I was like, it might be it.
Mhm.
I would say, and you guys tell me what you think. He doesn't owe anything to anybody.
Nope.
Should Adam Silver have a conversation with LeBron and ask him, LeBron, let's you don't owe anybody, but let's do this. Let's send you off the way that everybody wants to see you sent off. Your fans, the league. Give us the year, because it's not like you're old and decrepit. Like, you
Yeah.
could still play basketball at a really high level.
Y'all wanted John Cena to win a couple weeks ago. Do it for the fans, right?
Yeah, that's what this will be. LeBron, I'm just asking, Bron, I believe you. I'm just asking, can you think about giving it 1 year for the tour?
I guess I'll go back on what I'd say too. For me, I feel like LeBron is a big enough player in the history of the league where he needs to be celebrated, I think, going out.
Here it is.
I kind of feel like it's best for business.
I was looking. This is the part I was looking for from LeBron James. Obviously, the question gets asked more, and the thought creeps in my mind more at 41 years old of when the end is and where the finish line for us to hang this up is. But the drive is how much like juice I can squeeze out of this orange. I'm in a battle with Father Time, and I'm taking it personally. I'm going to see how many more times I can be victorious against him. I lied. That was not the quote I was looking for. He said something last night. Maybe I listened to it and didn't read it.
About it being the last time in Cleveland?
It was about how he has not thought about what's next. He has not thought about what he's doing next season. And I know LeBron is we've coined La Kamara, La Kenny. Like, we coined that as a term for lying on this show. I actually believe LeBron James has not decided or even given an extensive amount of thought to whether he's going to retire or not. And the reason I think that is because I think he sat down, and when he says us, he's referring to his wife. He's referring to his children. He might be referring to guys like Rich and Mav and all of those guys, but he's talking about the people that are closest to him. And I swear to you, I believe that LeBron James signed that deal with that option there and knew 38. I'm 38 years old. Or 39. I'm 38 or 39 years old. We're going to sign this deal. And there is no conversation about what happens next until this deal is over. I am a professional basketball player until this deal expires. End of story. And I think that keeps, like, I think it was Ben Roethlisberger. It always stuck in my head that Roethlisberger said, once you start thinking about retirement, you might as well retire. Because the thought of ending all of this is already in your brain. If you eliminate that thought, we cannot discuss this until this contract is over. I believe him in that regard. Now, do I think Rich and Maverick and maybe some other people are having discussions? Because I think once you start, hey, am I going to should I go to Cleveland next year? Should I do the tour? Should I do this? Should I do that? It's taking his focus off of what he wants the most. And I know you feel a certain way about LeBron James on this Lakers team. LeBron wants this Lakers team to win. He wants to win a championship. He wants to win a championship every time he steps on the floor. And if he's thinking about Cleveland, maybe he could do a 45-minute interview for $45 million with NBC next year. If he's thinking about that, it's taking away from what he wants. It's taking away from his battles against Father Time, as he says. So I actually believe him in that regard. And I don't think Adam Silver can ask that question.
Maybe Adam can ask it to Rich. Talk to him.
Maybe.
Something like
maybe.
That.
Now, at this point, I wouldn't trust Rich Paul. Maybe call Savannah. Don't call Rich. You'll wind up on a Max Kellerman podcast. Yeah, call
Zuri.
Call anybody.
Talk to your dad.
Literally, call Maverick. Call anybody except for Rich.
This isn't to call LeBron a liar or anything like that. I think he's exaggerating that a little bit. I can't imagine a human being, and especially somebody as calculated as LeBron, not even considering what's going on 6 months from now. I hear you. I
hear you.
You have to. That doesn't mean you give a lot of energy to it, or that doesn't mean you give a lot of energy, or you talk to your people. This could be just him in solitude. He could be saying all those same things.
Oh, sure.
All those same things to the people around him, like, don't talk to me about it. But in his times alone, in the sauna, in the cold tub,
which is probably a lot of time these days.
Yeah. Like, man, even then in the cold tub.
I'm so tired of
doing this. Do I want to
this.
do this again next year?
It's cold.
What does that
here.
look like?
Yeah.
So maybe he just doesn't know.
Yeah,
right
but that's also like, that's human nature to me. That's not the same as, okay, we've got this meeting lined up with NBC. Right.
I do. Yeah, I agree with you on that.
Like,
he hasn't had those type of things.
Do you think, like, Mike Tomlin was out?
I agree.
Like, now that it's here and we've seen it, it was clear Mike Tomlin was out. And you can argue whether that was good, bad, or indifferent for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I wonder if that's what LeBron James is trying to avoid. I 1,000% agree with you that the cold tub, hot tub, massages, just moments where he's sitting there like, we lost by 30 last night in Cleveland. They played this 3-minute. They were wearing jerseys based on one of my most historic basketball games. Did you notice his shoes, by the way?
Yeah. Yeah, the original Cavs colors.
LeBron's shoes match the Cavs colors. They had this moment for his son. And LeBron never visually reacts to anything Bronny's doing. But he reacted to that. And I don't think it was Bronny that he reacted to. It was his hometown crowd that he reacted to. And I'm sure at some point last night, sitting on the bench down by 30, he thought, I could do it here. Could absolutely do it here. But I think quietly thinking about that is different than going to your wife and saying, hey, how do you feel? Should we go back to Cleveland for one more year? Should I go to, NBC, Amazon? Should I just come home? What should we do? That's not the same thing.
Right. Agreed.
But last night was the very, very first time I thought I might have seen LeBron's last game in Sacramento.
I think he should give it one more year. I think he should give.
Selfishly, that's absolutely what I want.
I think selfishly, I think for his, not that it would be damaged when I say that, but for his legacy, like to receive those flowers everywhere he goes. I want to see him have that. And man, one last time, man, for the game. The game deserves one more trip around for LeBron James.
He's not so horrible. Like, he's not even horrible. Like, he's
Not
fine. He's good.
bad.
He's good enough for one more year. I think it's not like, oh my gosh, this is horrible. This guy looks bad this last year. It's kind of like, he's not Dirk and D Wade, I think, in their last year, whatever.
Not even close.
So it's like,
not even close.
It's still like there'd be some respect. Like,
but
he'd be good enough still, I think.
But what we don't know is how much is going into him being that.
Mhm.
Like he's LeBron James is very, very good. How much work is he putting into being very, very good? And is it the same amount of work he was putting into when he was great, the greatest? And now, like psychologically, how damaging is it to put in the same amount of work you did when you were the greatest player on the court, to put that same amount of work in and you're just good, like really good.
Right.
And so does that diminish next year to where like maybe he was really good last year. The first year he didn't crack 25, it was like 24.9 or 24.8 or whatever it was. He's going to be less than that this year. Maybe he's good this year. Is he putting all of that same work to being like, he's kind of just a basketball player now?
Maybe so. Like if he was like,
like he's Wizards Jordan.
I wouldn't do that.
You got to score 20 a night.
I'm sorry. Oh, you're right. He's scoring more than 20.
We can compare him right now. Yeah.
He's scoring more than 20.
22 on 50%, sir. But if he was like, yeah, I'm cool, like I'm ready to walk away, then fine, walk away. But it also feels like if you were to do that, there's just like some closure that nobody's getting. And maybe for him he is because he walked away and stuff, but it just feels like we'd always kind of, LeBron just left.
I took the girls to Katie did. We were working that night, but they went to the Laker game, that one the other night where Domas mysteriously returned. And it was their first time at a basketball game. And I brought Audrey over to see you guys and meet some of you guys there. And she's watching. And I was like, you know what's cool about this is your first game. And she goes, yeah. So see that guy right there? He's the greatest player to ever live. She goes, really? I go, yeah, he's the best to ever do this. And immediately Chris Biederman's head snaps back and he goes, greatest ever, huh? All right, man. I'm not doing this in front of the kids, but yeah.
Real quick,
He's the greatest
41 ever. LeBron, 22 points, about 50% from the field. Mike didn't make it that far, so we'll just go to 38. There's 39, but he didn't make it that far. We'll 38. He was 23 points on 41% shooting. So shout out.
It was a different time. He had no cartilage in his knee. What are you talking about?
From the dugout to the vineyard. Shout out Dusty Baker. Baker Family Wines over at Industrial Boulevard in West Sacramento. Head over to bakerfamilywines.com. Grab you a bottle as you prepare for all of your big game parties. Head out to the Nugget in Elk Grove, the Nugget in Granite Bay, Roseville, wherever it may be. You can try select Rayleigh's and Bel Air locations as well. Just make Baker Family Wines a part of your nightly routine. Make Baker Family Wines a part of your big game celebration, or just grab a bottle to store away and put in your wine fridge. KC got a wine fridge, probably got a couple of them. I don't have one, but if you have a wine fridge, stock it with Baker Family Wines. Head over to bakerfamilywines.com right now and join Dusty's Clubhouse for exclusive releases and tasting room specials.
Hello, this is Dusty Baker. Welcome to the family.
More of D'Lo and KC next here. We might dive into football here a little bit, and we got much more on the upcoming trade deadline and Spurs. My goodness. Talk more about them as well. D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320.
David Lopez, this is a good suggestion. I might have to go down to LA and take him, but forgive your dad, okay? You don't know what was going on financially. Like, forgive him. It's okay.
Also, shout out David Lopez. He hasn't set his alarm for the jump. Make sure you set your alarms.
Set your alarms. Wake up. Like and subscribe.
Maybe I'll start drinking coffee or something. I'm going to be up at D'Lo hours now.
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. It's going to change you.
That poor dog has no idea what's coming.
Poor who?
Our dog.
Oh, yeah.
We've been waking up a little bit early. Getting him up at like 5:35 now, so we get used to it.
Well, Crystal leaves early, doesn't she?
Yeah, but like me and him will go back to sleep and stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
We've been trying this road to D1 lately. Be up. It's not that early, but 6:30 every day.
Wait, what is it?
With Reese, road to D1. Told me you gotta get up, man. You gotta get this working. If you got school, you gotta You got to find some different times to get some work in.
My dad may have me up at the track running a mile every day at 7 o'clock before school.
There you go, Mr. Tapia.
Got to get up.
Get up.
Works out.
Do you want to go to football here? Do you want to go to football here? Or do you just want to stay with basketball? Oh, I guess I should mention this real quick.
Yeah, man. In the middle of the season right now. Game tonight. See what happens. Dr. David, we absolutely have those games where he gets mad at me.
Mm-hmm. A couple of things here as we shift gears just for a little bit. We've got much more on the NBA. Want to talk Giannis, want to talk Wemby, want to talk a lot about Wemby as well. And we'll tie this all into the Sacramento Kings. Did I see this morning Clint Kubiak? He's coming in for another interview with the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, I don't remember whose tweet it was, but it was a quote. It's his job to lose.
I was about to say it sounds like that's a done deal.
Am I bugging, or is that a good get for the Raiders if they wind up bringing in Clint Kubiak to be their head coach?
Yeah, I think he comes from like Mayor Shanahan's tree, I think, something like that. So, yeah, I think he's like people like him.
Yeah,
I was talking about the other day. Tom Brady was on the telecast. Kubiak
well,
this,
of course
Kubiak
he was.
That.
Of course he was.
This is amazing. Sam Darnold's running Kubiak's offense.
I believe. Oh, was it Kubiak he called courageous?
Something probably like that.
He called someone's play call courageous. It had to be Clint Kubiak. I have to find out who that was.
You know, I'm not usually and this had more to do with the fact that it was the Niners, and what I mean by that is,
it was Clint Kubiak. It was absolutely Clint Kubiak who we said a very brave call, or I would say a courageous call from Clint Kubiak on the bootleg there.
That was courageous too. It was. I remember when it happened. Now that you mentioned, it was like the bootleg pass when they just had to run the ball.
Yeah,
and the first down ended it for the most part. But if they would have ran it, they would have gave the ball back with like 33 seconds left or something. It was courageous. I agree with Tom. Yeah, brave. These coordinators, it's always interesting to see what they turn into as head coaches. The one that I was most confident about, probably because I was the most locked into it, was Kyle Shanahan. I said, oh, yeah, Kyle Shanahan is going to be that dude as a head coach.
Sure.
That dude. Didn't know much about McVay, so I didn't know much about that. I thought Ben Johnson would be pretty good. And in 1 year, he's been pretty good. But usually with the coordinators, I'm not sure, because now you're going from calling plays and designing an offense to leading an entire operation. And, you know, I always just don't put the cart before the horse with that situation. But he's had a heck of a season with what he's been able to do with that Seahawks team on the offensive end, Sam Darnold, the running game, JSN, all that stuff. And it seems like that would be he should be for the Raiders and what they're trying to do, because we talked about it before, getting Fernando Mendoza. You got it.
I don't know why that name beats your ass that way.
Mendoza always gets me in this last week or so. But getting him potentially with the first round pick you want to have an offensive guy who is familiar with being able to get the best out of a quarterback in that situation, and seeing what he's been able to do with Sam Darnold in that Seahawks offense. Kubiak seems to be somebody that should be the guy that the Raiders are locked in on.
Yeah, I mean, 38 years old. Obviously, you talk about coaching trees. Dad's a coach. Like you've got that. This, you know, and you brought this up, and I think it's what you in particular called for at the end of the Indiana-Miami game was, if this is the route you're going to go, you better get the right offensive guy in there to be able to develop this young quarterback. We just laminated. You cannot get this wrong. You cannot miss on your first round pick. You have to make sure, if you're going quarterback, you have to make sure you give this quarterback every opportunity to be great, which means you can't have another one and done coach. You can't have a 2 and done coach. You have to have a quarterback and a head coach who will grow together within your system. And I really, if the Raiders come out of this offseason with Clint Kubiak, I think that is a huge victory for the Las Vegas Raiders.
I think it's an A hire.
I completely agree. Completely agree. Yeah. 38 years old. Again, you talk about the coaching tree, the coaching family. That's where
the league is going.
Yeah, you can fail. Like, you can absolutely fail, but yeah, this works for me if it winds up being the Raiders hire. It absolutely works for me.
All things considered, it feels like that's the best candidate you could get right now for what you're trying to do as a franchise if you're the Raiders.
It's just them and the Arizona Cardinals right now, right? As far as looking for head coaches.
Yeah.
Bills got theirs.
The Browns signed somebody. I couldn't tell you who
the old Ravens head offensive coordinator.
Who had the fake.
Wait, that was the Browns coach?
Yeah.
Yeah, who had the 20 years ago.
Oh yeah, he had the Tinder pick up there.
As a result, hiring him, you lost Jim Schwartz, who wanted that job. I don't think your GM wanted Jim Schwartz, but your owner wanted Jim Schwartz, so the Browns are just a mess.
So Jim Schwartz hasn't interviewed with the San Francisco 49ers.
I don't think. Yeah,
he did. No, he has not.
No, he hasn't even officially left yet. But it's like, yeah, he's told people like, I'm leaving. I don't want to be here.
Matt Mayoko
posted the Popeyes lady, I think.
Who posted that?
Myles Garrett. He's tired.
Oh, that's great.
He's tired of it all.
That is great. Matt Mayoko posted just minutes ago, actually. So far, the 49ers have interviewed Raheem Morris, A plus, Joe Woods, and Gus Bradley for their vacant defensive coordinator position. Again, Matt Mayoko tweeted that just minutes ago.
Go get a bag for Jim Schwartz and don't worry about your defense for the next 3 years.
Yeah, it might not be a bag though, because I mean, has he been let go?
He's not.
He has to be let go.
I'd put Kenny's money.
Wait, why?
All of his finances on.
Yeah.
Because we don't got it like that.
No.
His portfolio.
That's it. Once you get to that amount of money, you use the term portfolio. It's not an account.
Yes.
No, right. What are they what are they talking?
Put his portfolio on Jim Schwartz not being the Browns defensive coordinator next year.
Okay.
Like, it seems like, he's out of there.
Well, then
unless Jimmy Haslam just, I guess, doesn't own anything. It's like, nope. And somehow it wouldn't make sense for him to be there. I don't think he's going to be there. Unless it's the most dysfunctional thing of all time.
I wonder if you can bank on anybody being a coordinator for the 49ers for 3 years.
I think the Vangios and Schwartzes, you can. They've already been head coaches. They've already been there, done that. They're probably not going to leave unless it's for like the perfect job or anything like that. So I think you can keep them around for at least 2 and get lucky with a 3rd, maybe.
Fangio's different. Schwartz only had the one job, didn't he?
The Lions, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Fangio's from
Philly, but that wasn't even that long ago, was it?
The Lions?
Yeah.
It was a while ago.
That was Jim Harbaugh years, I think.
Yeah. That was him and Harbaugh got into it.
Oh, yeah.
But is anyone going to really hire Jim Schwartz, though, to be their head coach?
But that's the whole thing. Like, if he has the #1 defense they go to the NFC Championship game, all of a sudden, Jim Schwartz.
See,
that's not happening in Cleveland because they stink.
But I kind of mentioned it with, like, when we were talking about Kubiak and stuff. Like, I feel like the league is going towards the Kubiaks and guys like that, even just kind of the new age coaches rather than the old school guys, unless you're a Harbaugh and things like that.
The Browns didn't do that.
No,
the Browns didn't really have a choice, though. Like, they the Browns are completely separate. They're the outlier here. They're just dysfunctional if you looked at that or whatever. But I think, yeah, it's just you're looking more for the Kubiaks, and even like Miami got Jeff Hafley, and he's kind of from the 49ers, Coach Sherman and things like that. Like just kind of those coaching trees now, I think. Rather than this old school guy, Jim Schwartz. I think teams are kind of scared from that a little bit.
That could be the case. I mean, I like Jim Schwartz, obviously, for a potential defensive coordinator. I like Raheem Morris. Raheem Morris would probably fit more.
Yeah, I
into
like
what
Raheem
you're-
Morris too.
What you're talking about, Jesse, where if Raheem Morris comes to San Francisco and they got the number 3 defense in the league, he could be looking at his next job.
Right.
Although, has he had 2
Two.
jobs now?
2. Yeah.
He might not be looking at his
2.
next job. That might be the guy who'll be there for a while.
Yeah, so that's the thing. He might not. Maybe he definitely wouldn't get one as quickly as Robert Saleh did. Like if the 49ers defense excelled the way that it did this year, he's not Robert Saleh next year.
I think you got 2 years of Schwartz at least.
I think you got more than that.
Yeah,
like I'm not sure that Jim Schwartz is getting another head coaching job.
That's kind of where I'm at. Tom Pelissero tweeted that when the Browns decided to hire Todd Monken, Schwartz was visibly upset, said goodbyes in the building to other coaches and told him he's not coming back. The Browns still want him, but it's like, yeah, that's going to be very dysfunctional.
Nothing even been. He told Jan in accounting goodbye.
I'm out of here. I don't want to be here. Like, I don't think he's coming back.
Yeah, I mean, to me, that's, and I don't know as much about these guys as Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, but I like Raheem Morris and Jim Schwartz.
I'm not giving up a pick for the Raiders. Says Schwartz may have to be traded for. I'm not giving up a pick for a defensive coordinator though.
Agreed.
Oh yeah, I
Agreed.
wouldn't either.
Yeah, agreed. Oh, I saw something this morning that said, just who knows, but there was reports that Mac Jones is, quote, definitely on the Vikings' radar as a potential trade target. So the Vikings, you target Mac Jones, huh? You target Mac
Oh, I know where you're going.
Let's have a conversation.
I know where you're going.
Let's have a conversation.
Question.
Minnesota.
Question. I'll be Minnesota.
Okay.
Why would I do that if I'm targeting a quarterback?
Because you just the money's crazy. The money's crazy. Yeah, the money's crazy.
You stupid. You're just over there smiling. You know that's a terrible argument. You don't even know what Justin Jefferson makes. What are you talking about?
Doesn't he make 30?
Also, my new quarterback costs $7.50.
I think Justin makes $30 million a year.
I think he does. Yeah, he makes a lot. But Mac doesn't.
No.
Also, are you done with the kid?
Apparently, if you're worried about Mac Jones, I don't think you should be necessarily, but if you're interested in Mac Jones, you're definitely done with the kid. Go blue. National champion.
Who?
JJ.
Oh. The kid. Thank you.
I think Mac is too. Did Mac win? Yeah, Mac won.
Mac did. Yeah, Mac did.
Yeah.
I did. So okay, we can transition to the wide receiver. That's sweet. That's not happening.
Actually, I say that you might be able to have a conversation with them about Jordan Addison.
Okay.
Which is more in your price range, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch. But here's the thing.
Jordan Addison can play too.
He can.
You're just not sure how he is off the field.
Yeah. I need them to really consider and really mull over, work the phones, do what you have to do to go get you a playmaking number one wide receiver.
So I'm glad you mentioned that. ESPN posted a list of the top 50 free agents in the NFL this offseason. Kind of a good news, bad news thing there. Good news, Trey Hendrickson is 1. George Pickens is number 2. Bad news is there aren't a lot of wide receivers on this list.
No, there's not.
Alec Pierce is next, and I think he was 6 on the list. I think he was 6th. And you have been adamant that the 49ers need to go get a wide receiver. Obviously, a trade for Justin Jefferson is a dream level scenario, but George Pickens is out there as a free agent. You could potentially have options, and then the AJ Brown thing is going to be out there until it's not. It's just going to stay out there because everybody is kind of waiting for that to end one way or another.
Did you, real quick before I dive into that, because I want to dive, did you see what the caption is on ESPN.com for the story? Not like when you click on the story, but like the headline.
I don't think so.
I'll read it for you.
Okay.
It says, our updated NFL free agent 1 to 50 rankings.
Okay.
6 weeks. 6 weeks out. 6 weeks until free agency starts. 6 weeks out. We've got the rankings. Dwayne is definitely up there because free agency, it's not really working out right now. It's not. So they called me to come in here and say 6 weeks from now, 6 weeks, free agency is going to start. George Pickens is number 2. Trey Hendrickson is number 1. And you decipher anybody else after that.
This is your fault because you have convinced him that this impression is good.
I'm not going to lie. I'm going to apologize for that one.
Thank you.
I didn't know what he was doing.
It says 6 weeks out.
Would you rather give up $30 million plus for George Pickens or a second round pick and some change for AJ Brown?
So I'd probably, to answer your question, I'd go AJ Brown.
So I think with Philly, you're going to have to overpay because that's your rival. But I think Philly would be willing to trade him if the right price was there.
I'd go AJ Brown because I potentially could get a second or a third for Mac Jones. And I could just recoup that. So that would be my thing. But here's the thing about all of this. I was thinking about Kyle Shanahan, and obviously he's always tied to Sean McVay. And like, who's better, Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan? And I think they're 1A, 1 and 1A. I think they are two of, if not the two best coaches in the game today. And there's really no separation. I know you can talk about McVay's won a Super Bowl, been to 2 Super Bowls, all this. He's done fantastic. I'm not going to knock McVay's resume at all. He's fantastic. But to me, the difference between the two is Sean McVay is not afraid to take the big swing and go get one of those difference makers.
Stole Stafford from Shanahan.
Stafford, Jalen Ramsey, Odell Beckham, Devontae Adams.
Reports are Shanahan stole Christian McCaffrey from McVay.
That's the one Kyle went out and got. He got, and look where it got.
And it kind of worked.
Yeah, look where it got him. Sean, there was the rumors, and I don't think this is going to happen, but I got my radars up to it. There was rumors that the Rams and McVay and all those guys are angling for Joe Burrow. Maybe not this offseason, but like, hey, let another season like last
Giannis
season.
watch over there in Cincinnati.
We got one more year.
That's
Stafford
what I'm
let
saying.
Joe Burrow mess up this year. Oh my
So
gosh.
they already planning. And Sean McVay will go do that. Sean said, I'll go do that. Kyle, a lot of times with these offensive playmakers, seems to say, my system, I don't need to take that big of a swing because my system will handle it. And he's not willing to do that. Devontae wanted to go to the Niners this offseason. They lowballed him on the offer. He ends up going to LA. They're a championship contender this year. A couple of plays in the NFC Championship away from going to the Super Bowl. And consistently, that seems to be, to me, the difference between the two. Sean McVay will go do what he needs to do. Adams out there, let's go do it.
I was actually watching a video about that the other day where Kyle Shanahan was talking about how McVay got Stafford and they both knew they wanted him or whatever. But I think Shanahan was going to talk to him the next day and they had it planned out, blah, blah, blah. And he says someone gives him a call, presumably the Lions front office or something. I'd assume like, hey, if you want Stafford, you need to go get him now. Like, you need to go get him now. And Shanahan's like, no, we're talking to him tomorrow. It's fine, blah, blah, blah. It's cool. And then 15 minutes later, he's a Ram. And it's like, I was thinking after that, like if Stafford becomes a 49er, Shanahan may have 2 Super Bowls right now.
Yeah.
Like that's the difference.
And that's the difference, I think, with him and McVay. McVay don't play.
Mm-hmm.
McVay will go get him.
Mm-hmm.
Kyle's a little more arrogant when it comes to his system, and understandably so, because it's worked a number of different times. I'll go get Emmanuel Sanders and we'll get to the Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? I'll go get DeMarcus Robinson, all this stuff that D'Lo and Casey and Jesse and Kyle were talking in August. And look what I did with this wide receiving core in my system this year. We got to the divisional round. I'll go draft another guy or whatever. And sometimes I want him to, I gotta go get this guy. I gotta go get Devontae Adams. And that's what I want to see this offseason. I gotta go get an AJ Brown.
You got to be more aggressive when the clock starts ticking the way that it is right now.
Agreed.
Well, you've got to retool this thing, and you've got the Rams where they are. You've got the Seahawks where they are. You don't have any room at all to fall behind.
Well, this is just sports too. Remind me of how it was Cowboys or Niners first, either or. But like the Deion thing, it's like one team knew they needed Deion to take them over the top. You got Deion. It's like you got to make those moves. Like
49ers had him first
when it arises. Yeah.
I laugh because did you see Eddie DeBartolo?
Oh, he's been on Twitter.
Eddie talked yesterday.
Okay.
That ties directly to what Jesse said.
Okay.
The Cowboys, they had the Niners number. They got them. And they had the Emmett, Aikman, all that. We know what they had. And Eddie said, I'm going to get Deion because we got to beat the Cowboys. That's what we got. That's what I got to do. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to get Deion. They go get Deion. He goes get Ken Norton Jr. and all this other stuff. One of the great teams in 49er history. They win the Super Bowl. Yesterday, Eddie is talking to a media scrum, and he says, Eddie, it's been 31 years since the 49ers have won a Super Bowl. He said, if you were owning the 49ers, how would you deal with that? How would you deal with being in a drought for 31 years and not winning the Super Bowl? And he said, I wouldn't be. Simple as that.
That's great.
As simple as that. That's exactly what happened
terrific.
There.
Yeah,
he said,
terrific.
no, I need to win a championship by any means necessary. I'm going to get Deion Sanders. And McVay has that in him. I don't know if Kyle has that in him. Kyle's more reliant on patience, my system. We're thinking 5 years down the road with contracts and stuff. And I understand that. Parag, he's in charge of that too. But man, sometimes you gotta have that Eddie D mentality.
Kyle's biggest issue is that he might be right in the sense where it's like, yeah, I've been to the Super Bowl 3 times, 1 time with the Falcons. And it's like my system works. It's just, hey, Jimmy G hit this pass to Sanders, maybe, or just these little few things go this way. It's like we're right there. Why do I need to do that when it's
But you can't rely on that anymore.
Well, I'm saying that's why Shanahan probably doesn't.
Yeah, and that's what I mean. Like you can't rely on that anymore because if one thing, you have to. What can I do to make sure that this doesn't fall short again? And if it's the receiver, it's the receiver. If it's the quarterback, it's the. I need to address it. What do I determine that it is? I need to address it. And with the Seahawks on the Seahawks are competing for the Super Bowl. Most people think the Seahawks are winning the Super Bowl easily. They beat the Rams. Those are 2 teams in your division. You can't let this get too far out of hand.
And to be fair to Kyle Shanahan, this is one of the first times he's been in this situation. Because you think about other offseason situations. Like I'm just like, go get AJ Brown. All right, well, Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel have been there, and George Kittle, and they went and got McCaffrey. So I'll go get defensive line help. They went and got old boy from the Eagles that it didn't work out. What was the oh man, I'm drawing a blank.
The end?
No, he was the D tackle. Hargrave.
Javon Hargrave.
Yeah, they went and got him from the Eagles who just won the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
So he's had some moments like that, and then there really hasn't been a lot of spots to go do something like that. But this summer you have a spot. You're in a spot. You have open spots. Go get one of these real wide receivers. Because I promise you, Sean McVay would do it. Sean McVay, like, oh, this is what we need?
Yeah.
We're going to go get it. Yeah, we'll draft somebody too, but we're going to go get one of these dudes. And that's what I want to see from Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch this this offseason.
Well, McVay lost Cup, and he's like, yeah, let me get Devontae Adams.
Yeah.
Like, you knew Puka was the one still.
Yeah. And once again, Devontae was there for the Niners. He was there. They just didn't want to pay him.
Let's see what TC talking about. 916-909-1320. Probably.
TC has been on hold for like 10 minutes. But I just answered it right now.
Probably. TC, what's happening?
What's up with my two brothers?
What's up, TC?
Hey, I'm just vibing. I'm not even really going down Shanahan lane. I was gonna come Kings, but I mean, since we on the topic, that should be the main. Listen, bro, we on here talking about this and that, coming up with 1,000 excuses, and like, bro, the number one thing. What I can agree with you, Kenny, is that should be on. That we've been talking about that. Go get a number one bona fide receiver. I know we have BA, but we've been talking about a big body guy like a George Pickens or something like. Kyle, go get a number. We've been talking about that. We've been talking about the offensive line and all that. We've been talking about that. The number one thing is going to get Jim Schwartz. I get what you said, Jesse, on the pick, but if Schwartz acting like he want to stay and he in the limbo, they like, man, we didn't get rid of him and tell him to get out of here for a fourth rounder, bro, I'm sending that fourth rounder, and why I'm doing it is because it's going to make my team overall better. Not only does this guy have my number, but I know that my defense will be in a great position and will be in a great position to win the championship. Kyle, if you're really serious about winning the championship, other than that, you can keep doing what you're doing, and a lot of the fan base will keep congratulating you, losing and acting like you got 20 rings. But if you're serious, bro, give up a pick if that's what's on the table to go get Schwartz. That's how serious I am, bro. Like the Stephon Castle, giving up them first-round picks. If the Spurs is listening, I'm doing it.
I can guarantee you the Spurs are not listening.
No.
I promise you,
Told you, TC,
they are
no.
not listening.
No.
I love how TC sneaked this as Kyle too. Like, yeah, go get the guy that's had your number. If you're serious about winning the Super Bowl, go get the guy that's had your number.
Do a lot of 40 Oh, we got to go to break. Just real quick. So, do a lot of 49er fans hate Kyle Shanahan?
There's a good number that blame him.
Okay.
I don't know if they hate him, but
All
they
right.
blame him.
Oh, TC hates him.
Yeah, that's
I know
different.
that for sure.
That's different.
All right. We'll come back. We'll shift our attention back to basketball, namely what we saw. Sean Cunningham joins us about an hour from now, by the way. Namely, what we saw last night from what might be the second best team in basketball. We'll talk about that. It's D'Lo and KC here on ESPN 1320.
Shout out TC. That was a fire call.
That was a good call. They said Kyle Shanahan got Trey Lance hurt on purpose.
Obviously. Bay Area media was leading that charge.
I saw it. Kyle Shanahan did the Rock throat slit. Quarterback draw.
Kicking it with KC next week, guys. Next week. Had some news too.
Actually saw Kyle Shanahan talk about why like Johnny Manziel couldn't work. He wasn't fast enough on the outside, and he had to run up the middles and stuff, and Johnny would have died.
Damn. I didn't see that. Was that recent?
I don't remember where. I was just, like I said, watching highlights and videos and stuff, and it popped up. I was watching every team's worst turnover all time in their history yesterday.
Oh.
The 49ers was Roger Craig, I think, against the Giants in 1990.
Yeah. Was going for the three-peat. That one's tough.
Biners for the Browns, I think it was. Biners, I think his last name, but no, it was that play.
Yeah. Ernest Miner. At the goal line.
Yeah. That one was sad, too, because you see the ball pop out and he hits the ground like as the play's going on. He's like, no.
There's a fantastic game going on in Winston-Salem. Women's college basketball, Virginia. 91 down, 91-92 to Wake Forest in the second overtime. I'll keep you guys updated.
The Vikings' worst turnover was Favre's pick against across the field.
It's not Detroit, man.
The Saints one I felt bad because it was that interception against the Rams in overtime, but that's the one where they get screwed on that pass interference that should have been. Yeah, David J. He was right there too. That was honestly just a great play by the defender to get him. But it's the Browns.
How sad. Did you guys see that Sac State got $50 million from Meta
For that housing stuff?
Yeah, to fund their downtown expansion. That's kind of wild. 50 mil. There was a report out yesterday, but yeah, the report, Sac State hasn't said it, but it's legit. Yeah. One of the little school writers, I don't mean it like that, but one of the school writers reported that.
Shout out to the State Hornet.
Yeah. And they're 100% correct. I think they had been with Adidas for like the last
It's about time to make that move.
It is.
All right. I love Sac State, but when I was there, it was hella boring.
It's popping now.
Now I'm glad. Like some things are happening.
It's popping.
Kyle, we don't talk about these things. We don't talk about the GOAT.
He did fumble.
Adrian
Didn't he
Peterson
fumble 4 times?
Bro, Adrian Peterson had a bad fumble problem.
I think he fumbled 4 times in that game. I don't know if he lost all 4, but I think he fumbled 4 times.
I think the Cowboys turnover was like something like Roger Staubach or something like that.
It wasn't well. That wasn't.
I'm being serious. I'm actually talking about a video.
That wasn't a turnover, right?
No, yeah, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. Yeah, so yeah, it was like Staubach or something like that.
Oh no, technically it was a turnover. That should be
Turnover
number 1.
downs.
Yeah.
That was mean. Yeah, charismatic. That was theirs.
My bad. I had to go grab a snack.
What you get?
I honest to God thought this was popcorn.
What is it?
I didn't know it wasn't popcorn until I opened it. It was some sort of cheese puff thing.
No, brother.
What's it called?
Hey man,
What are you eating?
come on, man.
What are you eating?
I'll tell the
It's
class.
called. It's called
No, tell him what
Come
you're
on,
eating. Not what
man.
it's called. Tell him what you're eating.
Pirate's Booty.
Oh,
I didn't even notice that. I thought this was popcorn.
hey, that was great.
It's a rice and corn puff.
Tell them what you're eating, and then the name is crazy.
I had no idea this was called Pirate's Booty. I've never heard of this before.
Man, yeah. Shout out James. Bless his heart. He tried to put that in. Said no thanks.
I
You
thought
wanna
it was
get me from-
popcorn.
You want to keep me from rating
I
the
did- I-
snack clock?
I
Right next
did
to the
not
jar
know-
of peanut butter.
I did. Oh my God, that jar of peanut butter, boy.
I never touched that one.
I'm gonna take it home and give it to Sprout.
You're trying to keep me from
James, I swear to
raiding
God,
that locker.
James is gonna clear that thing out tomorrow. Watch. James is so sick of all of us.
No, that's real. James like, yeah, Kenny, the snack shack's gonna be gone.
He wanted to make sure
Look,
everybody knew that.
Hey, and he ain't restocked it with anything worthwhile in months.
Yeah, it's like it's just like the one out there.
Open the door, close the door.
I be checking. Sometimes when there's nothing out there, I'm like, man, maybe I'm like how you go to the refrigerator, maybe you miss something. Maybe
Yeah.
maybe there's something in there I haven't seen. I go in there and look. I'm like, oh,
You
no,
desperately want there to be something good.
some crackers. Nah, it's just Pirate's Booty.
Well,
Well, you've opened the fridge 4 times.
Plus James Hart though, that's my guy.
Shout out James.
yeah, we
hooked
say
us
all
up.
that for people who have never once contributed to the fortress of snack food.
That's why I don't complain, man. James, out the goodness of his heart.
Yo,
The
that's
snack
tough.
shack, not the snack shack, whatever we call the little Odyssey thing. That hurts. We need that one.
Yeah, Kim Snack Shack. Yeah, that
Yeah.
hurts. That's terrible.
I keep
Shout out to
saying,
James.
Bring
Look for
the
James
damn
for it.
vending machine back.
That is terrible.
Yeah, we're gonna
That
lose a lot
stuff
of
right
money
there is
doing that.
awful.
What, the food or the vending machine?
The Pirate's Booty. That stuff is terrible.
Yeah, it's like cheddar puffs, basically.
Yeah. That is awful. I was eating them like, oh, this is going to get better. It didn't.
I caught myself. I was getting like a soda a day. I was like, I need to relax.
And I'm washing it down with this nasty ass green juice. Jesus.
For the update, I said this during the break.
Oh, this is not drinkable. This is
oh
bad.
no.
Oh,
Oh no.
God.
You want to go take
some water?
You want to go back, bro?
Oh, no, I got water.
You can get
That's
a Diet Pepsi
bad.
if you want.
Update
Diet Pepsi.
for everybody during the break. They're now going into the third overtime in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Women's basketball, Virginia 95, Wake Forest 95 as they start the third overtime.
Oh, okay.
I'm practicing for 2 to 6. We're gonna have to do this from time to time.
No, we're probably gonna have to do
Guys,
this a
don't
lot.
update them. They're gonna leave. They're gonna leave the show. Don't update them.
We're gonna
Do not tell them the Giants score. Do not.
The Giants score.
Joey Bart just hit a home run. You better not mention it.
What are we gonna do during Kings games?
Oh,
Team USA, that thing, I guess.
Oh, that was fun.
That was
Team
a
USA
great
was
time.
fun. Like
That
I
was a great
assume we
time.
just like talk Kings and give updates like as to like what's going on. I might actually have to call Matt Nahegan and ask about this. Like, how did you
Yeah,
handle this?
I
before?
don't think he handled it. They got the Warriors.
They do now. They got the Warriors from KMBR.
How long has Matt Nahegan been there?
Oh, I think a long time.
Okay, because they got the Warriors after the first title, I think.
Oh, maybe not that long. What
'Cause-
year is?
Because the story,
Oh, maybe he hasn't been there that long.
the story goes, well, you know,
They were getting bumped for
yeah,
Giants games.
and Joe Lake was like, "This is never happening again."
Yeah.
And they it might even been before the championship. It might have been when Steph first started making the playoffs and stuff. Yeah, so it's been a while.
So maybe I can't call him Matt Nahegan. Because Matt Nahegan might be like, don't say anything.
Do we get to do the Mark
Don't
Jones?
even talk basketball.
Do we get to do the Mark Jones? And Malik Monk hits a 3. The Kings are now down 25.
No, because we obviously we can't do play-by-play, but we might literally give updates by the quarter and like break down the quarter. All right, first quarter is in the books. Kings are down 41-20.
Jeez.
Here's what? That's inconceivable.
Yeah, now they get 20.
Good
They scored
point.
15 the other night in the quarter.
That's a great
Yeah.
point. This is a great point.
This is gonna be us being sarcastic the whole time about the Kings during the game.
They come to find out, hey, you're down 3. They're down. They're never up.
Never.
It's just down.
Never.
They're down 3. That's a good thing.
That Miami game was 1 of 1. What they had a near wire-to-wire one.
Washington. Was Washington wire to wire? No, maybe they're down.
I don't
like
think
3-2
so.
or something like that.
We can do D'Lo and KC live bets for like, how many times is Dylan Cardwell going to celebrate a dunk?
All of them. He's going to celebrate
the line
them.
is set at
All of them.
3, more or less.
Oh man, look,
The Wizards was not wire to wire. The Wizards at one point led by 1. The Knicks was not wire to wire. It was 5-4 at one point.
You said Dylan Cardwell.
Interestingly enough, in 3 of those wins, let me go to the Rockets real quick. Okay, the Rockets is the exception. Lakers, Knicks, Wizards, 1 lead change. Once the Kings took the lead, they never lost it.
Yeah, I remember that specifically for that Lakers game. Because it looked like the Lakers were about to go to work on the Kings. They were down like 11 early in the first quarter, and the Kings just walked them down and never looked back.
The Cavs game is still the weirdest game of the season.
That was a little bizarre. That was also a game where Russ airballed a dunk, and Dennis Schroeder elbowed this lady in the head.
Oh, yeah.
Poor lady.
Who was it? Jarrett Allen? Who missed the free throw by like 4 feet the other night?
I don't know.
Like he missed the free throw so bad. I don't think the ball even hit the net. It just dropped. I think it was Jarrett Allen. It's hilarious. It was his first of 2 free throw attempts. Of course, he hits the second one.
Yeah.
But the first one, it's just the ball like stops in midair and just drops.
He's hit a wind current and knocked down. It's like he's playing outside.
You know what's funny about the Cleveland game is it's 16-2. Look at this.
Uh-oh.
Watch how badly he misses this.
I haven't seen this. Come on, man.
I'm sorry, he brushed the bottom of the
Come
net.
on, man.
He brushed the bottom of the net.
That's tough. That is tough.
I love Jared Allen. I remember Jared Allen on draft night, the first player to ever be drafted out of the 70s. What was funny about that Cavs game is it was 16-2. It's a complete disaster. But in hindsight, it's like it's a 14-point lead.
Yeah.
It's just a little more jarring when it's at the beginning of the game.
That happens all the time with the Kings, and they've battled back.
What's a 14-point lead? It literally happens with this basketball team all the time.
Yeah. I mean, I think that happens a lot with like leads in the beginning of the game. Like, oh man, they started the game off up 10-0. Oh,
it looks different. Yeah. Oh, he's just exhausted by it.
Does it get any worse for them if nobody moves and it's just Keon? And it's like James Hammer said, yeah, Zach LaVine's not happy here. And Zach LaVine, you had unhappy Zach LaVine the rest of the season. And Domantas Sabonis, it's not really a lead, like a guy on this team, or he's just here now again.
Does it get worse was the question?
Yeah, like just do the vibes get worse? Like maybe it's just these guys aren't necessarily, I hate saying playing together because I don't want to say like they're quitting or anything like that, but just more so it's a team with no direction. It's just a bunch of guys just here, just island of misfit toys for now.
Yeah, we need a team with one direction.
Like Zach is unhappy. DeMar's still spending another year of his Hall of Fame career with the Kings, not really playing for anything. So Sabonis is here, like I said. No real fit for Schroeder and those guys.
I mean, it gets worse for the rest of the season.
Does it?
That's kind of what I mean. I guess.
It gets worse?
Yeah, I mean,
it's pretty bad. This is a
is.
12-win basketball team. It's going to get worse.
It is, because we talked about it a little bit before the show started. Like, it's not November no more. Like, you can play these young guys 35 minutes a night.
Mm-hmm.
We're at the tail end, damn near. Once we get to the 25 game mark, when the league gets real, but the Kings don't. Go ahead, do what you do. I don't need to see DeRozan 35 minutes. I don't need to even see Russ that much. I can deal with that. When you are in November talking about play the young guys 30 minutes, like, bro, we've got 74 games left. I don't want to see this for 74 more games. You get to 20 games, do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. So but that's me. That's kind of the way that I view it. I know for those guys, if you have like, hey, DeMar, you're only playing 15 minutes tonight, or you only like that could be bad for the vibes, man. That could be really bad for the vibes.
I don't think it helps Doug Christie
But
either.
do you think so? I've wondered if some of this DeMar 39 minutes, 38 minutes, Russell Westbrook 30, 31 minutes. I did wonder on this show if that changes after the trade deadline. Is there a shift after the trade deadline? But going back to what we were talking about earlier, I don't think Doug is doing that because of the trade deadline. I think Doug is doing that because he still believes that is his best opportunity to win basketball games.
Yeah.
And if Doug is fighting for his coaching life, it's not going to be DeMar DeRozan for 15 minutes and Zach LaVine for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or whatever. It's going to be those veterans that everybody does not like playing 30-some-odd minutes a game because Doug needs to win basketball games. Maybe the franchise doesn't, but Doug does. And here's the great news for the tanking crowd. Probably doesn't matter.
Right.
This team is not winning basketball games, so it probably doesn't matter. But there's always that weird little caveat.
Like if you would have just lost 2 more games.
Well, you might hit a stretch where you're playing a bunch of basketball teams that are in fact tanking with secure head coaches, and you win 4 or 5 or something like that. And then it starts to, mess with the lottery balls a little bit. And then you find out, if the Kings had just done this.
And you do have like the lowest strength of schedule for the rest of the season.
Yeah,
You know what I
right.
mean? So
Yeah.
like to your point of winning 3 games in a row or something when you shouldn't be. Yeah, I could see that happening.
The
playing
Kings
those
are
guys
not
like
going
that.
on a Clippers run.
What would winning even really like? Yeah, they're not going on a Clippers run or whatever, but like, what would winning even do for Doug Christie at this point? You're not getting to the play-in. All it's going to do is hinder your draft spot. Let's
Yeah.
say you win some games, or not just
So-
be realistic, but you win some games with the vets. You didn't really get the young guys in there. Like, what is that? That does nothing for him, I feel.
So it doesn't.
I feel like it hurts him.
Well, it doesn't. Not
winning, but just how
It
it
doesn't
does
help.
that
Or the tough part is it probably doesn't help or hurt Doug, because there's no Antonio Pierce situation here where I don't think he's going to go win a bunch of games, and Scott's going to be like, I love this guy. This is our coach moving forward. What I think happens is, because of what you just said, Jesse, I don't like this. I don't agree with this, but it might be the direction you have to go. Scott Perry says, hey, DC, I got to talk to you. Why don't we limit DeMar DeRozan? Not tonight, just forever. Why don't we limit Zach LaVine, Russell? Why don't we make sure Dylan gets some run? I'll send some of these guys from Stockton over to you. Why don't we make sure they get some run? Maybe Zach's got back soreness for a couple of nights. Why don't we get some of these other guys out there? Hell, put Devin Carter out there. Let him play some basketball.
Doug said, relax, Scott.
That's too far. Too far.
I mean, and you guys know I'm like, hey, compete guy. But like, there's organizationally at this point,
Yeah.
there's no need.
Because it's so bad. Yeah, it's so bad.
There's no need. Like, I really do believe, like, you don't, you've got the record where it's at, your odds are where you're at. Yeah, I understand people like, don't mess it up now. Like, you've already done the hard work. You've been miserable to watch and a miserable middling, not even middling team, just a bad
just
team
bad. Yeah.
for 50 some odd games.
Mm-hmm.
Don't mess it up by winning 10 of your next 21.
Not with this draft either.
Yeah.
This is a draft where if you're lucky enough to land a top 2 pick, it's going to take some work still, but that could correct your path.
Mm-hmm.
Rather than, hey, 2027's here. Who's ready to work?
Yeah.
Mm.
You can kind of streamline this thing, and that's something that I didn't believe was possible earlier in the season.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was like, all right, they stink. They're not going to be bottom 5 bad all year long. They might be the 8th worst record or something like that, maybe even 9-10. And you're right here.
Mm-hmm.
You're right here with like a bottom 3 record in the league. Call what you want. I'm pivoting because we're in a different situation.
It's not tanking.
Do what you need to do.
Just don't try your best.
Do what you need to do at this point. You didn't, once again, different situations. Now you pivot and you react accordingly.
Well, here's the thing. Tanking, it all might be one and the same. They could play all of those guys. You're not going to win basketball games.
Right.
The problem is, like, at some point, and I think they know. I have fun at Devin Carter's expense, but I think they know he's not a player for them. He can't get minutes here. But I don't know who else you go to. Like, Drew Eubanks, part of your future? Doug McDermott? Dario Saric? Like, you don't have young guys to play.
Yeah.
Your young guys are playing. Neek, Max, Dylan. You can't play those guys 45 minutes a night. So you know, there's a certain, let Russell Westbrook continue to play. I'm assuming Keon Ellis is going to be gone. And that's why I think Devin Carter is a part of it. You just let those guys play to just get through the season. But, and Precious, play Precious and sign Precious.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure he's back here, a part of this team next year. But I don't think there's a scenario where you can just completely eliminate those guys' minutes all the way. And if you need to eliminate some of them, that, going back to the original question, that's where I think vibes get a little rocky. Because I think guys can stomach. None of these guys like to lose. Don't get me wrong. But I also think they could stomach playing and losing versus not playing and losing. I think if you're telling these guys, we're not playing, or you're not playing, and they lose, or they're playing limited minutes, and the team loses, I think that's what creates I think that's what creates some animosity, frustration, whatever term you want to use.
Just for the purposes of making sure that we are definitive, they do have the worst or the easiest strength of schedule left. And that includes 1 game against Washington, 3 games against New Orleans. I don't think they win any of them. 1 against the Pacers, 2 against Brooklyn, 2 against the Jazz, and 2 against the Grizzlies. What is that? That is 4, 5, 7, 9, 11. They got to find a way to be like 3 and 8 in those games. You got to find a way to be 3 and 8. You cannot mess around in those 11 games and be 7 and 4. You can't mess around. 8
Remember
and 3
when we
in those
used to
games.
say you got to go 10 and 1 in those games? You got to go 8 and 2 or 8 and 3 or whatever it is. Now we're like, man, you can't win more than 2 or 3.
Don't you dare win today.
Oh,
that's scary. 11 games right there. That's a scary proposition. Mess around and go 8 and 3.
How the turntables. You don't get it. It's fine, Jesse. Yeah, boo.
Dead
Whoa.
Yeah, be a professional, Kenny. No dead end.
Wow.
Oh man, the season's 7. That was one after oh boy, left.
No, like he said that line.
He was there. He was very much there.
Gotta tell you something. I was at the barbershop this morning, and they always have Cowherd on for some reason. Cowherd was listening to the Ravens' new head coach,
Jesse Minter.
Thank you. It was talking to Jesse Minter. By the way, beautiful work by the Ravens. Jesse Minter is doing the interview. In the background it's like a mock locker room type thing. Lamar Jackson's jersey is very, very carefully placed in position to be seen on camera.
Yeah, whatever, but he's still got a $90 million cap hit, so fix that.
Cowherd is listening, and I realized Cowherd looks like Michael Scott. Like just the way he's up there, and he's like, It's like it's when Michael Scott pretends like he knows what someone is talking about. It's like that conversation with Oscar where he's like talking about a surplus and explain it to me like I'm 5. That's Cowherd listening to a conversation about football.
While we're talking TV and stuff, you know that the Eagles are getting a 30 for 30 on the Philly special?
Oh my
God. I'm not joking.
Stop.
I'm being dead serious. Jason Kelsey will be there to talk about it. Like, yeah, it's a 30
for 30
on the Philly special.
East Coast is so stupid. Like, who would say this is what this needs?
Relax.
How embarrassing.
Did the catch get a 30 for 30? I'm seriously asking.
Don't remember.
I don't think that it did.
No. I don't think it did.
So the catch didn't get a 30 for 30, but the special is getting it. The Philly special is getting a 30 for 30.
Look, that play was great when it happened, but we have run it into the ground so many times where it's like, now this is a little ridiculous. Because all was Doug Christie, hey, you want to run Philly special? Yeah, let's do it. All right, let's run it. That's what it was. And they ran it. It was a great play, but like, why are we doing a 30 for 30?
That doesn't even deserve a short, like the 15-minute one. Well, maybe it could get
you can get a short.
You get a 15. I'll take that back. You get a 15-minute. But that's it.
Man, what's the dumbest 30 for 30 that has come out?
Philly special.
That might be true.
Oh man!
Didn't Vlade have one?
Yeah,
Vlade. Yeah.
Petrovic, I think.
Yeah,
was part of that. Not part of it, but like,
part
of that story.
Good one.
Yeah, that was a good one. That was heavy.
The U ones were good.
I went through the library the other day because I was randomly trying to find something to watch that I knew I probably wouldn't watch the whole thing. I'd fall asleep on it, and I was like, man, they have some good 30 for 30s. That's some really good ones. Seen most of them though. So
I went down this weird rabbit hole. I think I was looking at something for awful announcing, and I know there's already a bunch of them, but it was a write-up on I don't even think it's a 30 for 30. I just think it's a documentary on Dale Earnhardt. And I remember, like, I always kind of get drawn to that because for some reason, and I had to have been, I was with my grandpa. I saw that race and I saw the crash. And I remember like the commentary and the reaction thinking, well, it wasn't that bad.
Yeah. It does,
like in the spectrum of crashes, it was just like, it didn't look like anything.
Never thought what happened.
Never. And then I just went down this rabbit hole about how much has changed since that accident, how he died, how much has changed since that accident. And like, I think what killed Dale Earnhardt killed like 6 drivers.
Wow.
And it's like, you didn't think after maybe 2 we should change something?
What was it? Do you remember?
It was something like cervical. I don't want to get like, I think his neck like snaps. And like, that's why, because and stuff like they made this, there was like this full diagram of the angle that his car hit the wall.
Says he died instantly from basilar skull fracture.
Yeah, it just like he just instantly was gone. And it's like the angle and the speed at which he was going, like, because of the angle that he hit the wall, it created a trajectory that was like significantly higher than the speed that he was going at. And he's already going like 160 miles an hour. And then you're adding some like odd angle to that. And I can't remember the driver's name who.
Oh, that's what the Hans device. That's
yes. Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
Hearing about
that. That's he essentially is the creator of that because of what happened. The driver who went to check on him, he didn't say it for like 10 years. Like he would just say nothing. And then like 10 years later, he was like, no, I knew when I got there. It's like, it was very obvious. And I just went down this rabbit hole of reading this stuff about Dale Earnhardt, most specifically like his death. And now I want to see this documentary that's coming out. Documentaries can hook you into stuff that you might not normally, like the Vlade one.
Yeah.
Never would have thought that would have been such like a, like, wait, what? Oh, the war? Like, what is this?
Yeah.
And then
dead serious when I say this, I'm kind of interested in the America's Next Top Model doc. Did you see that?
I did not. I'd be very interested in that.
Yeah. Tyra was like, yeah, we went a little too far.
We gotta go to break up.
I want to see
the discussion on America's Top Model will have to wait. We'll come back. Sean Cunningham joins us in 30 minutes on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I saw that trailer. I was like,
I got to look that up. I got to look that up because I'm going to mess around with something here real quick. I'm going to hit this and then this. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So we got that and then this. Okay. All right. I got to do something else. Hang on, guys. Let's try. I'm going to have to fix this somehow. Let's try this. That's not going to work. Okay. All right.
Charlie House, what shows you guys been watching? I started Wonder Man yesterday. One of them Marvel shows. Rest Dog, never in my life. I've been to Sonoma, whatever, to like help work, I guess, but to mess around mostly.
My grandpa loved NASCAR. Absolutely loved.
Yeah, people have been talking about this one a lot on Netflix. Yeah, Scooter, I gotta watch. That's the movie, right, with Ben Affleck and Matt Damon. I think I gotta watch that one. All right, so I finished the first episode yesterday. Pretty good so far.
Did you get a template for the thumbnail yet? The new thumbnail thing? Okay.
Yeah, Eric, I'm all caught up on Fallout right now.
Man, I gotta watch more shows.
I usually try to watch something before going to sleep. Really, are you talking about since Tony Stewart retired? Say Tony Stewart and I've heard like either this show is amazing or it's boring and like there's nothing happening.
I don't even know some of these shows y'all are referencing.
Charismatic lately? No, I've just been busy with things going on in the house and just working stuff. But the PS5.
Oh, he's married, man. Those days are over.
Oh, it's not true. She goes to sleep about 7:30. I used to fire up the PS5 after I walk the dog and stuff. But yeah, no, we've been busy lately. No, I just run MLB The Show and NCAA. But I don't buy like the newer games. I play the older ones still. Like I'm on year 20 of my Road to the Show guy. I used to play FIFA a bunch, but that game sucks now.
Carol Lawson's on my screen on ESPN doing an interview. Not an interview. They're doing a sit-down interview with her.
Must have.
Did you ever go back and rewatch Snowfall? Or you just watched it once?
I just watched it once.
I had thoughts about going back to watch The Wire again.
I still have to watch that one for the first time.
Seeing clips lately. Stringer, Avon.
So is it pretty clear at this point? Phone line's open for you, by the way. Sean Cunningham's going to join us about 25 minutes at 916-909-1320. Is it clear, and I'm using that word on purpose, is it clear that the San Antonio Spurs are the biggest threat to the Oklahoma City Thunder?
For me, it is. Yeah. Unless you're counting on Jokic.
It's not Detroit. It's not New York. It's not Boston.
Nope.
It's San Antonio.
You said Denver, by the way. Aaron Gordon out 4 to 6 weeks.
And maybe they just never really get healthy together or something. Like, that's the only team I ever really have pause about. But, yeah, I'm not counting on the Rockets yet. They have issues at the guard spot, it seems. Right now it seems the Spurs are the Thunder.
Yeah. I think so, too.
We all sure the Spurs aren't the best team in the league?
It might be. Like, if we have a power rankings number one, they might be number one right now.
Just wanted to ask the question. I think Thunder still get their
it's
respect.
It's a 5-game difference. It's a 38-10 team, Mike. I know we might not love
just
them.
checking the temperature.
Okay. Power rank. Like, Oklahoma City's number one.
Okay.
Like, I mean, it's already kind of disrespectful that we're just glossing past Detroit.
I don't think it is.
Yeah,
like,
Detroit,
this is their first year. Like, this is kind of what happens to teams.
Go ahead, say it.
What do I say?
Detroit's Cleveland.
Oh, no, I don't feel that way. No,
Detroit is Cleveland.
No.
And
the Pistons this year aren't the Cavs last year because no one's talking about Cleveland.
No, it's different.
And this is where I'll jump over the Cleveland Cavaliers and protect them. Don't be disrespectful to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
No one's ever been disrespectful.
That-
all we've
that-
ever done
to
is tell the
say,
truth.
to say
Hey,
that the
hold
Pistons
the hell
are
All we've ever done is tell the
disrespectful.
truth.
You were leading the disrespectful train last postseason.
And then he
No, I
left. He
wasn't.
jumped off.
No, I wasn't. I said I need Jesse was leading it.
Wow.
Jesse was leading it. And then when they had 2 close games against Miami, I said, well, look, I need them to do a little bit more. Jesse
I
might
said,
be
hey,
right.
this looks
They need to be
funny.
doing a
And then
little
they
bit
lost
more.
in the second round after
Now,
winning
but
60
see,
games.
You can't do that. Donovan Mitchell didn't play for 2 of them. Darius Garland was going out there because Stephen A. made him get out there with a broken foot, it felt like. Evan Mobley didn't play. Don't do that to Cleveland. Don't do that to Cleveland.
Wasn't the first time teams have gone through the playoffs hurt, blah, blah, blah. Like, Cleveland has had a glass ceiling. I don't think the Detroit Pistons have a glass ceiling. Like, I don't know if they're going to.
Like in general or
like in
this year?
general. Like, I think eventually
Okay.
Detroit can become title contenders truly. The Cleveland Cavaliers are, hey, they got to the Eastern Conference Finals and they lost in 5 games to this team. Like, that's the best they'll do, probably. You going to tell me that Donovan Mitchell and Darius Garland with their apron problems are going to lead this team anywhere right now?
Well, this year is different with the Cavs. This year is different with the Cavs. Last year, I thought they were legit. This year, they're obviously going through stuff. Evan Mobley got hurt again.
Yeah.
So this year's different. I don't look at them the same way. But last year, I thought they were legit, and once again, another example of people listening to D-Lo and KC. Obviously, Kenny Atkinson and Donovan Mitchell had it on during shoot around, and they beat the Heat by 94.
They did.
They beat the crap out of the Heat.
Yeah.
Right now, they play
They
Toronto in the
definitely
first
did.
round if the season ended today.
Who's that? Cleveland?
Cleveland.
Yeah, Cleveland.
That's a tough one.
Oh.
That's a tough one.
It is. It's
Especially
tough.
once they
And
have DeMontis Sabonis, it's going to be real tough.
because we know how great DeMontis Sabonis is in the playoffs.
Hey,
They're going to be
Tatum-
guarding Domas with Max Strus.
Max, back up, Max, back up. Who said that?
That was rude.
They're going to sign Kevon Looney and come in for 1 playoff series.
Oh, that was rude.
I mean, like, if we're being honest, Tatum might not come back this year. I don't think the Knicks are really scaring anybody. We just talked about the Pistons. If you're Toronto, it's kind of right there for you this year.
Yeah, you can make a run. You can make a run for sure.
Like, not even
But
joking or whatever. Like, if you want DeMontis Sabonis, you think that's going to help? Like, go make that move.
But real quick,
Mhm.
back to the Spurs. You have OKC as number 1. Does it matter at all that the Spurs have beat the brakes off of OKC 3 different times? When you talk about power ranking for 1 or 2, it's a 5-game difference. But 3 of those losses was to this number 2 team that destroyed you 3 times. Does that play a factor at all?
Wemby did miss some time.
No.
Wemby did miss some time. I think they had a good record during that.
I'm with Dame. I still call OKC number 1, but the Spurs are right
You want
there.
OKC out of here so bad. You
I
feel
mean, they
about
are
Oklahoma
boring.
City the way that Jesse feels about Cleveland.
Well, they are
the team
boring.
and the city.
The city, I've never been to it. I'm sure I could have a good time there, but it looks
Well, go
pretty
to a
boring.
concert there.
That's a good point.
That's your.
Take
I
your
don't
That's
even know if they get concerts. They're
Go.
never on the list.
in Oklahoma City.
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah.
But yeah. And well, look, I don't want them out of there in favor of San Antonio.
Well,
That's not popping.
all right.
But I think purely out of respect,
Mm-hmm.
you keep OKC at 1. But that's what it comes down to, because I've seen these 2 play 4 times now.
Mm-hmm.
And OKC, the 1 game they won, they tell me if I'm wrong, the champs felt like they had to prove something.
Is it a
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
Is it a 2-team race this year to the title?
I'm still putting Houston.
Nah, it's not a 2-team race.
I'm still throwing Houston in there. And I don't know what to make of Minnesota. Because Minnesota to beat
I
all
do.
the- well, Minnesota to beat all these teams.
Not when it counts.
Well, I beat Denver when it counted.
No. They're gonna fall short of game, and I'm just gonna be like, "Told you, told you."
TC.
What if
Kyle
they?
Shanahan.
What if they land? We have. Oh God, you might be right. They're allegedly in the Giannis conversation.
Who, Minnesota?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I reserve the right to change my mind should I see that Giannis Antetokounmpo deal and see what it looks like. There's something about that basketball team, though, that I just don't buy.
I get you. I completely understand. Earlier we talked about Giannis and talked about how I heard some things where they said San Antonio and Houston are not involved in this.
Mm-hmm.
Does that play to like those teams, and here and there are teams that maybe aren't necessarily involved, Minnesota being one that is involved? Do you think all this makes it more or less likely he gets moved by the deadline? I'm starting to lean towards less. Because kind of like what we talked about when
because with the idea that they might be involved during the off season, maybe something goes poorly during the postseason, maybe your beloved Spurs who have looked so great against the Thunder get run out of the building in the playoffs.
I think the Spurs, no matter what, aren't trading for Giannis. I actually believe that report that they're not interested.
I agree with you. I completely agree with you.
You think the Thunder stuff is real or just more so like, hey, they have the assets to do it if they wanted?
Who's that?
Like, if they wanted to, like, Giannis, like, do you think they would actually go after? Yeah, do we think they'd actually go after Giannis, or is it just, hey, they have the assets to do it if they want?
That's a good question. It feels like we talk about that because of the assets that they have.
Mm-hmm.
I've never heard any inkling or read any inkling that they're interested in getting involved.
Mm-hmm. That's what we do, though.
Yeah.
I feel like going off of that, though, like, I feel like maybe Giannis still could be traded then at the deadline. It's just like looking at the teams, like, I'm not sure what the Heat are going to offer you that's going to be better than what they can offer now. Same with the Knicks. I'm assuming Cat's part of that deal. And I think the Warriors have been thrown in there too.
The Warriors
kind of know what it is.
Yeah, the Warriors and the Heat are two teams that don't have to wait for the postseason. Like you know you don't have enough right now, and you got a chance to go get Giannis.
I think I've reversed course on because I say, I do not want the Warriors to get Giannis. No, I don't care. They're going to stink.
Sure, Steph and Giannis isn't enough?
Enough to win a title? Absolutely not. Against Houston, against San Antonio, against Oklahoma City is not enough. Because Moody's gone. You're replacing Giannis for Jimmy, so it's not like the three of them.
Kuminga's gone, though. Pods is gone.
Oh, God, Pods is gone. Burn the whole thing down. You have no depth. Absolutely.
We got Draymond.
You
Oh, it didn't work.
How many? Okay. All right, man.
I taught Giannis what it was like.
Draymond,
over here.
you like if you're the golden. I think. If only there was a device that would allow me to look this up to be sure. I think the Warriors scored 140 points last night. I don't believe Draymond Green scored a single one of them. In 20 some odd minutes. Please let me confirm. They beat Utah in Utah. Draymond Green played 23 minutes. The Golden State Warriors won 140 to 124, and Draymond Green scored nothing.
Couldn't even get a free throw?
0 for 6 from the field, 0 for 6 from 3, 0 for 0 from the free throw line, 2 rebounds, 6 assists, 3 turnovers, and by all outward appearances, let me check just to be sure. It doesn't appear he punched anyone.
6 shots, 6 3-pointers, no free throws. Yeah, he was chilling yesterday.
and that's what you're. Hear me. I'm not talking about beating the Sacramento Kings in February. I'm talking about beating the Oklahoma City Thunder and the San Antonio Spurs. I have completely changed my mind. Go ahead and send Giannis there. It'll be sad for Steph because I love Steph, respect Steph, and very, very much enjoy watching Steph, especially when he's not playing Sacramento. But yeah, as a Kings fan who is just wallowing in misery, go send his ass there. I am fine with that. Y'all ain't winning nothing.
I agree.
Minnesota can. I don't know what Miami can do. Maybe. I don't.
Not this
I don't know what Miami can do.
Not this year with Miami. I think you add a little bit more in the offseason, and I think then they become contenders next year. You know what I thought about with all this, because I was listening to the Hoop Collective. That's where I was listening to all this stuff, and they literally went down almost all the teams in the league. It was like, would they trade? This is their pick situation. Would they trade? And they kind of had consensus, yes, no, all this other stuff. And I say almost because they didn't mention the Kings.
Well,
it was, we got 32 teams in the league, 30 teams in the league. They might have did 28.
They might have forgot the Kings existed.
They got to San Antonio and stopped. They were going out.
Well, that's it, guys. Oh, God.
They were going alphabetical, got to San Antonio and stopped. Matter of fact, they skipped the Kings now that I think about it.
Oh,
SAC is before SAN.
Oh, they sure did. Oh, guys, we don't even have to bother. Just keep going.
But they talked about the Knicks. And they said, I hadn't heard this quote before, but I guess James Dolan spoke. And did you hear him when he said, the expectation is to play in the finals, and once we're there, we could win it?
I heard that. Yeah, he was talking on the radio. Yeah, I heard that. I remember he talked about
Oh, boy.
that. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Oh, boy.
I hadn't heard that until I was listening to that. I said, damn, that's interesting.
It's an interesting thing to say when your team is struggling as bad as they are. Yeah, that's a hell of a thing to say.
And when did he say that, Jesse? Was it about a week ago?
It's relatively recently.
A few weeks ago, I think. Maybe a couple weeks ago. Yeah, because it wasn't last week where I saw it.
And they said, I think they were saying, like, James Dolan is like on his Vivek right now, and that he hasn't spoken a couple years on record.
Mm-hmm.
And that was his first time in a couple years.
He's not
and
wrong.
It was, where the expectation is to reach the finals, period.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRX, QHD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, live on the Odyssey app. If Vivek Ranadive were to do an interview, what do you think he would say?
Oh, I don't know. I'm sorry.
I don't think he'd say that.
Maybe what he should say.
He would
say. Yeah, I said, what would he say? Not what should he say?
I want to win as bad as the fans do. We're working every day to make this happen. Yeah, Scott is doing his best.
I'm asking for your patience.
Oh,
we're going to get this right.
1, 2, 3, Nick Rocks. This is your team.
Oh, guess who was on the call of Michigan, Nebraska the other day? Are you serious?
Ooh,
get out of here.
Nick Stauskas?
Yes. Get this bum off my TV. Yeah.
We will get this right.
Oh, yeah. No, he's going to say that. He's going to hit him with that.
Never
with the, at the end.
Yeah.
Never forget. This is your team.
He will hit him with the we will get this right. I bring up that Knicks, though, that Knicks situation, because if that's the expectation and Giannis is out there, you got to figure it all out, like to go after him.
You just got to hope the Knicks or the Bucks want Cat, I guess, or would you reroute him somewhere else?
Well, not KC. KC wouldn't trade Cat.
I wouldn't.
We got to we got to get Cat out of there.
I would trade him
Cat
so
doesn't want to
fast.
be there. Like, let's keep it real. The Cat experiment didn't work.
Hey, Milwaukee area code's calling. Pick it up. Hey, Cat. Now, Cat. Yes. Done. I'm like, Dwight, do it. Do it, Cat. Karl Anthony Towns. Do it.
I don't do it. He's just not a winning player.
They went to the
conference. Oh, Jesse, don't do that.
No, he's not.
They went to the conference finals.
But is he consistent? Does he show up every time though? That's what I'm talking about. He has all this ability.
You know how we feel about that term.
I know, but I'm saying in the playoffs, how many times like Cat, he has all the ability in the world, but he just does not do it.
He's not your number one guy.
But even for the number 2, it's like, how did you only score 12 today? Why did you only give us this in game 1? Like, that's what I'm talking about. Cat has all the ability in the world, but when it comes down to it in the playoffs, he just doesn't do it consistently enough.
I agree with you 100%.
And I know the winning player thing, but that's what I'm saying. When it comes to playoffs and stuff, like, it's just when we need him, he doesn't do it.
But here's the deal. Like, and I don't think they this would even be a possibility. But in a situation where you were able to get Giannis and keep Cat, he wouldn't be your first or second best player. He'd be perfectly fine.
So
then they
that
would
was
win.
my next question.
Then they'd win. And is he turned into a winning player at that point?
No, only if he's playing 10 minutes. Here's my other question. Does Jalen and Giannis work?
Gonna have to make it.
Yeah.
It works.
I mean, no, I'm saying, yeah, you're gonna have to make it.
Oh.
I'm not sure. Like I'm not exactly
that seems
sure,
like a weird
figure it out.
Like I wouldn't ask if Tyrese Halliburton and Giannis Antetokounmpo works. But Jalen is a very high usage point guard. He's very good. He's incredibly clutch. But it seems like him and Giannis would be a really unique mix, especially when you factor in an owner who is very adamant about what this team's success should be this year and could get antsy this coming offseason should they fall short.
I'm gonna throw this in there too. Mark Stein said it a couple of days ago on January 26th that the Knicks are showing interest in Drew Holiday too. He's been kind of connected to Giannis and things like that.
That'd be great for them, in my opinion.
I'm not sure, like, what are you moving for Drew Holiday though?
Well, part of the deal, and it was the names were kind of all over the place. They actually even said Drew Holiday staying in Portland, and they named Portland as a possibility. Like, look for that.
I saw that going around too.
But the Knicks deal was Cat and OG, and then that allows the Knicks, whether it's at the deadline, before the deadline, or in the summer, to reroute. Or excuse me, Milwaukee allows them to reroute OG.
Oh, okay.
At some point.
To Sacramento finally. For Zach LaVine.
Right. So it's a lot. I bring up the Knicks also because I had a thought of when Giannis gets traded to the Knicks and we're like, oh man, the Knicks, they went and got Giannis. And then we say, guys, we should have known all along. He moves his family to Greece, the only flight to America.
Yeah, this is Newark, right?
Right. Like, it was there for us the entire time.
Yeah.
And we worked ourselves into a pretzel trying to get these other cities. And he's literally like, no, they're going to Greece. The only way they can come directly to America is through New York.
Yeah.
I'm not going to San Francisco.
Oh, that is a hell of a flight right there. Can I tell you something else? I was thinking about this morning. It's because I was thinking, guys, I was thinking a lot about LeBron James this morning. I was thinking about this as I was kind of rewatching everything that unfolded last night in Cleveland, and came to the thought that I think LeBron, I'm not saying I think LeBron's going to retire. I think LeBron retiring is a far bigger possibility than I realized at any point during this season. And it brought me back to a trade, our conversation about New York, how that trade would work, LeBron winning a title in New York and what that would mean. I have not vetted this. I don't think winning a title, I don't think the Knicks winning a title means anything for the league. Like, why would it? And now for the league, like because you win a title in New York, you're certified, you're goated, like it's special, it's big, right? But why? Like, because Stephen A. Smith is going to talk about it, because ESPN is there, because it's New York. Like, why is and work with me on the scenario? Why is a single title in New York a big deal?
Because, no jokes aside, just calling it what they call
Mhm.
it. It is the basketball mecca in the biggest city in the world.
Mhm.
And they haven't won for 50, 60 years.
Mhm.
It's the same reason why winning anything in Chicago. It's the reason why Bartman is a 30 for 30 in Chicago, because winning a World Series in Chicago meant that much, where if you messed it up, you're in infamy forever. And when they actually won, and we talk Theo Epstein, if he would have I understand. I know you get this, but if Theo Epstein would have won a championship with the Diamondbacks and the Baltimore Orioles, it's not the same as winning with the Red Sox and the Cubs.
Sure.
That is different.
He still eats off of 04.
Yeah. And that's what winning in New York is.
Okay. I told you I didn't vet this. So you might have swayed me a little bit.
Yeah.
It feels like with the Cubs is a great example. Oh, okay. All right. This is why we do this.
Now,
we work through things.
So your
So I was gonna say,
question, though,
like
it's not
Reggie has Reggie does that in Sacramento. Reggie does that. Hell, I don't even know if Reggie does it in LA. You know what I mean? Maybe I don't know. That Reggie moment is because it's at the Garden.
Not sure it happens if it's in Boston.
Yeah, it might not. Like
you know
it's because it's at the Garden. It's because Spike Lee is there. It's because of that. Okay. All right. Okay. We did it.
Now
you got me. That makes sense. The Cubs example helped.
Your other question was like, what does it do for the league? I agree with you. I don't think it does anything for the league necessarily. I mean, get some attention.
So it does something when we say it does something for
Good Morning America,
Leon Rose, World Wide West, Jalen Brunson, in the scenario, LeBron James. Is it so let's go back to the most current scenario. Does it mean anything for Giannis's legacy?
Yeah, because I think it's going to be viewed as Giannis came to New York and
won a championship.
Giannis goes to New York, he jumps Jalen Brunson as the Knick. Because Jalen been
does he jump Jalen Brunson as the Knick, or does he jump Jalen Brunson as the best Knick? Because you know what example I'm going to use? Kevin Durant was the best player on the Golden State Warriors. But he wasn't the Warrior. He was just the best player on the Warriors.
If Giannis wins a ring with the Knicks, I think he's like the greatest Knick of all time.
Yeah. And the difference with that right there is Steph had already won. So that's why he was the Warrior.
Got you.
The ultimate Warrior is LeBron.
Very nice.
LeBron's the ultimate warrior.
LeBron is the ultimate warrior. He told everybody after Game 7, it's the only shirt I had left, guys. I have that shirt somewhere.
Yeah,
I do. Sean Cunningham joins us next on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I saw Courtney Dempsey went to the Oakland show last night.
Man, a couple people went. Now I'm gonna get FOMO. Then you're gonna put on your stories. I'm gonna get even more FOMO.
Okay, you can block me. It's only right. It looks exactly like I hoped. I was really hoping Bobby had, since the residency, maybe he didn't. Like he does not sound like Bobby anymore, which hurts me so much.
Which is interesting because I had that video that I posted a couple weeks ago where they went. It was some years ago, but they were at Sirius XM and they performed live. And Bobby was singing. What did he sing? Roni. And he sounded great.
It sounds like he picks a few songs. This is what it looked like last night, and this is what it looked like from what I was watching, from videos I saw from their New Edition residency. Is he picks a few songs and he gives those everything. Roni, I think, is one of them. I think Rock With You is another one. And then he kind of lays off the other one, and Mary J. Bliges it a little bit. Does that with like Good Enough. And I just remember he came through first run at 102.5. Must have been 2006 or 7. He's really close with Derek Allen. Derek brought him to the studio. We interviewed him. We went to some like garage that they were like a storage unit that they had padded and they rehearsed in. And Bobby was out there, and it was Derek was on the bass. It was just instruments and Bobby. And it was the most incredible thing I'd ever seen. And that was 20 years ago, but that was after like his drug use was pretty prevalent. Like it was. I mean, I'll show you the picture. Like it's noticeable. But he still was Bobby. Like he still sounded like Bobby. And I know he's clean now, and he's he's overweight, but he's better. And I just wanted his voice to be back. It's not. He still sounds amazing in short bursts. He has one of my favorite voices in music history.
He's one of my favorite artists.
Yeah,
for sure. Oh, that was what I was going to tell you earlier. Did you hear the story about the guy? I can't remember.
But sorry, but Sean's on the phone, by the way. I don't know if you remember that. Sean's on the phone. Oh, okay. Yeah, jackass. I'm the executive producer of the station, idiot. Sorry.
The guy who played Bobby Brown in the
BET?
Yeah. Same guy who plays Kane in Power.
Right.
He can't sing. So do you know when he's performing My Prerogative maybe? But anyway, he's doing the video, the one with the suspenders and stuff like that.
Yeah, My Prerogative.
And he's singing, but he's not singing. Do you know who was singing?
I don't.
Leon Thomas.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I heard that over the weekend.
Oh,
Leon
I did not know that.
I was still in LA. That was
a great miniseries.
Yeah, it was.
Oh my
they did a
God, that
really
was
good
so
job.
good.
But that was 2015, 2016.
Was it really that long
Yeah,
ago?
because I was still in LA.
Oh yeah, I wasn't here.
Yeah, and Leon Thomas
I wasn't here.
Was the one that was singing the vocals.
That's amazing. Okay. This is our last show as a duo here from 12 to 4. We'll be on the air tomorrow, of course. Kenny and Kyle will be together. I just won't be here. I had a quick little trip booked well in advance of any announcement or knowledge of us moving from 12 to 4 to 2 to 6. So we know that's going to be a little bit of an adjustment. One thing that we take really seriously, and hopefully everybody has seen this over the last 6 years, is we understand, like, some people just, I'd never take for granted. I don't think any of the three of us ever take for granted someone who stops us and says, "Hey man, you help me get through my workday." Like, I'm just sitting here doing this. I know as great as Scooter is, building fences and, building houses and all of that stuff, like, he does stuff at the office. And like, we help people get through their day, and we don't take that for granted. And so I know it's going to be a little bit of an adjustment with us moving from 2 to 6, but we still going to be here. Ain't nothing going to change. We'll be available. If breaking news happens, Kyle has outlined this plenty of times. We'll be here. Kyle has even come up with a way, like, we might rerun the video stream of the Insiders on YouTube just to open up the Chatty House. So the jump. I said the Insiders. That's going to take a while. We're going to rerun the video of the jump from like 12 to 2 or whatever, just to open up the Chatty House so everyone can come, hang out, do what they normally do. And, we'll be ready to take the air, when it's time to take the air. So that all starts on Monday. Sean's probably confused by the number that's popping up in his phone, so he's just not answering it.
The second one barely rang.
He cannot hit decline fast enough.
Oh, that barely ring. You know what that means. Damn
Blocked.
It. Damn it. I said I'm not picking up right now. To be fair, Sean did say he was working.
Yeah.
He's literally working right now, and he said I should be good by this time, but if he's not able to answer right now, it's
fine, man. We could talk. Talk. It's all good. There's plenty to talk about. We haven't even got to. Sorry. Oh, okay.
I thought Jesse could see me.
Good?
Jesse, go ahead and give him a call. Okay. He's good. He's good.
Well, then I won't lead us into another topic. We'll just sit here quietly and wait for Sean Cunningham.
Matter of fact, let's get the rings on.
Got distracted. Dolphins just hired Nathaniel Hackett, so bad day.
What's that?
So got distracted. Dolphins hired Nathaniel Hackett, so bad day.
Well,
hired him to do what?
Yeah,
I've coached the quarterbacks.
All right, man.
Oh God!
I'm gonna call Sean now.
Oh, no.
Why do
Oh no!
Why do
Quinn
they
Ewers?
do that?
Or no, Zach Wilson was the backup. Yeah, that's right. But Quinn played too,
Nathaniel
right?
Hackett is terrible.
He is, man. Bro, these guys, they just keep getting jobs, man.
Nathaniel. Yeah.
They just keep getting jobs.
And we out here wondering if Raheem Moore is going to get another chance. Nathaniel Hackett out here coaching.
Sean's here.
All right. Let's welcome our good friend Sean Cunningham from Fox 40. Sean,
Not from Fox 40 at all.
KCRA.
Go take a lap. You know what? Yeah, go take a lap. It's twice within like 3 minutes.
I hope he didn't hear that.
Yeah, I slid him up to hear you guys right now. First you besmirched the jump and then KCRA 3.
That's my bad. Hi, Sean. Sean, it's KHTK 1140. Sean Cunningham joining us here. Hey, what's up, man? You're busy. We called you a second ago. Were you talking to Scott Perry?
No, no. I don't think Scott Perry is for as nice of a gentleman as he is. I think he'd see my name on the caller ID and go, "I'm good." Me and my coworker Michelle Dapper. Say hello, Michelle.
Daps.
What's up,
Michelle?
Yeah, we are in Wheatland of all places at the Hard Rock Hotel Casino, where there's going to be we're not gambling yet, but the A1 Combat mixed martial arts event is tomorrow. So they have their weigh-in, and the reason it's significant is Uriah Faber making his way back to the octagon, and the UFC Hall of Famer in a rematch with Francisco Rivera. So we're seeing a lot of people in the parking lot ready to attend this weigh-in, and we'll be here to talk to them.
And how old is Uriah at this point?
Too old to be doing this nonsense anymore. He's a father of several children now, of a couple children. He should not be doing this, but no, he's like going on 47 years old.
I was going to say, I think he's our age.
Not
Yeah.
so good.
Uriah,
not so-
you remember when Uriah retired?
Yeah,
I do.
I do. Was the last match here? Because it wasn't it on Fox or something like that?
Yeah, he headlined a card here at Golden One Center, and then since then he's taken every other few years he gets a wild hair and jokes about his quasi dad bod, which is definitely not a dad bod, and goes out there and tries to prove something to him and his family about being able to compete with these young cats. So tough way to make a living, but he's got other means of making money, and so he's literally just the one guy that comes out here and does this because he feels he can.
LeBron James out here fighting Father Time every night. Uriah Faber just out here fighting other people.
Just fighting.
Just fighting. Salute. I like Uriah Faber, man. He's a good dude.
Too.
He's always been great to be around. Yeah. Sean, obviously I made the joke about Scott Perry there a moment ago. We're approaching the trade deadline 1 week from today. There is so much going on around the league now with the Giannis Antetokounmpo stuff going on, and I have just kind of settled in to I think the Kings are involved in everything, and in the end, they're going to do nothing.
And what's that remind you of?
No. Previous general managers.
Bingo. Yeah, I mean, look, you can have a desire to want to do something, but at the end of the day, you're not just going to make a move to make a move or act out of desperation. And I think these are a lot of familiar themes that you've seen with previous general managers. The reality is, the trade deadline's approaching, but the Kings have had their yard sale up since the summer. So, are they going to do anything, rash and do something that's going to be immediately, there's moments where you take a couple years to truly evaluate a trade. The Kings might be in a position where people are expecting them to do something where you have to win or lose the trade right away. And that the reality is I've been saying it for greater part of a year, and I'm not trying to pat myself on the back. It's just a reality. No one's trying to bring back money. You have too many teams that are trying to get off of money. So unless you're a team that's, I'll use desperate in a different in a different definition where you're desperate for success and desperate to be able to turn your fortunes around and find somebody to build around. You welcoming in somebody like, I'm not going to say Giannis because he's 31 years old and it doesn't really make much sense for the Kings, which is why it almost makes perfect sense for the Kings, because they've got a whole cupboard full of draft picks that would be relatively high draft picks for if it doesn't work out. Point being, though, is like you hear the likes of, this Toronto suggestion, a rumor that Domantas Sabonis could be going to Toronto, and you begin to look at these deals like, yeah, the reality is RJ Barrett, Emmanuel Quickley, and certainly Jakob Poeltl are overpaid contracts. Nothing against their talents. I mean, they can play on decent teams. They've had success, and I actually like a couple of those guys, but those contracts are putrid. Like, you should not be bringing back contracts like that, because neither one of those guys, with respect, are worth building your franchise around and shaping your franchise around. They're not number one, not even number two players that you would bring into your roster. So point being, it's like you look at the teams that are just in these aprons and paying so much luxury tax. Cleveland sticks out like a sore thumb. The Warriors, obviously, because where they're at. New York Knicks, for sure. You look at just the top loaded teams that they're all looking to shed salary. And if you look at the Kings, unfortunately, for as great of a season, in my opinion, as somebody like DeMar DeRozan's had, and yeah, $10 million is not that much for his services for next year. Nobody's trying to bring back $10 million guaranteed for next year. So if they're trying to shed salary, that's why the whole Clippers notion of like, would DeMar DeRozan go to the Clippers and maybe they would move John Collins, who's an expiring contract? It's like, no, John Collins' expiring contract is worth its weight in gold to the Clippers because they need to shed salary. So these are just things that I think people don't really pay a lot of attention to and kind of factor in when they're talking. And a lot of these conversations, let's face it, begin with other teams and they begin with the agents, and that's how they catch fire. So I'm like everyone else. I'm curious to see what's going to happen, but the thing I'm most confident in is that the Kings aren't going to attach draft capital to any bloated contract that they're looking to shop. And I think therein lies the problem, because now you're going to be kind of looking around going, well, we wanted to get off of some of these moves, but the reality is you're probably not going to be able to get off of some of these contracts. And everything, as I've alluded to, in previous shows and stuff, like everything hits a natural cliff in 27. So whether you want to label it as a rebuild or not, like most everything on your team is going to fall off contractually at that point. And it's what are you willing to take beyond 2027 into the future and build around, and they just don't have a lot there.
Sean, you laid that out perfectly, and that's the concern for everybody involved here, trying to see the Kings make some moves around this deadline. It's just difficult with those contracts and trying to avoid taking back contracts and everything. Damien asked the question earlier about would Scott get a pass if nothing is done this offseason, or excuse me, this trade deadline. And I said he would, because he didn't inherit these contracts, and it takes two to tango. If nobody wants Sabonis or LaVine in their contracts, then you can't do anything about that. You can do something about Keon Ellis, though. And that's where I wouldn't give him a pass, because from all reports, seems like you can get something from Keon Ellis this trade deadline. And you compare that with the fact that if you let that go by, he's probably going to walk and you wouldn't lose him for nothing. Keon's got to be moved before the deadline, correct?
Yes and no. I mean, if you're getting a first-round pick, if you're getting, something of value there, perhaps. I mean, again, he doesn't make anything. And the fact that he's so attractive is you can trade his bird rights. So you can have a team go over the salary cap to extend him or sign him to a deal, which is very, very attractive for somebody like him. Trouble is for the Kings is like, if you don't like I think there is a world, and I think a lot of people have maybe, steered away from this, but there's a world where Keon Ellis doesn't get traded and he's extended and stays with Sacramento. It doesn't mean that him being dangled in trade bait is because he's one of the most attractive pieces on the trade market. But I don't see a lot of teams necessarily you can inquire, but they're going to want to attach something to that. So can you, as opposed to draft capital coming out of the way, can you attach Keon Ellis's contract with somebody like DeMar DeRozan and then move him that way, or someone like Zach LaVine and then move off of him that way? I just don't think that is a sweetener big enough for anybody to bite on necessarily. I mean, these next few days will certainly play out, but I think Scott Perry knows very well what the market is for Keon Ellis, and he just has to determine whether or not it's good enough to say good day, or go like the other way and say, all right, let's work on an extension and what it looks like to keep Keon Ellis in a Kings uniform. Doesn't mean he's long term and you're building around him, but you give him some money and now it's a little bit more easier to kind of trade a piece like that. So I don't know. I mean, I can see things going either way, but if I was a betting man, I don't think Keon Ellis will be here. I think they know what they can get from him on the open market. I think it's attractive enough to bring in some draft capital, and I think that's a move that helps free up that logjam. Yeah, I don't think that, for as much as they may like Keon Ellis, I don't think that they're going to necessarily think it's the worst move to do, and it definitely helps with some flexibility going forward.
Sean Cunningham of KCRA is with us, guys. Channel 3. Sean Cunningham is with us. How does Doug factor into all of this? You talk about Scott Perry potentially getting the pass. It's difficult to make trades. Like, we got all of that. Fans are like clamoring to watch different players play basketball. They don't want to watch DeMar DeRozan play 40 minutes. They don't want to watch Russell Westbrook play 35 minutes, despite the fact he's clearly the most exciting King on the roster besides Dylan Cardwell. How do you think Doug's approach changes after the trade deadline, or maybe, for lack of a better phrasing, is Doug kind of coaching for his life here the rest of the way?
I think both things are true, because look, like it or not, the win-loss record is his, despite developing the 3 or 4 young guys that they actually have on the roster that they have curiosity about. Like, after the trade deadline, if Devin Carter's still on your team, maybe you're giving him a little bit more opportunity. Certainly, I think the minutes for some of the vets should come down dramatically at that point. But look, Doug is still all about winning games. I mean, he's still coaching for his life, because it's a results based industry. And yeah, you might have a guy like Scott Perry who says, look, we're not making any moves. You have our full backing. Well, that only changes until they don't. You get into the off season and all of a sudden, coaches are being getting moved around a lot. And, it's not like he's the highest paid coach in the league. So, giving him the opportunity, saying you gave him the opportunity, I can see them move off of him very easily. I'm not saying that they will. I still think, look, the way I've talked about and painted this picture of 2027, you still have a season before that. So if you still have curiosity about what Doug Christie can do with even a healthy roster, because let's face it, we haven't seen that yet. And whether this is to his credit or not, like, I think he has his fair share of critics, me included. There hasn't been a lot of continuity in his rotations and his rosters and playing time. And so he's definitely tinkering. I would say that that's a little bit to a detriment, but you can see at least what he's wanting from his team. He's outlined, standards and expectations and all these things. And yeah, the critic might say, you're talking about what you want, but you're not dealing with what you have. Like, the reality of the things that you want don't line up with what you currently have. And so how does your coaching philosophy change based off of what you have? Like, we all want the 72 win team Bulls, but when you're stuck with 12 wins on the season in the Sacramento and you don't have Michael Jordan or, a Hall of Famer that's in their prime, then what? So, certainly I think he's going to have his fair share of critics, including within the organization, but nothing would surprise me at this point. The one thing I think I know I count on the most is Doug Christie's going to do it his way. It's his opportunity. He's wanted this. He knows that it's not the most, buttoned up and gift wrapped position in professional sports to be able to take over a Sacramento Kings team in disarray, but he's going to do it his way. And I think he's doing that. I think I think the evaluation period is definitely still in full effect when it comes to Doug Christie and his future with Sacramento.
Sean, we were trying to figure this out earlier. Has Domantas Sabonis spoke to the media since his return?
Well, in fairness, yes, he did. He came back in Washington we were actually in Seattle on Niners duty, so we didn't get to talk to Domas after the game when he made his return. He had ducked, I'd say, the media since then. He was not available to talk after some of the games following the Portland game, and then of course you had Toronto, and I forget, these games are all meshing together, so forgive me, but when to close out the homestand, we weren't able to talk to him. And then he's on the road trip. I know he just spoke with the Sacramento Bee about the trade chatter that's around him. So I think it was Jason Anderson that was able to get him on this trip. So seeing some of the comments there, I don't think there's anything earth-shattering. I think they're making a lot about the fact that, he said that the trade chatter feels different. And I think there's two things. One, the team sucks. And two, like he's got his kids are a little bit older now. He's got roots in Napa. He's made a big deal about, wanting to settle down in that region. So I think that tugs at the heartstrings a little bit to know that this is some place that you want to be. You can still make a lot of money, even though your basketball team isn't very good. So I think he's comfortable here, and I think he'd want to stay here. The thing I don't necessarily have total clarity on is, has he demanded a trade like some of his teammates have? I mean, this is very much a toxic situation right now for a lot of people on this team that are trying to chase legacy and trying to make the most of their prime years and getting towards the end of their career as well. So I think there's less of an appetite to stay in Sacramento based off of what's happened. But certainly I think he's comfortable here. And if they went forward with it, he'd be more than happy. But I think honestly, there's situations out there that would entice him to look what's over the fence and see if there's greener pastures.
Sean, what are you doing next week for the big game? I know you're going to be out there doing something.
Oh yeah, well, I'm basically your Sacramento version of the Patriots beat reporter. I will be on Patriots duty. We've got several local ties on the Patriots. Only one is on the active roster though. Is former Sac State defensive player Marte Mapu, who's kind of gone from Sac State D line. I mean, Vrabel's used him at linebacker quite a bit, so that's kind of exciting. They've got a couple guys that are also. There's one guy on the practice squad from Stockton. And another one, Lan Larison from UC Davis, who suffered a season-ending injury in preseason. So a couple local ties. I know Michelle Dapper; she's going to be all over the Seahawks. And then the everything is it's like the focal point of the sports world that whole week. I mean, you got Pro Bowl, you got NFL honors, you've got all these crazy guests. Where I would imagine you guys might be on Radio Row, so you'll probably be seeing a lot of these dudes coming through and promoting something. I'm going to try and catch up with Cam Scadaboo and some of these other local athletes that are sprinkled throughout the NFL, and it should be good times. I am looking forward to the Super Bowl halftime show. I'm looking forward to Green Day before that. You know me, guys. Music is everything. So there are plenty of concerts sprinkled throughout the Bay that I probably won't be able to make it to because the stupid NBA trade deadline is a week from today.
Yeah, that's a tough look. Yeah. We appreciate you, Sean. Thanks for always making time for us. Tell Dapper we said what up, and we'll connect again real soon.
You got it, guys. Take care.
All right. Appreciate you, man.
Sean Cunningham of KCRA, guys.
There we go. We got him locked in. KCRA.
Channel 3. So did anything stand out to anybody?
Domas?
No. Doug.
What stood out to you, Damian?
He was talking about Doug, who you can see February 4th when the Sacramento Kings take on Memphis at the Golden One Center. The Sacramento Kings have been kind enough to give us tickets for that we want to give to you.
Yeah.
Caller number 13 right now, 916-909-1320. Why did I have that dramatic pause like I forgot the number? Not sure, but that's the number, 916-909-1320. Caller number 13 will send you to see the Sacramento Kings take on Memphis February 4th at the Golden One Center.
And I'm glad you linked that to Doug Christie because you're right. You might not see Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah, that's actually not what I was attempting to leak to Doug Christie. It just dawned on me that Jesse sent a text, "Hey, idiot, give the Kings tickets away when we're done talking to Sean." The question was, for those that are just tuning in, You know, do we see, you know, Doug's style change, coaching philosophy, approach change after the trade deadline, or is he just kind of coaching for his life? And Sean was like, well, both things can be true. You know, the win-loss record is his. He's got to own it. And, you know, he talked about the development of the 3 young players. And then he said, but yeah, when you have a record like this, you're going to have critics, including in the building. And I immediately wrote down critics inside the organization. Sean didn't say that just because he thinks it. It's like, okay, so Doug is battling something inside the building already. And when you're 12 and whatever, like, yeah, that's probably going to happen. But I really do hate hearing it.
Can we have honest hour?
Nah.
Okay. Everything is awesome.
Let's lie to each other.
Everything is cool when you're part of the team.
Let's lie to each other a little longer. Go ahead.
I believe in Doug Christie and his outlook on the game of basketball.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand after the performance of this year how he has critics in the building.
Yeah.
I understand. And yeah, there's I mean, we gotta be real. We always gotta be real.
Tough. Nah, you're right.
There's gotta be people who are there who like, this guy he's not ready. He don't know what he's doing.
Mm-hmm.
And
Doug has not been a coach of any kind for that long.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he's not the boy wonder that Will Hardy. He hasn't been in these organizations since he was 10, cutting film or whatever.
Right.
Like, he was put on Luke Walton's staff. And I guess it's just a matter of who you believe as to whether Luke Walton actually wanted him. Then he was put on Mike Brown's staff. And it's kind of a who do you believe as to whether Mike Brown wanted Doug Christie on the staff. And now here he is. And so for people who think Vivek has wanted Doug to be the coach for a while, like, yeah, I get it. Why? I don't know why he would want that, meaning Vivek Ranadive. I don't know why he would want that. It's not like I saw something to Doug. No, anybody who listens, anybody who talks to Doug for 30 seconds knows he understands the game of basketball. Anybody who listens to him call a game knows he understands the game of basketball. Anybody who listens to his radio show he knows the game of basketball. But if you have formulated, I'm going to skip past Luke Walton, and I'm going to make this guy my next head. This guy is going to be my head coach at some point. I can't imagine how you saw that so early. But clearly Vivek saw something in him that he liked. And maybe it was just the latest tie to the 2000 group, or maybe it was just Doug is a charming dude. I don't know.
And some people in the chat, our guy Scout Recycler says blaming Doug sounds like, clown Grant. Not blaming Doug for what's going on this year.
I don't think we're blaming Doug. I think we're having a conversation about Doug's performance.
Yeah, there are decisions and rotations and stuff that I don't understand. And that doesn't mean they're not right, or he doesn't have a reasoning for them or anything else like that. But there are things that just don't make sense to me.
Yeah.
I wish that we could find out exactly like what this rotation means, why it means, or what it means that this guy didn't play for 5 games and then plays 35 minutes the next 3 games or something like that. Like, sure, I'd like to know the reasoning, but just looking at the performance of that, some of the stuff hasn't made sense.
Mm-hmm.
It just hasn't made sense. And if the team, we can see scenarios in other walks of the NBA and college where the team's record isn't that good, but I can see now this guy, he's on point with what he's doing. He's handling business. He's a good coach. It's a talent issue. It's a roster issue. But him as a coach, he knows what he wants to do and how he wants to get there.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, not saying he doesn't know the game of basketball by any means. That's wrong, like not factual and disrespectful. Not saying that. But just watching him over the course of the season, it's like, man, I just don't understand that move. I wish I knew what the thinking was because I don't get one. That one's not clear to me. So, and I'll be real for me personally. Yeah, I'm tiptoeing around things because I love Doug Christie.
Yeah.
I love Doug Christie. I believe in Doug Christie, the man, the basketball savant, everything. I love Doug Christie. So if it sounds like I'm yeah, absolutely. I'm a tip. That's a guy that I'll tiptoe around some stuff for.
There's probably a Doug probably deserves credit for some things. And I think one of them is probably a little tougher than we're willing to acknowledge. We know there are guys who don't want to be here anymore. I'm sure DeMar DeRozan would prefer to be traded. It's a pretty open secret that Zach LaVine does not want to be here. Sean has me thinking about Domantas Sabonis because I'm not going to say Sean is close with anybody. Sean is around these guys. Mm-hmm. And so like when he says stuff, like he's not just pulling something out of the air like the critics in the organization thing. But the fact that this team is as bad as they are at 12-36, for God's sakes, and they haven't fully splintered apart. Like it was a week ago, change, that Dylan Cardwell was talking about the locker room. No one asked him about the locker room. Mm-hmm. He was talking in the context of working with players, and I think it was Drew Eubanks he brought up, mm-hmm. and then he mentioned like, hey, I know it's not very good, but this is just the best locker room. Again, you have guys that don't want to be here anymore, but somehow, and I know this might seem very, very small compared to wins and losses, Doug has managed to keep this group of what is obviously individuals together. Mm-hmm. And we've been around this not just as media members, but as fans long enough to know fights in locker rooms are not abnormal. Full on, I hate this person is not uncommon in locker rooms. And the fact that nothing like that has emerged from this group might be a credit to Doug Christie.
I think so.
I mean, I think I do, in my opinion, knowing nothing, DeMar probably deserves some credit for that. Russell Westbrook probably deserves some credit for that. Those are veterans who you police your locker room, mm-hmm. right? But I think Doug deserves some credit for that. Mm-hmm. Again, that's not a wins and losses thing, but if we're going to point out everything that Doug does wrong, let's also mention like he's in a really difficult situation. Yes. He has not coached the team that he had in training camp. What difference would that make? I don't know. It's a statement of fact. Mm-hmm. Domantas Sabonis and Keegan Murray haven't played one single game together this season. I think Russell Westbrook is missing his first game of the year tonight.
Yeah, I think so too.
You've had Zach LaVine missing games for a variety of different reasons. Hell, this is Keegan Murray's second injury stint. So I don't know. I truly do not know how you evaluate Doug, like not you and me, mm-hmm. but decision makers. I do not know how you evaluate Doug Christie's job performance this offseason.
Yeah, that's a tough one. And I would like to, once again, I'm a fan of the way he goes about things. I'd like to see Doug Christie get a shot with a more cohesive roster.
Yeah.
And with more talent with it. You know what I mean? Like a certain direction. It's hard to say that your direction is, we're trying to get younger or tank and letting the young guys play when you have to play a DeMar DeRozan 30-plus minutes, mm-hmm. Russell Westbrook 30-plus minutes. And if you don't do that, then you just can't compete. You're not competitive. You know what I mean? So after this offseason, next year, I would hope that there will be a little bit more cohesion on the roster, a roster that makes a little bit more sense basketball-wise. And I'd like to see Doug Christie with that situation, mm-hmm. because to a certain degree, I know it's maybe a small sample size, but the roster made a little bit more sense, and it was healthy for the most part when he took over last year.
Mm-hmm.
And for about 15, 20 games until the Fox trade happened, he was doing fantastic. He had those guys playing. They were doing a great job. So that lends itself to, man, if the talent is there, if the cohesion of the roster is there, he can be a good coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to see him get that opportunity.
I do too. I don't think he will. I've felt like that for a while. I don't know that he's being set up. I don't know. I don't think he's being set up. I just don't think he's been put in the best position to succeed. Not all of that is Scott Perry's fault. Not all of that is the organization's fault. As we mentioned, he has not once coached the roster that he had in training camp. I also don't know what he's trying to do. Like on a game-to-game basis, we got Philadelphia coming up here in 10 minutes. I don't know what he's trying to do. Like, I know he wants to be good defensively. There's got to be a point where I don't know, man. There's got to be a point where you just go, yeah, we're not good at this. We have to do something else. And maybe that's not how athletes think. Maybe that's not how coaches think. Maybe he sees enough to believe, no, we could do it. You guys just aren't. You're not challenging yourself to do it, or you're not, whatever coach speak you want to use. From our perspective, we're just looking at it like, no, Doug, they can't. Do something else. Like it's a tough. Rick Carlisle did it, and it's a tough thing, I'm sure, for a coach like Rick Carlisle, and he's a Hall of Fame coach, to go, all right, kids, you can't play defense worth a damn. So run the basketball and score as many as you want. I'm going to give you this opportunity to do it. This is your only opportunity to do it. Get up the floor, score baskets. When we practice, we're going to practice on the defensive end. Y'all can take this 130 points per game as far as you can. Next year, we're going into our exit meetings with a clear understanding that I'm expecting something different from you. Now, I'm going to do some things along the way that are going to help. Our organization is going to do some things along the way that are going to help. But this is what you can do now, and this is my expectation later. And Rick Carlisle allowed those guys to do that. They made small changes during the offseason. They didn't even become a great defensive team. They just became a better defensive team. They had an opportunity to win the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
I think Miami is doing the same thing right now. Miami's just going. They're just going. Mm-hmm. Every once in a while, Bam Adebayo blocks a shot. But they're doing what Chicago was doing at the beginning of the season. They're just a lot better. Yeah. They're scoring a bunch of points, and I wonder if Eric Spoelstra's like, well, Carlisle did it. Go ahead. Get it? Because next year, it's going to be different.
Yeah.
It's recognizing what you have on this roster. It's recognizing what you have in your locker room.
And the sad reality is what you have might not even be enough. Like, even you're like, hey, this don't work. Let's go. Let's play these guys
for sure.
This way.
For sure.
They still might not be good enough.
It might, and it might not. But would they be 12-46?
Yeah, I don't know.
36. Sorry. I gave them 10 losses immediately. 12-36. I'm sorry.
Sorry. That is a spoiler, not a prediction.
Man, if Jesse had said it, just write it in stone. We're looking, tonight would be 7? Would tonight be 7 straight losses?
Yes.
Blazers, Heat, Raptors, Cavs, Pistons, Knicks. Tonight would be 7.
Oh, that's crazy.
And isn't Boston tomorrow?
Yeah.
Oh, God damn it.
But don't forget, on Monument Network on Sunday, you can see the Wizards and the Kings.
Or right after Backyard Wrestling.
You could see the
there they go right now. Practice for our new show.
Wizards.
There they go, the Kings.
Practice for our new show. It's the Wizards Revenge Game. That's what it is.
Alex, sorry, about to go to work.
Oh man, is our? I think our show's over.
We got 30 seconds to kill.
Oh, great! 30 seconds to kill. Well, guys, it's been fun.
20 more seconds.
We appreciate you guys so much for being with us. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, do all of that fun stuff, and make sure that you are locked in tomorrow here at 10 a.m. with the final edition of The Insiders on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Vamos Kings light the beam still. Dylan Carwell's averaging 7 rebounds.
Oh, wow.
He's only
Good for
playing
him.
like 20 minutes. Jeez.
Come on, Nick, let's go a little bit.
Show me something, Nick.
All right, y'all. We're gonna shut down. I gotta go through a couple of things with KC real quick. We will see y'all tomorrow, and then back here on Monday at 2:00 or 7 a.m.